Hello, everybody. Thank you for the 4 months of the membership, Castiglione. Hope you are feeling better, Nick Mattel. I am feeling better. Thank you. Yeah, I heal. I heal fast. I heal very fast. Donnie's never happy that I heal so fast. I feel like because she'll get sick before me and stop getting sick after me. Can you debunk the Jesus and whatnot video about the Talmud? I don't know what that means. How am I 3 minutes late? So I'm working on it. Not even 3 minutes late. I started right on time. 8:30 p.m. What's my Discord? nickmatau.net will take you straight to the Discord link. NICK, M as in Mike, ATAU.net. The Discord notification has not shown up yet because I have not gone live on YouTube yet. Or I meant to say TikTok, yeah. The Discord notifications are attached to the TikTok link, which I just started the live on TikTok. There we go. So the Discord notification should show up any second now. Oh my gosh, if I have one more person tell me to debate Professor Dave. 1 billion people told me to debate this guy. Trust me, I'd love to debate the guy. Actually, supposedly I wouldn't. Everyone says that every time he debates, he just
Did you
crashes
start
out.
on YouTube on purpose before this?
I'm not sure what you mean.
You were like already talking.
Yeah, I always start on YouTube first because the TikTok live studio gets all weird if I try to start it after or before. I mean.
Okay.
Thank you, Evil Juice MTL, for the super chat. Nick Mattel, my favorite post-workout activity. And Israel for everything. So the super chat. Look, guys, I got one of these catchy things. I don't know if it's gonna work or not, but oh wow, it's already working. There's already one of them in there. You're gonna die in there. Sorry, stupid fruit flies. I hope every fruit fly just suffocates in there. I hope it just suffers. I hope it gets genocided in there. Nick, the #1 fruit fly genocider. Yeah, man. Anyways, what's everyone doing? One of those zappy tennis rackets. You think I can get like a little mini zappy tennis racket? Because I don't want to have like this big thing just doing this on the live. But imagine if it was like, you know, not super small, but like maybe that big. Just it'd be funny.
I used to have one of those things. They work like perfect. Thank you, Cal.
Yeah, I used to have one too. I feel like back in the day, though. Thank you, Cosmic, for the super chat. Greetings from Greece. Greetings from Greece. Greetings from Greet. Am Yisrael Chai. Am Yisrael Chai. Maddie is live. She's in Auschwitz. Yeah, Maddie's in Poland right now. Lucky.
Wait, you're not supposed to film at Auschwitz.
Maybe
Are you
she's
sure?
outside of it.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah.
Or maybe she's just like, I'm Maddie, I don't care. You know, it could be that.
They made it pretty clear, like, not to do that, but
Maybe she's just straight up like, you know, I'm Maddie. Let's take a look. And yep, she's definitely live. I mean, technically she's a guest, but yeah. Okay, that I'm not gonna be able to read any of that, Kadar. Yair, thank you for the super chat though. I'm gonna go ahead and have to plug that into ChatGPT. I can read a little bit of Hebrew, but that's a lot, dude. That's gonna take me forever to catch up if I try to read that slowly. Translate the Hebrew into English. The Hebrew says, "Dear Nick, watching you every morning makes my day. You are a messenger of God." I'm not, but thank you. A righteous amongst the nations. You have no idea how much Israelis love you. You're a superstar and our light in the darkness. Thank you. Well, now I feel bad not reading it in Hebrew. Let me see. Neek. Hey, I got that. Neek. Haikar. Le. Les Zofot. Zofot. Bach. Kal.
I don't know what you're
Picard.
saying, honey. I really
Picard.
don't.
No, Boca. Boca. Is it Boca?
Yeah, probably. Go to Boca like every morning. But I don't know what you're saying.
Ah, yeah, it's a guy called Boca. I get it. Yep. Okay, that's Ein, Vav. So that's what is that like? Al, Alsha. What is Ein, Vav, Shin, Hey? Yeah, nah, it's gonna take too long. Anyways, thank you, Kadav. Sheikh says the fruit fly is now in an open air prison. It is. Yeah, that's true. Ozzy says Hebrew Hammer is the mustard seed of repeal the 19th. Yeah, me and Hammer had a talk about an hour ago. He's trying to convince me to repeal the 19th Amendment. He's doing a good job. He's been sending me videos all day. It's been kind of insane, not gonna lie. If any of you reject Jesus, you will drink flames instead of water in the end. I don't know how you can drink flames. It sounds like that'd be kind of impossible, actually, because fire is a plasma, technically, in the state of matter.
So I prefer not to be scared of what's gonna happen to me later, honestly.
That's also true. I definitely do not want to be
Like the
scared
fact that
into
you might want to
believing
be scared into it. Yeah.
definitely don't want to be scared into believing somebody. But that being said, yeah, fire would naturally want to go up. So if you were to drink, it would, I don't know. That sounds tough. Anyways, my minimal research into Lindsay Clancy. Is that her name? Clancy?
Yes.
I'm going to say, based off my minimal research, that she did not do it. I think it was the Jews. Sticking to it. I think the Jews did it. The Mossad.
God damn it.
The Mossad and the French. They work together.
We let this one slip too. Fuck.
Lindsay's a patsy. Mark my words.
It's fine because like they'll probably blame like the Zionist lawyers for things, and this one over there, and this one over there. Yeah, it's just the Jews in general. Bigger picture.
I have a revelation that I think I'm 100% correct about, but I'm gonna wait till more people are in the live before I bring it out. I think I figured out Candace Owens. I'm very confident in my. It's not even a joke either. I think I actually figured her out.
Are you gonna share that with us?
Yeah, later.
Waiting. Got it. Come on, everybody, tap the live, show some love. Heart me's, all the things. Let's go TikTok.
Where did the Egyptian planes factor in? Whoa. I'm not crazy. I would never bring in Egyptian planes. Nick, you were one of my top 5 on this app? Wow, what an insult. Not even top 1? Okay. If Lindsay Clancy watches Candace Owens, I would not be surprised. I think she's been like in prison for 3 years, hasn't she? Or not prison, but like, has she been holding? You know how they hold waiting trial? I don't really know if Ali and Alex, thanks for the super chat. Yes. I assume that means yes, she's been in holding. She can't walk, so I guess so. She can't walk? That's not an insult, what the fuck? Yeah, it is. I'm just messing with you, Danny. I'm just messing with you. He's like, you know what? Now you're in my top 10. Okay, he says, did you see Spencer Pratt's latest post? He threw so much shade and condemned Candace Owens. It's glorious. No, I didn't see it. Now you slipped to the top 50? Damn. Yeah, really went down. Nick, you were mentioned on Sahar TV. Nice. Sahar's great. Good friend of mine. Justin, what's up, man?
What's going on, man? How you doing?
Good. Let me just read this real quick. Soul Try, thanks for the super chat. These shekels belonged to me once. They're yours now. Take good care of them. They were promised to me 4,000 years ago. Okay, Justin, what's up?
Not much, man. I just never thought anti-Semitism would be like an open thing to do in the past 5 or 10 years. Like I never thought I had to warn another man to don't be anti-Semitic in front of me. But it happens. And it's all political, I think. Like I've never seen so many people care about third world conflicts and everything up until the past like 5-6 years. Half the people talking about it aren't educated on what's been going on for the past 60-70 years.
I mean, yeah, I don't really know what to say. I mean, yeah, I guess. I feel like the whole world changes very quickly nowadays.
It does. It does.
Feels like a lot of things lasted longer when they were in the news, and now it just kind of like, even things that are still in the news, like let's say Israel, for example, in these past few years, even like the things that are in the news are very short-lived. It'll still be about Israel, of course, but I'm saying everything kind of is like in the news, and by the next day or two, it's like out of the news. It's like, all right, next thing. It's like we're like a conveyor belt, it's speeding up.
Well, it looks to be like you're about my age. So you remember when our parents, we were little kids, our parents like, who'd you vote for? Our parents would say, none of your business, right? So it feels like
I say that all the time. That's exactly what my parents would tell me. You don't ask those questions.
Exactly. It's like politics is like a reality TV show. And I don't meet the people in real life that actively on social media, but it's like it's funny at this point. Like you can't take this stuff seriously anymore.
Yeah, I'm with you. Israel Forever, thanks for the super chat as well. Love you from Minneapolis. But from the right side, Minnesota, it's the next Dearborn. Hebrew words.
Well, I mean, like another thing too. I mean, I've done 2 combat deployments, so I see how things work in the rest of the world. And I don't know if y'all are pro-Israel or not. I'm just pro people want to exist, no matter their religious beliefs.
Yeah. Well, first off, thank you for your service, and yeah, obviously pro-Israel. Yep, for sure.
Heck yeah.
All right, man.
They're getting the get backs at this point, but I'll let you guys go. Let you guys fill it in somebody else. I just feel like they're getting the get backs, and they just happen to have better equipment than everybody else. So this has been a long time coming.
Right.
So
right.
It'll all be over soon.
All right, brother. Have a good one. Peace out. Bye. Hey, what's up, Dexter? Dexter, hello?
Hey, I just want to teach the comment section one thing. When you comment things like, oh shit, not you again, like you do understand that if you enter a live of someone and you like interact with it, it'll keep showing up on your FYP. Just saying, like if you don't want to see him, stop coming in here. Cool.
I mean,
thank you guys.
I like all my supporters, whether they like me or not.
Much.
Anyways, hey, it's Matt. What's up?
Hey, Nick, I have no quarrels with you whatsoever. I'm a huge supporter. I just wanted to request it and say I listen to you all the time. Absolutely blown away with what you do. And it's incredible to hear your voice. And I've used a lot of the things you say as to help with a lot of debates that I get into in my own. And I just really appreciate you, bro. And please don't ever stop what you're doing.
Thank you. I appreciate the love, brother.
That was
Yeah,
nice.
absolutely, man. I'm gonna
Alright.
keep listening, but I won't take up your time.
All right, God bless.
Yep.
Bye.
Thanks. That's nice.
That was nice. Wow. It's just a nice little love day today. I like it. Nice and calm. Could have been yesterday when I was sick, but you know. I have quarrels with anyone who puts ranch on pizza. Okay, first off,
Nick
calm.
loves ranch.
Yeah, first off, ranch is incredible. Ranch on pizza.
I
I
don't
mean,
do
what
that.
about like the ranch with the bread at the end of the pizza, you know, when you're done eating the pizza and you dip the bread into the ranch. What's wrong with that?
Nothing, but you don't wait till that moment.
Sometimes I
Yes,
do.
buns and spices. I also love Tabasco on pizza. Absolutely.
Yeah, what about Tabasco on pizza? It's good.
Absolutely. That's delicious.
Hey, listen here, fruit fly. I see your ass. Go into that machine right there. It's full of candy and dreams. Get into it. Go.
Yeah,
Go inside.
debate him into it. Come on.
Go inside. Join your friends into the I call it Gaza. You guys, look, I got one of these. And there's already fruit flies inside of it. This is called this part right here where the fruit flies go inside. It's called Gaza.
Buns and spices makes me want to eat pizza now. It's Tabasco.
Anyways, yeah, you're just wrong. Pizza. I mean, if it's really good pizza, I'm not gonna put anything on it, not even Tabasco sauce. But if the
Well,
pizza is from
New Yorkers
like
New Yorkers put red hot pepper
nope,
flakes,
if it's a good pizza,
Parmesan,
no,
and oregano.
okay. If it's good pizza, I'm not putting anything on it. All right. If it's a pizza from like Domino's, yeah, I'm gonna ranch is fine.
Nah, you gotta have those 3 little toppings on your New York slice. Like the little, can't go without it. Anyways,
Yeah. Jacob, hello.
Yo, talking about pizza, I have one question here. Does pineapple belong on pizza, Nick?
No.
no.
Okay, I agree. Thank you.
All right.
Have a good one.
You too. Bye.
And for the record, I know it's called a Hawaiian pizza, but that shit was invented in Canada.
Right, and nothing good comes out of Canada.
So,
Literally,
you know, it sounds cool when you say
nothing.
Hawaiian.
Nothing good comes out of Canada, except for Jim Carrey.
It's a couple things, but
Nope. Other than poutine, I don't think there's a Canadian food that's like, does anyone really think, Canadian cuisine, I'd love some Canadian food right now. No, nobody does that. You know why? Because they don't make good food. Again, other than poutine. Poutine is a shit. But like, that's like, you know, broken clock twice a day kind of thing. Maple syrup? Maple syrup? Yeah, like the easiest thing in the world to make. Dude, I can get maple syrup anywhere. And guess what? I've had Canadian maple syrup. Yeah, it's good. It's not so good that I'm willing to like go out of my way for it though. It's not like, oh, you know what I could really use right now is some Canadian maple syrup. No. Nobody does that. It's just one of those things that if I happen to be in Canada, I'd be like, yeah, sure. I might as well get the maple syrup here.
I heard like pizza was developed in Nablus, and I don't think the Palestinians got enough credit for that.
Hate you.
I love you. Bye.
that was funny.
Also, yeah, I'm pretty sure Vermont has better maple syrup than Canada anyways.
They do good hockey, right?
We beat them. They don't do good hockey because
They have
we
really nice
beat them.
views, like all their.
Yo,
nature
somebody's
views.
got. I think it's JTL.
Yeah, it definitely is.
JTL, you're gonna have to go ahead and fix that background echo. Anyways, no, they don't do good hockey because we beat them in hockey. Sadia, what's up?
Who we? Who are you? You say we beat them in hockey.
God, you're already pissing me off, dude. What do you want?
Because you are not proud of
What do you want? What do you want?
You're Mexican.
So what? What do you
Dude,
want?
This is like a fun, like a good
Beat
faith,
Canada in
funny
what?
conversation. This is
What
like a
did you
light
beat?
conversation. What are you here to fucking yell about?
Sadia.
soccer?
I'm Mexican.
Sadia,
Relax.
listen, dude, you sound like you're from fucking buttfuck nowhere. I don't need to talk about where you're from, okay? Just tell me what you came up here to talk about.
I'm not Mexican.
Yeah, I know. You fucking suck, dude. We know. Now, what are you up here to talk about?
I do not work cheap labor in America.
Dude, I make more than you. I make more than you sitting here. Then
Selling your ethics and your life for Israel.
you're selling your ethics and your life for Israel.
My shit. The
My
one
shit, I
is
wipe my
Gourmet
I
Fortino,
wipe my
amigo,
shit with my left hand. I take the left hand and I wipe my shit with my left hand and then I sniff my hand. Dude, listen, I meant my normal job. My normal job. I make more money. Shut the fuck up. I make more money sitting here with my normal job is what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the whole Israel shit. This I just do because it's a stress reliever for me, honestly. I just like screaming at you guys. I'm talking about my normal job. I make more than you. But anyways, listen, if you guys
Baby, I'm
come
gonna
up
look
here, you have to just... I'm sorry, what? Hello? What? Hello? 1, 2, 3?
I'm sending you something.
Oh. Anyways, if you guys come up here, though, seriously, just tell me what you want to talk about. I don't need to hear anything else about Mexicans or whatever. JTL, test. Bro, what is up with your mic, dude?
Bro, you just got a lion, dude.
What? I don't see a lion.
Someone just sent you a lion, dude.
Why didn't it show up on my screen? Alright, JTL, I'm gonna have to drop you because that thing is... Oh, what the heck? That's not fair. Well, anyways,
Thank you, dude.
thank you so much, Darks Daddy, for the lion. I really appreciate it. I see it in the live chat like thing where it says lion, but it didn't show up for me. That's that kind of
Amazing,
really...
bro. Thank you. That's fucking awesome, dude. So nice. Jesus.
That makes me sad that I didn't get to see it. Whatever.
You can download it.
Either way, yeah, I'll download it because you know what? It'll show up in my every time someone sends a gift, it shows up in my little thing after in the request.
He said you're the Lion of Judah. That's
Appreciate you, Darks. I remember you
Thank
actually.
you.
Darks and I already follow each other because
Oh shit! I didn't. Let me follow you back there. That's awesome.
we've had conversations before. It feels like a while ago, but yeah, I do remember you. So thank you so much, Darks Daddy, for the lion. I really appreciate you. Love ya. And F you, TikTok.
W Darks in the comments. DARX.
Hey, so you support Israel, right?
Wow. Hey, what's up, Corey? How are you doing?
I'm doing good. All right, so
What's on your mind?
I'm going to try not to deflect. So you support Israel, right?
Go on. I feel like you can answer that yourself, so go on.
Yeah, because you have the Israel flag in your bio.
Good job. You got
Yeah,
context.
Yeah.
Context skills.
So-
That's good.
So basically, why do you support Israel?
Really? That's your question?
No, I'm just trying to build off of.
I mean, that's just such a vague question. It's like I can spend hours and hours explaining it to you. Or we can get to a...
Yeah, you
Can't
just
hear.
deflected.
How did I deflect?
We asked a simple question of
Right.
why do you
We?
support Israel, and you
Who's we?
immediately just went whoa.
Who's we? Do you have a friend group
And
over there or
and you were-
something? Are you guys hanging
Okay,
on the
hold on
pod?
1 second. I don't think you know what the word deflect means. Deflect would be
Yeah.
if I talk about a completely different subject. I'm answering your question.
You just
You're
did.
avoiding the question.
You're avoiding the trust.
So avoiding is not the same thing as deflecting. Deflecting would be
Oh, so
changing the...
you're-
Can you stop talking
so
for
you're
a
not-
second, dude? Just relax. Take a breath. Why are you acting like this? You guys sound like adults. Just relax. Stop being like those little weird leftists where you guys do that forced fake giggle laugh, you know? Just listen to the whole thing, and then maybe you'll learn something. Anyway, so deflection would be as if you had one subject and I deflected to a different subject, right? You guys are saying I'm avoiding the question. I didn't avoid the question. I said shut the fuck up. Just listen to the whole thing. Holy shit. Just listen. Just listen to everything. Stop doing the fake giggle. Just listen to the whole thing. I know you got your boyfriend in the back, but just relax, all right? Anyways, so I'm not avoiding the question. What I'm saying to, all right, dude, listen, if you guys keep interrupting me, I'm not gonna be able to have the conversation with you. All right, I'd love to have the conversation with you, but I can't do it if you guys keep interrupting. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, are you guys over 18? No. I don't want to see your ugly face. Are you over 18?
Probably not. They were just using like a
Invited to my
Snapchat filter.
camera.
What the fuck?
I just want to know if you're over 18. Holy shit. What is so fucking hard about
we
this?
are.
Okay, so can you guys act like adults, please? Thank you. Anyways, so don't unmute. Just listen to the whole thing. If you guys interrupt again, I'm going to have to just drop you because it's just not worth the waste of time. Okay? So let's try our best to act like adults. I'm sure you guys will destroy me in this debate. You sound very intelligent on the Israel-Palestine conflict. I'm very excited to learn, but it's not going to happen if you guys keep doing the weird fake giggle laugh. Okay? So anyways, what I'm saying is I'm not avoiding the question. Okay, I'd be more than glad to answer. In fact, I'm trying to get you guys to get more specific. If anything, I'm trying to answer even better. Now, if you guys would take the time to listen to what I'm saying instead of just fake laughing, you would have heard me say, hey, that's such a vague question, right? I could go off on the hours and hours to tell you about all of the research I've done, the degree I have in Middle Eastern history. I can explain that. However, I can already tell, and I've been proven right, I'm vindicated, that you guys will not wait for me to go on and on and on. So what I asked you guys is, can you get a little bit more specific instead of just saying, hey, why do you support this very complex, matter like geopolitics? That's what I said. I'm not avoiding the question. Do you understand real quick? Before we keep going, do you understand the difference? Okay.
Listen.
I told you guys, listen, if you're scared to debate, just say you're scared to debate. Okay? Wait, he has pronouns in his bio? Oh, fuck. I should have probably understood from there. Anyways, listen, if you guys are scared to debate, you're scared to debate. That's fine. But just try your hardest to pretend like you're not scared. All right? I'm going to need you to do me a favor. Go take 5 minutes. Go in front of the mirror. Splash your face with some water. Okay? And then come back up and say, hey, Nick, I apologize for acting like a freak. Right? I'm sorry about my boyfriend also acting like a freak. We are actually up here to have an adult conversation. If you guys could do that for me, then I'd be more than glad to. But I really don't have time to try to babysit he, she, they, them, she, he, she, thems. Zeezer. Yes, hello, Big Jew Mountain Dew.
Hey, what's up? I'm a huge fan. I really like all the things that you've been doing, educating all of us in Middle Eastern history, and I really have a lot of respect for everything you've been doing. I'm actually ethnically Mizrahi Jewish, and I knew a little bit. I wasn't mitzvahed growing up, so I didn't know all of the really fine details about what was going on, but I heard
Is
a
your
lot
mom
about.
Jewish?
No, my father is. That's why I said that I'm ethnically Jewish, but I wasn't mitzvah or anything. My mom's Spanish, but she grew up Methodist. But I wasn't really raised religious either way. We read the Old Testament stories when I was a kid, and we celebrated Hanukkah and we celebrated Christmas. It's not like I didn't learn Hebrew or any of that stuff, but I think it's really fucking dope that you join the military and then you come back and then you're what's it called? Motivated enough to learn, not just physics, which is it's not for the weak of mind, let's say, and then what's it called? And then just history on top of that. I also really love physics and history, so.
Cool, man. Well, I appreciate the support.
Yeah. Are you familiar? Did you work with Lagrangian framework when you were when you studied physics?
Nope, not that I remember.
Oh yeah. So I've been learning a lot about these two frameworks, Lagrangian framework and Hamiltonian framework, and yeah, it's really dope. And I'm trying to make this invention idea right now, where it's like a physics educational idea, and it's a really long story, but I've been
well, thank you so much for
it.
the support. I appreciate it, and good luck with the physics.
No problem. Have a good one.
Yep. Bye bye. Michelle, what's up? Hello, Michelle. If you're speaking, we can't hear you because you're paused. You are outside of the app. Okay.
WNB, toda.
Hey, what's up, Nick?
Hello, Hence. What's up?
Yeah, I have a question, like a quick question. Like, whenever you debate people and they like bring up the topic of like the Jews run the media and stuff like that, like, how do you usually respond to that?
Just ask them
Because
how.
like I feel like it's kind of like hard to respond to something where you can't really give an answer.
Sure you can. Ask them, what do you mean? Have them explain it.
Have them explain it. Like, whenever people bring it up to you, what do you usually say?
That. What do you mean?
Like, how many people have brought that up?
All the time.
All the time?
Yeah.
Like Myron Gaines?
I can't remember if he brought it up or not when I debated him.
Yeah, because I mean, I see the flag in his back. It says the Jews run the world. You asked him about that?
No, I don't care about that topic.
Yeah. Okay, well, I was asking a question.
It's like if somebody brings it up, I'll ask them, what do you mean? And then they never ever can get past like 1 or 2 steps at best. And then it just crumbles down. But I don't care to like go straight into that topic because I don't really give a shit. I mean, if they think the Jews are better than them to the point that they're only 0.2% of the world, but somehow they were able to figure out how to control everything, the whole world.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, it's a dangerous trope that can be used as justification. However, the reason I don't care is it's not like if you debunked that one trope that all of a sudden those people wouldn't be anti-Semitic anymore. They're just using that as an excuse. So I will
feel like
talk
comes
about
from
it, but it's not something that I'm going to focus on unless it comes up.
Yeah, I agree. Like, can they kind of use it as like a fuel for like an anti-Semitic kind of approach to things? Because I mean, when a lot of times you ask them simple questions about certain things, they don't really kind of give a stupid answer. But yeah, I had a question. Yeah, all right, man. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Bye.
Toda, Naptosh.
The Real Sal, thanks for the super chat. Fresh
Oh,
pineapple.
yeah, man.
Yep. Fresh pineapple. Gabagol. Gabagol. With real mutts. Like grande with a well done crust. It will change your mind. Don't overdo it with the pineapple. Yeah, you're just wrong, Real Sal. And the fact that you actually are saying stuff like capicola and mozz instead of mozzarella, or mozzarella instead of mozzarella, right? The fact that you're saying that makes me feel like you're either Italian or you're from New York. And it makes me real sad to see people from New York saying pineapple belongs on pizza. How New York has fallen. Die Canadian Zionists would love to debate Canadian politics sometime. What's there to debate? You guys suck.
Thanks, Kadima.
I'm just fucking with you guys. I love my Canadian hat. Larry Wilson, you restore my faith in good people. Love your debates, but you never bring up the San Remo Accords. I have brought up the San Remo Accords. It recognized a pre-existing Jewish state and the need to reconstitute it. Howard Grief wrote a book on it. I brought up San Remo. Made me smile. That guy just wanted someone to talk to. You should have let him stay a little longer. I don't know which guy you're talking about. If you're talking about the guy that kept interrupting and fake laughing, no. Sorry. I take your advice and I reject it. People that do that give me a fucking headache. If you're talking about somebody else, I'm not sure. That's my bad. Chandler, what's up?
What's going on, Nick? So I want to talk about the second bullet point with you. The
Okay.
America first or America only. Whenever you're saying that, whenever to you, is America only mean that we are like going back to like pre-World War II, where we're trying to be just completely isolated by ourselves?
We weren't completely isolated pre-World War II.
Well, okay. I mean, I could be wrong, but is that what you mean by that?
No, no. It's first off, Teddy Roosevelt was the first person to really put us on like a world stage level. There were still aspects we had even before him. I'm just saying like the real big push. So that was it wasn't a World War II specific thing. That being said, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about people who have this idea that we should just be complete isolationists.
Okay, so completely. So America only just means completely isolated from the rest of the world.
Means exactly what
Essentially.
it sounds like only.
Yeah.
I don't
And
know
then
that many people that think that, but you'd be surprised. They come up and think that.
Well, so I really just want a clarification because I'm looking at the two, and I'm like, before I came up, trying to dig into it with myself and understand it. The America First, I understand. Like, I understand the view. I think that sometimes it can be too giving, though. I think that there are people who, or I think we've had politicians who are very willing to give money to other countries that don't share the same amount of burden that we do.
Okay, like who?
So for me, the example I'll bring up is like Taiwan. I don't know the exact amount of money.
Yeah, I don't know
Right,
how much
but
money we give to them. It's more of guarantees that we give to them, but
yeah,
that's to stop Chinese influence.
That is
yeah.
crazy.
Let me see here. How much money do we give to Taiwan every year? Yeah, no, we don't give anything to them.
So it's just a security guarantee.
It says the United States does not give general cash subsidies or traditional foreign aid to Taiwan. Taiwan is actually already a wealthy, high-income economy. However, the U.S. does allocate varying amounts of defense-related assistance and security funding authorized by Congress, such as FMF and security stockpiles, which have totaled hundreds of millions to over $1 billion in recent authorizations to support regional deterrence. I don't mind that because that is us spending significantly less money to have other people do military actions so we don't have to do it ourselves. Same thing we do with Israel, Saudi Arabia in some aspects. I'm sure there's other things I can think of. South Korea, although I think we put a lot more into South Korea than we do other countries.
Aren't they cutting some of that?
Trump is threatening it because of them saying they didn't want to help us with Iran, which at first I was a little upset with Trump. Not necessarily because of how he's treating South Korea. I actually agree with them with that. It's like, hey, look, we give you guys a lot of money. South Korea is one of our greater allies. We give you a lot of money. We give you literal troops that have been there for decades, and you're not going to help us. Like, that's kind of fucked up. What pissed me off with Trump, though, is him cozying up too much to Kim Jong-un. You can be pissed off at South Korea without praising North Korea.
So what do you think about, I mean, the idea of only giving assistance in general, so whether it be financial, security assistance, anything, but only if it is giving America some sort of very clear and evident benefit?
Yeah,
I
of
could
course.
say,
What do you mean?
okay.
That's what we do now, I feel like. But yeah, we shouldn't give anything to anyone unless there's a benefit to us.
Well, the reason I asked is because I've had conversations with others who they feel like, and I haven't heard you talk about it enough to like understand your stance on it, that we should give things to people just to countries because they're less fortunate, which I don't agree
No,
with.
absolutely not. Fuck no. We're not the fucking world charity, and neither do I want to be. Absolutely no.
Do you think that we should also, or what do you think about us also not being the world's like security guarantor? I think there are certain places where it's strategic, right? Like I do think that Korea is a strategic place. I can see the strategy in Taiwan and definitely
If it
in Israel.
is, yeah, if it is beneficial to America, which a lot of cases they are, then yes, we should absolutely be the world police. But if it has no benefit to us or even care, and no, I don't think we should. I don't think we do, to be honest. I don't. Where are areas that we provide security guarantees that we've actually utilized that wasn't strategic for us?
So I personally don't understand it enough to talk in depth about it, but like the Ukraine is one that I've seen a lot of people have conversations about that I don't fully understand why we gave so much to the Ukraine. I understand helping them with the fight, but that fight is also over a relatively small piece of land.
Here's what I would say. I agree and disagree. The part I do agree with is it's been an incredible amount of money. The reason I disagree, but not with necessarily with you, but the general aspect is we should not be giving that much money, but not because I don't want to stop Russian influence. I think we should. But what pisses me off is that Europe is the next place that Putin will go, right? Once if he were to take Ukraine, so why the fuck are they not helping as much as they should be? That's what makes me upset. It's not us helping Ukraine that bothers me. I think we should. I just think we need to be putting way more pressure on these European countries instead of just trying to. Right now, everyone in America is arguing if we should or should not be helping Ukraine, and not many people are saying, well, we probably should help Ukraine, but why are we fronting most of the bill?
Yeah, but to me, the way that I would like the idea that you're bringing up, it all kind of ties back to me as to we have gone for a very long time as being the world's like bodyguard, and we try to go in and like be the world's like big brother, especially for like European countries, right? Like I think that we've done that too long, and we've made it so much of an expectation because we haven't always put ourselves
right. Well, what
at the forefront of importance.
I think we need to do both, right? What we need to, and this is something I do really enjoy about Trump, is he does call out people for not giving as much as we give them. I don't mind giving to our allies and even helping them out with security, but there needs to be something that's a bigger benefit to us. In fact, I would argue not even a neutral. It needs to be a net positive for America because we're giving. It's like basic trade back in the day. You know, some guys like, I have a goat, you have that necklace, I'll give you goat, you give me necklace because I have what you want, you have what I want. Boom, boom. If I'm giving you security or guarantees for security or military weaponry that you don't have, you should be giving me something I don't have. Now, to be fair, a lot of countries don't have stuff that we don't, but some do. Like with Ukraine, Trump was securing that deal with the minerals and stuff. That's a good idea. Hey, you have that. We don't. We give you this. You give us that. That's how it's pretty basic, right? They were able to figure out in Samaria thousands and thousands of years ago and the ancient Middle East. Feel like we should be able to figure that out today.
Right, and see the reason that I would lean more towards like the America only, like lean towards that side more than America first, as far as the way the ideologies stand now, is because like if we keep talking about Europe, like we've given how many? Well, we give I don't know, I can't remember the exact number, somewhere in the mid, like 30,000-40,000 troops. We essentially supply same way we do to Korea. Like they're not at the direct behest of the German government, but they are there because the German military is not the same size as we are, and we are. If something happens, we're going to fight for them too. And same thing in Korea. I think that we don't like. What are we benefiting from that? I can like it for Israel, right? I would way rather devote those troops to Israel right now than give them to because it makes no sense to put them in Germany, but they're not really doing anything. We have a vested interest in what's going on in the Middle East. Israel is the biggest, at least from my point of view, they have the capabilities to be our biggest help in the Middle East, which is the problem part of the world right now. So I think we do a really bad job of not putting not a really bad job. I think we do a bad job of not putting our own interests at the forefront sometimes. And
that's something I do really enjoy about Israel is Israel never really asks us, hey, can you put your troops here or there? They always say like, hey, you supply us with some stuff, we buy things from you, but we got it. It's our fight. I do agree with you. Like I said, I want starting to move forward. I don't want to be America only in that sense, but if countries don't start putting more into our interests or giving us more money or more something to compensate us for not just the current security that we give them, but also the past decades of security that we've given them with no fair payment, if you will. If they don't start doing that, then we should start pulling out from them. And yeah, I agree with that. And if that ends up making us quote unquote America only, I guess so be it. But I don't think that's beneficial for America. What's beneficial is for us to give the world what we can offer better than anyone else, and that's weaponry and security to our strategic allies. I agree with you. Not places that are not strategic allies. Yeah. But we still need to get something back in return, whether it be money, compensation, minerals, oil, whatever. Something needs to come back to us to justify it because we spend a lot of money that comes from our taxpayers. And so, yeah, we need to be able to give that back to the taxpayers.
Okay. Your stance makes sense. I understand like where you're coming from now. Can I ask you one more question before I
Yeah, of
hop
course.
off?
Yep.
I know it's not on your prompts, but
It's
I'm
okay.
curious to know what you think. So I know you were in the Navy, right? You were in
Yeah.
it for 12 years. Okay.
About almost 12
Were
years.
you a submariner?
Yep, I was a submariner. Yep.
Real quick, what's that like? Because I've never been on one, but I've heard it sucks.
It sucks. I don't know how he did it for so long. Oh my god, bro.
How do you know it sucks? You've never been on a
You
submarine.
showed me first of all videos. Also, you've literally shown me like in person how much. No, thanks. No thanks. It takes a brave human to do that. Not me.
I mean, look, it's something you get used to. It's a yeah, I mean, yeah, it does suck. when you're underwater for 6 months, you know, on a deployment, you pull up in a port once in a while, but for the most part of those 6 months, you're underwater in a metal tube. You know, yeah, no, it can get a little,
Yeah. My first corpsman,
Tight in there,
he
bro.
was a where he worked on the clinic on a submarine, and he was telling me all about it. But I don't understand how people choose to do that. But so my question to you is though, I have my own opinions about how we should have dealt with this. But what do you think about the Iran situation right now?
Yeah, first off, the person in the comments says subs apparently have good food. That's propaganda. It's bullshit. It's not true. I'm just kidding. It's better food. It's not good food. But yes, we have better food than the surface fleet because one, the bread is pretty good because they, you know, we have a limited amount of space, obviously, so they can't, you know, bring bread on board because it would just go bad. We're not like the surface fleet where you can have a helicopter, you know, ship you new stuff. So they have to make the bread fresh every single day. So the bread is good. But
Cowzilla wants to know, do you eat subs on a sub?
yeah, we've had subs on a sub. And also the captain eats what we eat. So the cooks are more inclined to do a better job, whereas the cooks might do a better job for the officers, but they don't have to give the food to the, you know, enlisted. But on the submarine, the officers eat what the enlisted eat. It's all the same food, including the captain. So it's better food, but again, it's not good food. We had packages that was rejected by the prisons. Like the prisons rejected the food, and so they gave it to us. That's actually a true statement. Anyways, how we should have handled Iran. Yeah, listen.
How we're currently handling it.
Yeah, I don't like
do you
how we're
think is the right way to go
currently.
about it?
No, I don't like Trump's little, you know, pulling back so
Theories.
much and yeah, saying like, oh, we're gonna keep going with the MOU and they really, really want a deal, and then they keep breaking shit or they're using their proxies to break the ceasefire, like Hezbollah, and Trump is like,
He's putting like an economic whatever on them or something.
I like what he's doing. Okay, let me rephrase. When I said right now, I just kind of meant the past like couple months. What he's doing literally right now, I love it. I love that he has economically isolated them. He has
done that like a couple times ago.
Yes, he's economically isolating them. The blockade is extremely effective, and it's perfect because we're coming up on midterms, so it's going to be low in the news. Once midterms ends, if Trump uses this benefit that he has economically isolated them and crushed them, one second, baby, economically crushes them, and then once the midterms finish, if he can go back to, you know, to the war, I think that would be really good. But I like how he is economically crushing them right now.
I do like also that he said to the other nations that like would think to support them that there'll also be consequences for them.
Yeah, I think Iran is legitimately freaking out a little bit because they know.
Well, can I give you my stance and then you just tell me what you think about it?
Sure.
So I personally think that we have, I don't know the exact amount of, you know, what the total cost would be for all the missiles that we've sent, but I think that the only thing keeping us from, or I think the biggest thing keeping us from putting boots on ground, which would be the most effective way to handle it, is if we really want to eliminate the threat, is because the country is, or the society that we're in now, or how it has shaped out in the past, you know, 20 years, can't stomach the idea of that actually taking place, because they are too soft nowadays to understand that that's what it takes sometimes, because they've never went through a crisis big enough that was really in their face to understand that it's necessary sometimes.
Yeah, I think if we were to do boots on the ground, I would just start with Karg Island only. I wouldn't do a major deployment.
What would you consider a major deployment? Like size-wise?
Well, it's the same thing with like with Iraq. It's not like it ever starts off with a big size right off the bat, but you start to deploy hundreds here, thousands here, and then sooner or later you just do this elongated like occupation in certain areas. I don't think it'd be smart to do that in Iran because of the terrain of Iran. It's super. First off, it's huge. It's
Yeah, it is
freaking
very large.
huge. What I want to do is Karg Island makes a lot of sense. That's very strategic. It's relatively small. What I want to do is economically isolate them, destroy their economy, get to the point where they start capping these oil wells because they have nowhere to put the oil because there's no ships. You can't have land routes, which is what Iran has been shifting to. A lot of people, a lot of leftists were like, "Oh, Iran is bypassing Trump. His economic plans failing. They're just doing land routes now." These leftists are stupid. They don't realize land routes couldn't even carry 10% of what ships used to do for them. So yeah, sure, it's a minor, tiny little relief, but that's it. It's not a long-term gain. It's not a long-term plan. They're gonna have to start capping these oil wells. They're gonna start economically. There's going to be economic failure in this country beyond what we already saw even before the war, when their top 5 banks were already on the verge of collapsing because of the corruption that they did in Iran. So they already started off from a very low end. Iran, they in the Persian Gulf, right? They have these natural gases. They give like 50% of that funding to Qatar, or that benefits to Qatar. And so Iran, a country that should be one of the highest economically should be one of the highest in the world, already started off at a low end. So if we can do that and then strategically take Karg Island, you really will crush them economically. And then from there, what I would do, now I'm one of these, right-wing extremists, I guess I've been told, but from there, I would, when the boot's on somebody's neck, especially a terrorist neck, you don't lift it up, you push down harder. Even when they're begging you to lift up the boot, you push down harder. I would start destroying some of their infrastructure that's necessary for the IRGC survival. And then I would actually start arming the militia groups. Now, I know there's some rumors about the Kurds and they took some of the guns. I don't know if that's true or not. If it is, that's very disappointing. I'm going to hope that it's not. And you start arming some of these rebellion groups, because I think the best way to free a country from an oppressive regime is not to go in and do it by force, but to have the people of the land do it. But the Persian people who want to free themselves from this Islamic regime, they don't have the capability. But if we can weaken the IRGC strong enough, then maybe they'll have a fighting chance. And then from there, I would have Israel go in with drones and stuff and the technology that we know Israel's capable of creating, and start helping the rebellion groups on the ground by having overhead surveillance and telling them where they should go. Hey, there's people over here, there's people over there. That's what I would like to see.
With that part of it, I do agree with you. Having it, like, rebellion groups go in and do it, or at least enabling them to be able to do it, would be the best thing to do. But the only thing that would be the pinch point on that plan would be, we have to find somewhere where they can safely travel to for us to then put in Green Berets and MARSOC to train them to do the thing. And then I don't think equipping them would be an issue. I think training them to be able to get the job.
Well, that's
done
why I
would be
said the
major.
Kurds. The Kurds don't need a lot of training. The Kurds they're just natural fighters, and they have been fighting for the West for over
Are those
100
the white
years.
ones? What's the never, I'm thinking about something Rob
some
O'Neill
Kurds
said.
some Kurds are pretty light skinned. Did you say white? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I just heard a story about Rob O'Neill, but I thought he said Kurds. He was telling a story about like a redheaded jihadist he was fighting at one point. I thought it was the Kurds, but
the Kurds have been fighting for the West, and we've kind of been screwing them, to be honest with you, for over 100 years now. So the Kurds they're good fighters. I don't think they need a lot of training. Oh no, we have an Iranian that can come up and speak about it. Yes, Cheyenne.
Hi there. How are you?
All right, good.
Hey, what you said about, was so true, actually. Like, I totally agree with what you said, that eventually people of Iran is the ultimate force to be able to topple the regime, But what you said is still right. Like, they need that help from outside, because the regime is weaponized. They have live ammunition shooting at people. And we saw for past 4-6 months, they fought against USA and Israel, and like, what the hell? They're still surviving that, which is so crazy. Like, the two of the greatest armies and military in the world attack them, and they're still there. How can people with no weapon do it? You know, how can we people with no weapons topple them?
Yep, I agree.
And we need that. We really need that help. And the courts that you said you don't know about if they really took the guns. They really took the guns, bro. They proudly say it. They proudly say we took the guns, which is crazy.
Why? Why they do that?
So what happened was President Trump said, we're going to send you the help, right? So they immediately gave their guns to courts to take it to Iran because they can go through the mountaineers and rough terrains to get it, to pass the border and get to Iran, right? But apparently, this is literally what they told President Trump. President Trump even said it on the news. He said, they told me that we saw the guns and we thought it's too beautiful to go to Iran, so we kept it for ourselves. And he's like, dude, that was meant for people of Iran to free themselves. What are you talking about, you know? And then he told them, you guys are going to pay back for it. And I think right now the courts are getting attacked by Islamic Republic is the result of that. Like, actually, I think President Trump is actually like letting IRGC know where these courts are so they can like hit them back and kind of like retaliate for what they did. I don't know.
How big is the ethnic group?
The
of
Kurds?
Yeah, the Kurds.
So the courts that we have two courts. There is a courts in Iraq, right?
Right.
That President Trump that tried to contact.
You also have to
them.
remember there's like a lot of different Kurds all the way from effectively Turkey all the way to Iran.
Yes. And like for instance,
just inside of Iran.
The Iraqi Kurds, actually, they are anti-IRGC. That's why it really pisses me off that it's true that they did take the guns. It's very selfish. But anyways, keep going.
So yeah, you know, their actually their leader, the Iraqi Kurds leader, was in Iran's leader's funeral. He was there, and while he's there, IRGC was rocketing and sending, you know, I don't want to say the name, to the Kurds in Iraq. And I'm like, how can you be in leader of Iran's funeral while your own people are getting attacked? That's crazy.
That's weird.
That's like the politics behind it is like, wow. But the Kurds in Iran, there are a lot of them, but they are not agreeing with the Kurds in Iraq, because the Kurds in Iraq want to build their own country, basically a little bit of Iraq, a little bit of Iran, Kurdistan.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
But the Kurds of Iran don't want that. That's why they don't get along.
I don't really understand culture-wise, like the Middle East. So I know what Kurds are, like how there's different tribes that span throughout the Middle East. Are Kurd? Do they not view themselves as like a concise group, or they separate themselves?
I think they're pretty tribal. I think they do separate themselves.
They do, yeah.
I gotta say, Cheyenne, you sound very Iranian.
I love the Iranian accent. Oh my god, it's the best.
You're the most Iranian sounding person I ever heard.
It's so good. I love it.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I do have the accent, and I know that, you know. But you know, the Kurds are good people, but they had a problem with the king, the Shah, before, right? And they have a problem with Islamic Republic, and that's like where they put them. Okay, then we have to be on our own. You know, that's why they don't have really good allies, because they don't like either side.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you for the lesson. I appreciate it. It's very complicated.
My pleasure. You can send me down whenever you want. I just wanted to give you a little detail about that.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
And I don't know how.
Nick, I'm gonna drop down too.
Drop me down.
All right.
But Nick, when are you doing another like panel? Not panel like on TikTok, but I watched your or I listened to the digital playground stuff today. When are you doing another one like that?
The what today? I'm sorry.
I watched it. Is it called the digital playground?
The Sean Kelly thing, I think.
Oh, I don't know. That's the 1v10 I did.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Whenever Sean wants, Sean and I speak all the time, so we'll just have to.
Well, not specifically that one. Are you doing like another one, or are you ever gonna do like a 1v20?
Well, yeah. Anytime somebody asks me, I will. The next official debate I have set up is the one that's coming up in Orlando in October 23rd, 24th, or 24th, 25th, whatever that Saturday, Sunday is. It will be in Orlando. It's going to be an in-person debate. I'm going to be debating someone named History Speaks, and there's also a second debate. I got to be honest, though, I don't remember with who, but I will be doing 2 debates in person
Wait,
in
how do
Orlando.
you not remember who you're gonna be debating?
Because I debate a lot of people, dude.
Oh,
Would you ever
like
debate Brian
formally?
Shapiro?
He has face blindness too. He forgets what people look like and what their names are. So
All the pro
Okay.
pallies are the same to me. I'll destroy every single one of them, so
Yeah,
I don't
it's
really
not
care that much
much of an
to
issue.
consider. There's nobody in the world that's going to beat me or that I'd be scared to debate Israel-Palestine on, to be honest with you. Anyway,
Okay.
so one second over. Chandler's about to leave, but he had a couple more
I'm
things.
sorry.
You're good. Chandler, what'd you say?
Yeah, I was asking, would you ever debate Brian Shapiro?
Ryan Shapiro. Is that like ginger
He's
dude?
a weird redheaded fuck that wears
Yeah.
he wears the Irish cap.
Is he pro-Palestinian?
Oh yeah,
He's pro. Yeah, he's pro.
Shapiro, is he Jewish?
Yeah, he is Jewish.
Oh yeah,
Shapiro.
Yeah,
Shapiro.
Shapiro. That's like the most loot.
He's got a Jewish last name. He looks like straight off the boat from
Ireland?
Cork, like County Cork. Yeah, whatever. Like
I gotta be honest with you. Debating, I love debating Jewish anti-Zionists. I mean, I would say yes, no matter what name you would put there, if it's about Israel Palestine. But I gotta be honest, if it's a Jewish anti-Zionist, I love it because it's like an a non-Jewish Zionist versus a Jewish anti-Zionist. It's like my favorite debate.
Yeah.
He tried to get into it with Andrew
I love
Wilson a
those
little
too.
bit on one of the debates they did, and it was like it got shut down pretty quick. But he's a clown. But I would like it to see it because the first part, that the big dude in the Hawaiian shirt that on the 1v10 that you did, he kind
The
of
one
started
that
getting
literally everybody. Yesterday I was watching it, babe. Like again, just because I wanted to. Every comment, every single one was talking about that dumbass.
Yeah, he
and how
sucked.
stupid he was.
Yeah.
Like he
But-
really outdid all the other dumbasses. It was crazy. Anyway.
the first part, like where
I watched it over because I was like, oh, he must have had like something. Dude was owned in every way that you can imagine. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, well, no,
Crazy.
the part that got me was the Ivrit, and he wasn't understanding that Ivrit
Oh,
was Hebrew.
Ivrit, it's the
And
best.
that part,
Oh my
I
God.
was today at work. I'm like, it's pissing me off. And like him getting angry and then seeing it get kind of chippy. Brian Shapiro does that same thing where he kind of starts getting chippy with people, and I would just like to see it because he did it. Do you know who Carson Carpenter? He has some like very harsh words. I would, if you ever get the chance, please do because I would love to watch it.
What's his name?
The kid, his name is a kid named Carson Carpenter. He's like he's a conservative kid, but he debated Brian Shapiro on the same show that you did, but it was a while back.
Mm-hmm.
But if you ever get a chance, I'd love to see it. But I'm gonna let somebody else get up here.
All right, thank you. Have a good one.
Yeah, man, have a good night.
Keep
You
that
too.
name in
Peace.
mind. So, okay, here's some-
Okay, over.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I believe that we should primarily focus on domestic issues like hypergamy because those will be any more crucial than any foreign policy decision us Americans can make.
Are you telling me that's what you want to debate? What are you asking here?
Yeah, no, I believe we should focus mainly on domestic issues. So, like, I would say I'm America first.
I mean, okay.
Yeah, no, I feel like we should not get into foreign affairs until we have our domestic affairs.
What does that
Okay.
mean? Domestic
like-
affairs will never be 100% perfect. So, like, what are you saying here?
I mean, like, for example, like, we should have like a 2.1 birth rate.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I feel like we should focus on that more than focusing on like doing
I'm
something.
just a little
Iran.
confused. Are you saying that you can't focus on 2 things at once?
I'm saying we should put almost all of our resources to solve
All of our
problems.
resources into a
Most.
2.1 plus. You want to
Yeah.
put most of our resources into having a 2.1 plus birth rate.
Yeah, no, I mean like.
Can you do me a favor?
Yeah.
What state do you live in?
Colorado.
Is that a red or blue state? It's blue, right?
I believe it's red. Yeah.
Is it red? Okay. Are you right wing or left wing?
Oh, center right.
Okay. Well, that's dangerous then, because if your if your state is more likely to vote for you, can you just do me a favor and never run for politics ever?
Why?
Because your policy just sounds like dog shit.
I'm I mean, it's pretty like important. Like, I mean,
No, I find that to be extremely important too. In fact, it's one of the biggest things I advocate for is the nuclear family. But to say we should take most of our resources and put it into one thing, you would be the worst politician ever. Please never run for politics. Never ever.
Okay, I mean, like we should spend a large portion of like our domestic like value.
Okay, where do we spend it? Okay, fine. So we have a $7 trillion budget. So you want to spend most of that. So let's say three and a half. Okay, sure. How much should we spend into making a 2.1 plus birth rate?
I mean, like I would generally advocate for.
That's awesome. Can you just answer the question that I asked?
Yeah.
That'd be great.
I mean, like I don't have like a specific budget.
Yeah, I'm not asking for anything difficult here, and I don't know why you're being so pedantic. It's not a hard question. I'm asking you. Oh, where'd he go? Why'd he run away?
Oh, I heard budget talk and I got so excited. All right, I'll come back later.
Okay, bye. Not even a bye over? You're just gonna just like straight up run away? Jeez. All right. User 4582. Over guy. User 4582. What's up? So the person in the YouTube comments, he ran away because you low-key being rude. If you're a bitch, don't ever go on the internet, let alone my live. If me trying to get you to just answer questions asked and stick to the topic, if that's something that will offend you, just stay off the internet. Because and also don't reproduce. Because we just don't need more bitches, honestly, in the gene pool. Hey, user, 1 second, Jay. User 4582, are you here, bud? I feel like I can hear you, maybe, or no? 1, 2, 3. Okay. Guess not. All right, Jay, you got the floor. What's up?
Oh no, I was going to ask you guys about. Well, I saw you hand that ass delivery to Sneeko. You know, with your first one. But I'll say, can I oppose you on your disagreement with Israel? Can I?
My disagreement with Israel, or your disagreement?
No,
with
mine.
Israel? Oh, got you.
Mine.
I must have misheard you. Yes, of course.
Yeah, well, you know, I'm dyslexic, so.
No, you might have said that. I could have totally misheard you.
Yeah, but I would have said it backwards. You know what I mean?
No, I got you. All right, what's up? What's on your mind?
Anyway, no, I'm a Christian. I saw October 7th. I was appalled, and honestly, I was like, "Ooh, go get them, go get them." You know what I mean?
But you didn't actually mean it.
What do you mean I didn't mean it?
I was just wondering if that's where you're going with it. Like, now it's too much or something.
Well, I mean, like October 7th happened on what? How many days?
Well, it happened for over 2 years straight. October 7th didn't end on October 7th. October 7th was
like
a start.
the incident. The incident.
Again,
October.
the incident lasted for over 2 years while the hostages...
crisis.
Right. The hostages started on October 7th, and the hostages didn't come back. Okay. The hostages didn't come back until, I believe, over 2 years
I'm not asking
later.
about the hostages. I'm asking about the incident.
I don't you
How
agree
long
that
did the attacks last
hold
that
on
day?
one
Is that what
second.
you're asking?
I'm sorry. I was talking to
Okay,
him.
1 second. Hold on. I'm just are you agree that the hostages were arguably the biggest part of October 7th, yes?
Well, no, I'm arguing that October
I'm just
7th.
asking you, were the hostages at least one of, if not the biggest part of October 7th? It's yes or no.
No, I would disagree
Really?
with you.
Okay.
Yes.
Wow. Okay. Why do you disagree
Would you
with
like
that?
to know?
Yeah, that's why I said why.
Yeah, no, because October 7th happened on a specific day, right? Multiple people were killed. I mean, it was a festival. I mean, these people came over and started massacring individuals.
Real quick,
right?
I don't mean to interrupt you, but you're not answering my question at all, not even a little bit. First off, it was way more than just a festival. A festival was only about 1/4 to 1/5 of the deaths, actually, so that's not even correct. But second, I asked you, hey, were the hostages one of the biggest parts of October 7th? You said no, which that's kind of insane.
They
but
weren't on
1 second.
October the 7th.
1 second.
No.
I'm trying to finish. What do you mean they weren't on October the 7th? What are you talking about?
On October the 7th, they were not the biggest The biggest issue. The biggest issue was the escalation, the firefighting, right? Would you
First
agree
off,
with me
I
on
said
that?
one of the biggest, and if
One.
somebody came into your house and hypothetically you had, let's say, multiple kids and your wife, and let's say they killed hypothetically your wife and 2 of your kids, and they kidnapped 3 of your kids. Let's just say you had 5 kids, okay?
Okay.
You're telling
Would
me,
that be
and then
over for you?
somebody, right, and somebody went to you and said, hey, would one of the biggest things that happened to you on that day was the kidnapping of your 3 kids, and you said no to that, would you be weird that they looked at you kind of like, what the fuck? Why would he say that?
But the
For those
first
people, it
thing is
wasn't
that they
over.
would have
I
to
didn't
explain
ask
to me
about the
that-
first thing. I said,
But
was
you
that
said the
one of the
second thing.
biggest things?
You said 2 biggest things.
I didn't say 2.
Right?
I said one of the biggest things was the hostages.
You said 2 of the biggest things.
I never said 2.
Yeah, you did.
I promise you I didn't.
It's
You
all
go
right.
on my YouTube and you can rewind and listen. I definitely said one of the
Okay,
biggest
we'll do-
things.
We'll do that. We'll do that.
Should.
All right.
So I'm going to
Yeah,
ask the
no.
question again,
My thing
as
is
I asked
that-
it the first time. Was one of the biggest things that happened on October 7th
One of
the
the
hostage?
biggest things.
Jesus Christ! All right, I can't have a conversation with you. You keep interrupting me.
I know. You
It's-
pick somebody talking to you directly, right?
It's not about being direct. It's just rude. You keep interrupting. It's impossible to have
Wow,
a
you're being
conversation.
rude. Now you make that decision for yourself, don't you?
What does that have to do with interrupting somebody?
Because I'm talking to you directly, man.
What does that have to do with interrupting? You can speak directly
It
without
has me
interrupting.
talking to you directly.
So you're saying you can't speak to somebody
I'm
directly
talking to you
unless you
directly.
stop. Are you saying that you cannot
Now
speak
you
to
muted,
some?
ladies
Oh,
and
Jesus
gentlemen.
fucking Christ. That guy's like 60, 70 years old, and he's acting like a fucking child. Anyways, what I'm asking you is, you're telling me it's impossible to speak to someone directly unless you interrupt them? What the fuck was wrong with your parents that they taught you as a child? Your parents taught you, hey son, you can't speak to someone directly unless you interrupt them. Like, what the fuck is wrong with your parents? Your parents fucking suck, dude. Holy shit, I hope you're not a parent so you don't continue that teaching into your next children. Jesus Christ. Sorry, cheese and crackers. I'm getting it, you guys.
All right.
Anyways,
all
Nate,
right,
what's up?
what's up, man? So I see you say Lindsay Clancy did it. I disagree with that.
Yes! 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 I've been waiting! And it's a guy, too. Where's Hebrew Hammer? Someone go get Hebrew Hammer.
I haven't even done my research on this yet. I don't want to talk
All right,
about
all
this.
right.
Let's do
First of all,
this.
it makes no
I don't want
sense.
to talk about this.
Nope, I want to talk about it. Yes. Okay, I'm gonna give you some context first, Nate. Okay, I haven't looked fully into it. Well, I don't know if anyone's fully looked into something, but you know what I mean. Except I am looking for people like you. That's why I'm so excited, because you're like the first one. Because I want someone to I want you to like convince me why she didn't do it. Okay, so I have a couple questions for you because I assume you've looked into this more than I have. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah.
Okay, good. First question. Is it true? I mean, I know it's true because I've read it everywhere, and including the court transcripts, all that stuff. But is it true that she admitted to doing it?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it also true that her defense attorneys have also said, like, they're not contesting that she did it?
Yeah. that's
Okay,
true.
good. So now that we've
That's
gotten
the
that out of
part
the
that I
way,
don't understand,
can you
but I-
please
again, I haven't
convince me how she did not do it, even though she said she did it, and her attorney says she did it?
Because she's a Leo, and Leos don't kill their cubs.
Ah, god damn it! I was so excited, Nate! I was so excited!
I'm so sorry. I just thought that was so funny.
Well, that was well done trolling. That was pretty good. Top notch.
Everyone,
Nate, I'll remember you for this, bro.
W
Good job.
W Nate in the chat. I was so excited.
I was really, yeah. I was like, no, not this.
All right, have a good one, Nick.
Hi,
Good job,
Nate.
Nate. That was good. That was good.
Hey, for all you trolls that come up here, that's how you fucking troll. That's how you do it.
That's it.
He had
Exactly.
me fucking hook, line, and sinker. That dude had me. I would have
Yeah,
given
he
him
won
my
the night.
life savings. That's how well he lied.
He definitely won the night for sure. Whoa. W Nate.
I was so excited. I need somebody. Listen, I'm not going to be mean to you guys. Seriously, I won't be mean. And if anyone on the panel's mean, I'll drop them. If you believe she didn't do it, I'm literally asking, come up because I want to know.
I will share what I watch with you after I watch it.
I'm
and we'll-
legitimately at a
we'll
point.
really go over it.
I'll even turn comments off if you're worried
You know
about the
what? Fuck
comments
this,
being
Nick.
mean.
Later, we'll watch something. About it. We'll see.
I want to know where you're coming from because I haven't looked a lot into it. I'm going to. I'm going to look into it. But until I
Do it
do,
with me together, so we don't.
until I do, I want to know. I want you to like convince me. Actually. Anyways, okay.
Yeah, my mind's open for real. I'm not even kidding.
My mind's not super open because it's like, again, she admitted to doing it, but still, I'm curious. I am very, very curious.
Okay. I, you know, there are people that I love and respect that hint on it. So, like, I just haven't done the research.
Okay. Go ahead.
What's up, man? I just going like with the last guy I was talking about. I want to ask, do you think like this whole Lindsay Clancy thing is setting like a dangerous precedence on women, you know, murdering their kids, or like just getting
no, I don't think people would murder their kids unless they themselves had a fucked up head, and that goes beyond just them having fucked up values. Let me try
I think
this.
it depends. I think some parents are just evil and crazy.
Yeah, because
as opposed to like mentally ill. I don't think every parent that's killed their children is just mentally ill, and we just cough it up to that. What about like, what's his face, Chris Watts? There's nothing that says that he was mentally insane. Not at all. If anything, he was just trying to cover up his affair and start over. So he killed his wife and his 2 kids, his 2 daughters, and put them in a fucking oil whatever. That's not mental illness. That is a fucking guy who knows what he's doing.
Yeah, it's crazy how they think because there's a lot of going on. Even a woman that happened in North Dakota, you know, I seen just a lot of news coming out where these women are just doing this shit now, you know, and it's I haven't heard people talk about the kids at all. They just talk about
okay. On top of that, I looked a little into it today, and I don't think she had psychosis. Like, I'm gonna go further. I'm not even, because there's some people saying, yeah, I do believe she did it, but I think she had like a severe mental health. I'm gonna go further and say, with the little amount of research I've done, I admit that I'm gonna look more into it. I think she didn't even have that. I mean, I'm sure she did have mental issues. I'm not saying she didn't, but psychosis, because
do it without me.
I found out that she took the kid that the husband was very like more attached to, you know, than the other kids. She strangled, I think it was the boy, right? Anyways, strangled this kid and then took that kid and put him in the office of the husband. She put him in the office so the husband would come home and see his favorite kid in his office. That is not the mind of a psychotic person. That's the mind of somebody that actually is focused on what they're doing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was like a big FU. I think that's like a big FU to him. You know
yeah,
what I mean?
and it required planning. I heard she even Googled like how long it would take for him to be gone by like Googling Google Maps and seeing where he was going and how long she had before he would come back home. Like that. Yes, I agree it's psychotic, academic. I'm not saying she wasn't psychotic. There's a difference between being psychotic and having like a psychosis break. There's a difference. I'm saying the idea that, oh, maybe she did do it, but she didn't know what she was doing. I think she knew what she was doing. That's the point I'm making. You have to be psychotic to kill your kids. Obviously, she was psychotic.
Yeah, I just don't think all these women that are supporting her really get the gist of that 3 kids are unalived, you know, and they're all children. Literally, it took them up to 4 minutes for each kid to be strangled, and it's sad. It really is. You know, I just came up to say that. I hope that she gets prison. Honestly, that's what I feel like.
I disagree, academic. Somebody kills their kids, they're psychotic. All right. Anyways, thanks, Mus, for coming up. Appreciate it.
All right, have a good night.
Bye.
Oh, hi.
Nope. Do you believe she didn't do it?
Of course she did, but I want to say that I don't know if you remember in 2001 there was a don't look at me like this. Just a second. So in 2001 there was a case of Andrea Yates. She's a Texas mother that drowned her 5 children after her husband left her alone, although the doctors told him she has severe psychosis. There are cases when psychosis can last for several hours. In that case of Lindsay Clancy, of course she did it, but there was a failure from the systems that she went through, basically.
I mean, I can probably agree to some extent that, however, I'm looking for the people that believe she didn't do it. But yeah, I'm sure there was some failure, but I don't believe there could be such a failure, because I heard she was also, like, the research I'd done, she was lying to everyone, telling her doctors and husbands she was taking the medication, and she actually wasn't. So I'm not saying that's not a failure. I'm just simply saying the system was probably giving her the stuff that would at least at minimum help. She just wasn't taking it. So that might be more of a...
This only determines whether she spends many years in prison or she spends lots of time in a mental institution.
But
I still don't think that she should be out on the street if she's capable of doing something like
But
that.
I don't believe that there's such a failure that you strangle your kids and Google how long it would take to, unalive each one, and Google, how long my husband's going to be gone based off of Google Maps. And, like, I'm sorry, she didn't seem that, messed up in that sense. She had a lot of forethought. She had a lot of pre-planning.
It was planned.
Right. It's not like it was something so impulsive, like she had a psychotic break and then she, I don't know, took a break and just hit her kid, or I don't know. It was something that was planned. It was something that was vindictive. I don't know. There's something a little bit more than just, I don't like the idea. I'm not saying you're doing it. I'm just saying subconsciously, by saying that, it almost alleviates some responsibility, and I don't like doing that.
Yeah, I get you.
But that being said, I'm looking for the people that believe she didn't do it. I need to find these people. It seems like there's so many. Where the fuck are they?
Vita Bella had a comment that if you're psychotic, it is psychosis. Just give her 2 cents. Hi.
Hey, girl.
Hey, what's up?
So I know this is really weird, and I do believe she needs to go to jail. However, I have bipolar 1, and I've had psychotic features. Not exactly like hers, but I will say from my experience that psychosis is, you can walk around with it and you look totally fine.
I'm sure that's
He was
true.
never diagnosed with it. He was never
Alright.
diagnosed with it.
I'm sure
None
that's
of the doctors
true.
diagnosed her with psychosis.
But regardless,
None of them diagnosed her
Yes,
with
she
it.
was.
No, she was not.
Okay.
She was not diagnosed with it.
But it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. I don't think I remember saying.
Relevant.
No, it's not. I don't think I ever said anything about not walking around with it or knowing if someone's walking around with it.
Oh, no.
I agree with that. It's just irrelevant.
But I mean, she unalived her kids. Why is it irrelevant?
That's what I'm saying. The idea that you can walk around with it is irrelevant to what she did.
I'm saying that you're dismissing psychosis, like I said, which is a psychotic feature. Psychotic features within psychosis. You can walk around. You think you know what you're doing. I mean, the fact, we're asking ourselves, who in their right state of mind would go and unalive their kids?
Do you agree
Well, that's the thing.
psychopathy is defined as a complete lack of empathy, amongst other conditions, but to include a complete lack of empathy?
Not always. No.
Yes, always. Psychopaths don't have empathy.
Are we talking about psychopath or psychotic issues now?
Well, I was talking about psychopath. Well, I was talking about psychopathy. That's what I was talking about. Psychopathy, excuse me.
Right. I just looked up, and she was not diagnosed with psychosis until after she killed the kids. None of the doctors that she saw beforehand
So-
diagnosed her with it.
What did they diagnose her with beforehand?
Postpartum
Yeah.
depression, it looks like.
And
That was after. I just looked it up. It was after.
so she was diagnosed with bipolar 1 after?
No, she was diagnosed with
What was
psychosis
Lindsay
after.
Clancy diagnosed with?
Before the murders. After
Sure.
the murders, who cares? Those people are paid.
Let me see. Forensic psychiatrist and expert witnesses. So she was diagnosed with postpartum. Starting she experienced. Yeah, I want to see what was she diagnosed with before the murders?
Oh, where'd this money come from?
Before the tragedy, Lindsay Clancy was diagnosed with and treated for generalized anxiety, severe insomnia, and depression. Medical
There you go,
providers
bingo.
at the time did not diagnose her with psychosis or bipolar disorder.
Okay, so
And what do you know? The
Hold
defense's
on.
doctor, who gets paid a lot of money,
Excuse me.
diagnosed her with psychosis.
Okay, just a
How
moment.
convenient.
So when you commit a horrible act like that, of course a doctor is going to reevaluate you. All right. So the question is, they're going to reevaluate you, but the question is here is no one in the right state of mind is going to do something like that.
If she was in the right state of mind, that's a different thing than psychosis, which means she doesn't know what she
I
was
know
doing.
what psychosis is. Thank you very much.
Yeah, but she didn't have it.
Do
Didn't
you know
have
what it is?
I do, and she
What
didn't
is
have
it?
it.
What is
because
it?
the
What
only
is-
person, because
what
all the
is
doctors,
psychosis?
it doesn't matter. All the
Psychosis-
doctors, it doesn't matter. All the doctors that saw her beforehand.
matter.
Psychosis is
No,
somebody
no,
who
no, no,
loses
it's-
touch with reality. I don't see how
Correct.
she.
I just said that.
don't see how she had that because she had so much planning into this. This isn't something that just came
wait a
over
second.
her. Oh, Jesus.
She
But
saw
if you're not in the
multiple
right state of
doctors.
King Hebrew, with all your
She
respect,
saw no. She saw multiple doctors,
Okay, not together,
multiple
talk together.
doctors beforehand. None of them diagnosed her with this. After
I
the
understand
murders,
that.
hold on.
Okay.
After the murders, the defense expert who gets paid a lot of fucking money said she had psychosis.
All right. Listen, I actually want to learn about this case, so let's everyone just woosah a little bit because I'm very curious, okay? So, yes. So she was not diagnosed with this. Sure, maybe somebody after the fact diagnosed her with it. Whatever. My point is one, I don't see why it particularly matters, to be honest. I do not see by how much planning she put into this, how much focus she had in doing this act. I don't want to remove responsibility and accountability by just saying, well, anyone who would do that would be not in a right state of mind. Of course they wouldn't. You don't kill your kid if you are, all good up in the head. But why should that really matter?
Exactly.
But why should
Well,
that
you
matter?
just said it. You just said it yourself.
Just for understanding purposes, I think personally, like I think it's at least okay to figure out if the person was out of their fucking mind and didn't know what they were doing. It depends.
But
where
I
they
say
put
she's
them
out of her
away.
mind and she did know what she was doing.
Okay,
Well,
that makes.
either way,
I
she
can
needs to be
agree.
put away, right?
Why
But
why
it's
did
just
she admit to doing it
it's
if she
just a
didn't?
decision on where to put her.
One second. Why did she admit to doing it if she didn't know what she was doing? If she didn't
that
know what she
makes-
was doing, wouldn't
A
she have
lot of
come
people
out?
admit to- a lot
But
of
just
people
let
do
me
that.
finish
You'd
the
be
question.
surprised.
Why would someone, especially with how much trauma would be to being the reason your children are dead? I mean, gosh, I couldn't even imagine. Wouldn't someone be like, no, I didn't do that?
You'd be surprised, baby.
I
You really
understand I'd be surprised. I'm asking, though, why would she admit to it?
would. A lot of people do.
I didn't say people didn't. I'm asking, why would they?
You know what she said when she was in the hospital recovering?
That's what I'm asking.
What was she saying? I need you to, if you can, look it up, or Danielle. She said
Yeah, I'm
something
gonna do a
about
whole thing
her
on this, Vita
kids.
Bella,
Her
because
kids were in a
I
better
wanna
place
know.
now. She said something about my kids are in a better place.
I'm sure
That's
she may or may not have
crazy.
believed that, but that's, again, I didn't. Anyone who kills their kids, man, woman, whatever, is crazy. I didn't argue that she wasn't. I argued that the idea that she had no idea what she was doing. She was divorced from reality. That's what I argue with. I could believe that maybe she wasn't in a right state of mind. Obviously, she wasn't. She
Okay.
killed her kids. That's not what I'm asking here. I'm asking this idea that we're removing accountability from someone who murdered her 3 children by saying, oh, it wasn't really her. Yes, it was.
I agree with it. I can agree both ways.
Unless
Okay.
somebody can give me a piece of information that I'm missing. It's possible. If I'm
Do you
missing
think-
something,
What do you think about her husband?
again, I still need to look into this, but I also,
Yeah,
once
we'll do our
again,
homework later.
baby, I think it doesn't particularly matter unless you're going to convince me that the husband did it, because I know there's people that believe that. I don't know if you're one of those people. So if somebody can tell me if he did it, I'm open-minded right now. If you can convince me, bring it on. But so far what I've seen, people making videos trying to say this is why I think it was the husband, they've all done a very awful job to convince me that he did it.
How do you feel about when he was on stand and he explained how the grocery store, the shelves were absolutely empty when in fact the cameras from the store, they were completely full?
Who cares? He's on camera in the store.
Right,
What does it
yeah.
matter?
I was gonna
Oh
say,
no, I forgot that the shelves
the
were. He's on
shelves-
camera.
Right.
He
He said
wasn't
the
home.
hello, did you not hear me? The shelves are wiped out, but he said that he said the shelves were wiped out, but he said there was I'm sorry.
Is
He
it-
said the shelves were wiped out, but on camera it shows they weren't.
right, a couple
So
things.
what?
A couple things. One, he's on camera, meaning his alibi's there. So I don't think it matters. But that being said, I'm just hold on. Let me just ask. Is it possible he meant it was wiped out of the thing he was looking for and not that the shelves literally had 0 things on them?
Okay.
I'm asking, is that possible? Like,
That's
for
possible.
example,
Unless
if
you're
I went to the
open-minded.
grocery store to look for some Coke Zero, right? And I come back home, my wife's like, hey, where's the Coke Zero? And I say, oh, the shelves are wiped out. She wouldn't probably look at me and be like, there was not a single item on the shelf. She probably would understand that I'm saying that the shelves didn't have the thing I was looking for. Now, I'm not saying that's what he meant. I haven't seen the trial yet or the preliminaries or any of that stuff. So I don't know. But I'm just simply saying, based off the information you gave me, that doesn't sound that weird.
So
All right,
I think
and
this
then-
leads to. I think this leads.
And then one more thing, and then I'm done. Well, maybe 2. So do you know a little bit about him, right? That you looked him up just a little tiny bit.
I heard how much he did to help this woman. I heard he quit his job and like shift or not his job.
moved
Sorry,
it home.
I got it. He shifted his job to where he can be at home. He got her a nanny. He had his mom. She said she
Yep.
didn't want the nanny. He did
went
more
to daycare.
than most people, I would say, would do. Not that that's not his job. That's his wife. He should do all that. I'm not like giving him praise for doing stuff for his wife. I'm just saying he did a lot more than I think a lot of people would do. That's what I
He
know
took
about it.
12 weeks. He took
So the
12 weeks
problem
paternity
is-
leave to be with her after
So
each of the kids.
the problem with that is he did a lot of business trips, as he said on his stand.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? You know
and-
what? I'm
Hold on,
sorry.
hold on. Let her
Conservative-
finish. Let her finish. I want to hear. I'm listen to the people like in the comments saying, Nick, you said you want to learn, but you're not actually learning from Vita. The way I learn, this is how I do with everything. You ask Hammer. Me and him have been best friends for over 5 years now. This is what we do. Okay, the way I learn is you give me information and I purposely challenge it. And if by me challenging it, I can't challenge it properly, that's how you convince me. So I'm going to hear everyone out, but I will challenge it. Okay. Keep going.
So he took business trips, all right,
Okay.
into New York, all right, back and forth. Well, 2 things. If he knew his wife was very mentally ill, and he said he knew prior that she had these thoughts about the children, number one, why would
real quick, why would he say she was very mentally ill? Prior to the trial, she was only diagnosed with general depression and postpartum. I'm not saying she had nothing, but what do you mean very mentally ill?
All right, let me rephrase it.
Okay.
He knew about her thoughts and stuff.
Okay.
And how she was feeling.
You don't know. You don't know when he knew about her thoughts.
Let's go with it.
specifically?
Let's just go with it. Let's go with it.
Asked him in the courtroom.
Okay, no. Let's go with it. So he knew that she had some stuff with depression, mental thought. Okay, fine. Let's go with it. Keep going.
And so he happened to leave. Like, would you leave your wife like that, knowing she's struggling? Would you go on a business trip?
Okay, from my understanding.
business.
Okay, hold on. To answer your question, I mean, it is his job, right? The job does support her more than not having a job. So it probably is not something that he wanted to do. But if it's that versus having no money whatsoever, maybe he made that decision. However, what I read about him is that he got her multitudes of like help. So I think he thought he was doing something. At very worst, you can argue maybe he could have done some stuff different, but I doubt he thought if I leave, she's gonna murder our children.
Yeah, right. Obviously.
Right.
I mean, it's like
So
you know how
both
long I
sets
waited.
of
You know how long I waited to go
grandparents
back to
were
work.
very involved. Both sets of grandparents were very involved.
He
All
said
I
he was
know
a great
is,
father.
Bella, is
He
that I
told
raised 4
him.
girls by myself
Okay,
while
that's
my
great. She
husband
told
had to
him.
be out of
Hold
the
on.
country.
We gotta let everybody have a
All right.
chance.
Let
There we go.
conservative Kelly. Yeah, let conservative Kelly speak.
All I know is that he, number one, both sets of grandparents were very involved too. So she had a lot of help. That is not denied in this
That's
whole
not
thing.
what Lindsay said.
Yeah, she was. She had a lot of help, more help than I ever had, by the way. And I raised 4 little girls by myself. While my husband, I had him gone for 9 months and didn't know if he was alive, Bella. Talk about depression. I would have taken my own life, dropped my kids off with my parents, and unalived myself before I would ever have hurt my kids. Ever.
Okay.
Ever.
Okay, got it. So moderate.
Can I point something
One
out?
second. I'm
Wait,
gonna go
it's
one at a
also-
time. One sec. Moderate and then hammer, and then we'll go back to Vita or Vida.
Yeah, so Vita kept saying the problem is, this is the problem, is that you are looking for problems to create problems to take away blame from Lindsay.
No, she needs to go to jail.
Hold on. He said that she had intrusive thoughts, including thoughts of hurting the children, but that she had said she had no plans of acting upon them. And he testified that he asked her directly, do you feel like you need to be kept away from the kids? And she said no. So stop blaming other people.
I don't mean to blame him. I just think it's her husband.
He did more than enough
This
to
is
look
meant
out
to
for
be
her.
like a conversation.
I'll tell you
and not,
what.
like,
For my second
really
daughter,
serious.
I waited about 16 hours before I went back to work. I didn't even spend the night in the hospital. Okay, when you're working and you have to make money to support your family and your children, that's just the way it goes. He took 12 weeks paternity leave after each kid to stay home with her. I wouldn't have done that shit. Fuck that. No way. Okay, got to work, got to make money. Second point. And this is what happens when people watch too much Law and Order and too much true crime, which we know women mostly watch that shit.
It's
okay?
true. It is true.
It's a fundamental misunderstanding between reasonable doubt and reason to doubt. These women think, oh, look, I have a question about something that doesn't match the timeline or that wasn't him. And that's not what reasonable doubt is. Reasonable doubt is there an alternative, plausible explanation for the evidence that's being presented? Simply poking a hole in one part of a timeline isn't reasonable doubt.
It does feel
That's
a little
not what reasonable doubt
It does feel a little Candace Owens-y, you know? Like,
but that's not how that's not the legal way of looking at it.
No, I get it. That's my point is Candace Owens, the way she determines all these conspiracies that she, and by the way, Candace Owens believes Lindsay Clancy is innocent. So that right there is honestly the biggest piece of
Comparing me
evidence.
to Candace Owens?
I'm comparing the way, like how Hammer said, there's a difference between reasonable doubt and just kind of like poking a hole that might be a
Reason to
question,
doubt.
right? Correct. I'm not comparing you to Candace Owens. I'm saying this is how people like Candace Owens with the Tyler Robinson stuff. She doesn't bring up reasonable doubt. She brings up reason to doubt, which is true. And so, and again, I think the biggest piece of evidence, and I'm only halfway joking when I say this, that Lindsay Clancy did it, is because Candace Owens thinks she's innocent. But that being said, what I'm saying is that I hear your questions, and I'm more than interested in hearing your other questions. You're next to speak. I'm simply saying that is not even close to, like, I'm looking for people to convince me that either she didn't do it at all, or the husband helped her, or did it by himself, or whatever the case. I hear there's a multitude of theories. If this is what I'm getting to convince me of any of those theories, so far it's not. But anyways, what's your next point? Is it Vita or Vida?
Vita.
Okay.
So
Vita,
another thing is, I know that if I had a husband that were having these intrusive thoughts, I'm not going on a business trip. I'm taking my kids with me.
Okay, even if
yeah, that's easy. Yeah, no problem. Take your kids on your little kids on a business trip to New York. Yeah, no problem.
Hold on.
Perfect.
King, please. I have had intrusive thoughts before. Those are not a joke. All right.
Well, I think every
thought it
human
was
being
like-
in the world has had intrusive thoughts.
It's not.
Who
what
said it
you
was a
think
joke?
is.
Who said it was a joke?
It's not what you think it is. They're repetitive, and it's really bad.
Okay, first off, I do actually. I'm 90% disabled, and 70% of that is from PTSD during my time
my
in the
God.
military. Right,
I'm
during my
sorry.
No, you're good. During my time in the military, So I understand intrusive thoughts. I understand depression. I understand all of that. That's why I'm so critical of people's theories about Lindsay Clancy, is because it's like, I get everyone's different. I'm not saying my depression, PTSD is going to be the same as somebody else's. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it makes me more critical, actually, because I'm not understanding. Intrusive thoughts is one thing. Action is a completely different thing. So the best case scenario, even if I bought everything you're saying about, well, why did the husband go on these business trips? One, I don't see why that matters, because it's not like he was on a business trip when she killed her kid. So I don't think it really matters. However, even if it did somehow matter, even if I bought everything you were saying and I was 100% on board with you, at very best, all you're convincing me of is that at some point in life that had nothing to do with the murders, because again, it's not like he was on a business trip when it happened. He made a mistake that he probably should have done something differently. But how does this somehow make a difference with the murders?
I don't know. I just like personally feel that, like I said, if I had a husband and I heard that stuff, they would not be leaving my side, not with my children.
Yeah, but why does it matter? You agree she killed the kids not when he was on a
Yeah.
business trip, correct?
Right, but I would have
Right.
taken
So
my
how is
children
this?
to the
No, I
store.
got it. But even okay. So maybe he should
You
have
must have
done.
never been on a business trip before.
One second. Maybe he should have took the kids to the store. Sure, fine. Let's just go ahead and go with that. I think it's a little bit of a reach, and I think it's definitely a shift of responsibility. But fine, maybe he should have. We wouldn't be talking about this. But
She's the one who sent him to the store.
He needs to go to jail for sure.
why does? Oh, she knows.
You're ridiculous.
Yeah.
You are ridiculous.
One second.
But what I'm saying is that, you know,
It
even
sounded
if he
like
took a
you said
business
he.
trip,
Still committed the
even
act.
if he took business trips, she had the access of both sets of grandparents helping as well. So
The
I don't even
And a nanny.
understand this.
And a nanny.
Hold
And a
on.
nanny he hired for.
And the kids
According
went
to
to daycare
Lindsay-
3 days a week. The older kids.
According to the attorney, Lindsay had stated that the children, she kind of kept the kids away from the grandmother. Did you?
Well, that's
hear
weird
that
then.
part?
That's weird because I can't believe you would keep your kids away from.
Is it possible?
That's on her then.
Right, it is on her. But is it possible that also she's, if not just straight up saying these things, but at least highlighting some things, because her defense attorney's job is to, in this case, they're not even arguing the murders, they're arguing her mental state. If
Criminal
her
culpability.
Right. If her lawyer's job is to do this, don't you think her lawyers are educating and training her on what to highlight and what not to highlight? So isn't it very, very probable, not even possible, but probable?
I think that's on both ends.
Are you guys watching? Okay.
But I'm
Vita,
saying
have
you're
you
telling
watched the
me,
case?
one second, you're telling me, well, Lindsay said this. Well, wouldn't she? Her whole point right now is that she's trying to not go to prison and go to this facility instead. Isn't kind of that the point?
I'm
The
curious to know if Vita's
the
watched her.
grandmother was sworn under oath to answer these questions.
That doesn't matter.
And
Plus,
when it's
have
done,
you
no one ever
watched her?
lies in
You know, have
court,
you
thank
watched
God.
her?
hold on
You
one
know, have-
second.
Thank God no
Vita,
one ever lies in
Ask
court.
someone
Vita,
under
have you
oath.
watched
Can
her
you-
in court? Have you
conservative,
watched her in
one
court,
moment,
Vita?
please. When you
Vita?
ask conservative, I just want to finish and then I'll go on mute. When you're asked in court under oath, which the grandmother said she was unaware of this, unaware of that, I think it matters.
Okay, hold on a second. Conservative Kelly, let me just say one quick sentence and then
No,
you
go
can
ahead.
take over.
Go ahead, Hammer.
As a Jew, meaning I have multiple attorneys in my family, high profile criminal defense attorneys, people that have argued before the Supreme Court.
Are you as a Jewing
I
right
can
now?
assure you. No, I can assure you. I can assure you. Everybody fucking lies in court. The amount of perjury, it's not Law and Order where the prosecutor comes in and goes, if you're lying, I'm going to prosecute you for perjury. No, they do not. No one gets prosecuted for perjury in this country, or the fucking courts, they would never function. They have to open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to prosecute all the people lying in court.
Write that
People
down.
lie.
Write that down. Next
That's what
time I'm in
happens.
court, I'm lying.
I just want to know if she's watched her because I profile people for a living and she's putting on an absolute act that she is psychotic. She's doing this glaring, squinting in the eyes, darting around, making bows. Like the girl is putting on an absolute act. I don't buy any of it.
That kind of sounds like Candace Owens to me as well. I mean, I
Oh, you think that sounds like Candace Owens when I'm
can
telling you?
switch it.
When I do this for a
Switch it.
living?
I mean, I can
There's
switch
actually
it
evidence
back
of it.
around.
Candace doesn't have a fucking anything.
I'm telling you that
can't
Candace
compare
Owens
that.
doesn't
Come on.
profile people or work
Hold
for the
on, I can't hear
government.
That's a little
Danielle.
much.
What?
Vita, can I
Danielle?
ask you a question?
I can't hear Danielle. Danielle, what'd you say?
I'm just saying it's a little much to sorry, I
Say
lost
she
it.
was saying it's a little much to say that's like Candace Owens because Candace Owens doesn't have any
Thank
evidence
you, baby.
whatsoever.
Yeah,
Well,
thanks.
that's
I'm
what
a
you
little
guys
under
said
the
to
weather,
me.
my bad. But yeah, that's exactly what
Vita, Vita, can I ask you a question
Wasn't
about the
that what was
psychosis?
said to me?
Yes, because you are doing what Candace Owens does. You don't have evidence, at least so far. I'm
Okay, you
still
just
waiting.
said that. You just said that to. Never mind.
Yeah,
All right.
there's a
That was
difference
weird.
there. Okay, moderate, go ahead.
Vita, you think that was psychosis, correct?
Yeah, you can know what you're doing during psychosis.
Yeah.
Well, psychosis literally means divorce from reality, so you know.
Yeah.
Not
So.
always.
Right.
You could
So
be.
she,
Some
so
people are
she
aware
had,
and some people aren't.
so she had been in this
Correct,
psychosis.
Danielle.
She had been in this state of psychosis, right? Like susceptible to it, Vita?
I'm sorry. Say that again. I'm sorry.
So I'm saying you believe that she had been susceptible to this state of psychosis, like she had been in this weird mental state. And then she,
Postpartum depression will do that to you as
yeah.
well.
So why did her psychiatrist in court testify that she had her final session with her the literal day before she took her children's lives? And Lindsay Clancy said that she was not suicidal and had no signs of psychosis. The day before it happened, her
Where'd she
own
say this?
doctor
Where did she say this?
in court. I thought you've been watching.
I have been. There's
Yeah,
no
her own
reason why-
psychiatrist,
Yeah.
Dr. Jennifer Tutz, had a final
Okay.
session with her the day before, the 23rd of January, and said that she denied being suicidal or having any homicidal thoughts and showed no
Well, I've done
signs of
that too.
psychosis. Her own
No wonder she became a
doctor.
shrink with a last name like Tutz.
Well, I've
That
done
must have
that
been a
too
tough one to
to
grow up
the
with.
doctor.
1 second.
That must have been tough. Hey, Tutz.
So you have her own psychiatrist the day before it happened saying,
Sometimes
nope.
I've done it too.
You've
No
done
one
what?
wants to get- No one wants to get put away all the time.
Well,
Why
no,
would
it's
I not
not.
suicidal?
Well, hold on. Wait a minute. You're only taking half of what Moderate said, not just
Okay.
denying suicidal thoughts. He also said that the psychiatrist said she had no signs of psychosis at all.
Yeah, he'd been, this
Right,
doctor
you
had
can
been
hide
treating
psychosis.
her. The doctor had been treating her since 2022.
I'm telling you from my
So
experience.
let me ask you then, real quick. Hold on. If what you're saying is she hid the psychosis, she played it off very well, she denied all things, she lied about taking medication.
crazy.
1 second, right? I understand. But if she hid all of this from a professional, even to the point of the day before the murders, then how do you know she had psychosis?
Because you can be fully aware and have psychosis.
That's
Then what do you expect
different.
the
Wait,
husband
hold
to
on 1
do?
second. 1 second. Stop. That's not the same thing. What you're now answering me with by saying, well, it's possible, so therefore I'm correct. Just because something's
no, no,
possible
no.
is not evidence. I'm asking you, how do you know that she had psychosis?
How do I know? She was
That's your
having
claim.
psychotic. She was knowing who made the claim that she had psychotic features?
Well, I didn't say psychotic feature. I said psychosis, and you made that claim because Moderate said, do you agree, or are you saying that she had this? And you said, yes, I heard you. We can go back into the tape and rewind it, but yes, you did say that.
When I came up, I think I was
No,
responding.
I'm talking
to
about
this guy.
I'm talking about like 3 minutes ago when Moderate said, do you agree she had, or your argument is that she had
No,
psychosis?
you said psychotic when I first came up.
Okay, great. I'm not talking about when you first came up. I'm talking about when Moderate just asked you 3 minutes ago, do you agree she had psychosis? And you responded to him with yes.
Yeah.
So how
I
do you
think
know
it
that?
was Psychosis with psychotic features.
Right, how do you know that? If the professional themselves didn't know that and your response to that is, well, she probably just hid it very well. Okay, then how do you know it?
Well, the professionals did come out and say she had psychosis.
No.
No, they didn't. After the fact, they
4
did.
months, 4 months after, a professional who has done these psychiatric tests, he was doing it with Jeffrey Dahmer, and he did it with this lady who drowned her kids back in, I can't remember the year, and he actually got her off scot-free under like a mental plea. He said that she was undergoing psychosis. There was another psychiatrist who said that she was not. Her own psychiatrist
Right.
testified in court that the day before she did not have any signs of psychosis. She denied being suicidal or having any homicidal thoughts. This was her own doctor who had been with her since September of 2022. And Dr. Goodhart, another psychiatrist who was treating her briefly in the period of the year 2023, also said that she saw no signs of psychosis. So you have one man who is known for being a psychiatrist in these high profile cases who is known for testifying to get people off, right? He said no. Everyone else says yes, including her own psychiatrist the day before it happened.
Okay, so
But
I
here's
can
the,
ask
the
you which one's
problem.
true.
The problem is that the court is going to have to prove without a doubt that she did not have psychosis, which is a very high bar. I don't think
Yeah,
she's
it
going to be
is.
convicted. I don't think she's going to be convicted because they have
Oh,
to
of
prove
course
that
she
she
is.
didn't without a
That'd be
doubt.
fun.
And they have precedent in Massachusetts. They don't follow the normal standard thing. Even if she had intent and knew what she was doing, it's still, they don't use McNaughton. They use Commonwealth v. McColl or something like that. It's their penal code.
Moderate. Let me ask you a
To
question.
not put
Did
her
she only
away?
start with this? Did she only start with this psychosis, Mishigas, after the third kid, or
Yes.
did it happen after each kid?
It was
No.
after the last kid.
Yeah.
Got it.
Doesn't
I don't
That's what I
think
thought.
kid
I
it's
don't think anybody
after.
understands
Hold
the
on.
amount of
It doesn't
forethought
matter
it
what
took
kid
for
it's
her to do
after.
that. Or do you understand the amount of time and the amount of strength it took for her to strangle 3 small children?
Do you know
4
what
minutes.
detaching from
One
reality
being a
is?
7-year-old,
4 minutes at
and watch
least
the life
systematically.
Okay.
escape your child. They have petechiae in their eyes bulge and their blood vessels break. Like this is not like just, oh, go to sleep. This is like a brutal way to die
And you have to be evil and psychotic to
at the
do these
hands
things,
of your
right?
mother. The hands of your
Evil
mother.
and
So she's
psychotic.
evil. That doesn't mean she's
And
psychotic.
psychotic.
That means she
What?
might be a sociopath. Has it ever occurred to you? She's
Which
just a
is psychotic.
sociopath.
She actually looked up on her phone, can you treat a sociopath before she did it, by the way.
Can you tell
in
me
case
what
you didn't know.
psychotic means?
Oh, here we go again with the
Yeah,
definition.
I already did earlier. Psychotic is, amongst other attributes, would be a complete lack of empathy.
So psychotic, correct?
That is what psychotic is, amongst other attributes. I can
crazy.
look up
Of
others.
course.
Right, do you think she was psychotic?
Of course.
So she had no
100%.
empathy whatsoever?
I think she had no empathy and she didn't know she was doing like some derealization. I think that she's trying to cover it up in court, but I do believe she had a mental illness while doing this.
Well, that's a mental illness is a long leap from psychotic break.
It's not a long leap, especially
It's a
when
long
just-
leap. It's a
when-
huge leap.
Vita,
To
Vita,
unalive your 3 children and premeditate it, ask your husband to go do something, have your exercise bands ready, put them where you want around the house, and actually do
I'm
the
mentally
acts,
ill,
that is
technically.
insanity.
I have mental illness.
Exactly, it's
She's a
insanity.
sociopath. No, you don't seem to understand
Exactly,
the
it's
difference.
insanity.
But you don't get it.
Would we
Anybody
be-
that would
I
take
do.
somebody's life has to be mentally ill. But that doesn't make them
Exactly.
all psychotic.
That's
so
my
they
point.
get off and go to
You
the
have to
loony
be
bin.
mentally ill.
Some people are just evil. Do you understand that?
Oh my
Some
God.
people have no.
Okay, all right, one second. Okay, when you keep saying exactly, Vita, it's not a good argument. Nobody is arguing that she didn't have a mental condition. For you to kill your kids, you have to have some kind of mental condition. Nobody just
Okay.
normal does that. But why? That has nothing to do with the original claim. It has nothing to do with any of this.
I thought
What
it
does it
had to
matter?
do with her having a mental illness.
No. You don't get to do that. That is not what you said in the beginning.
Wait, what are you talking about? I said
What do you
psychosis.
don't
It's a
gaslight?
mental
Yes,
illness.
Listen to what you're
Is that not a
doing right
mental
now.
illness?
Listen to what you're doing right now. We're saying, of course, somebody has a mental illness. We didn't say which one. And what you're doing is you're saying, yeah, psychotic, mental illness. What
Wait, what?
conservative is saying is we're not saying she's psychotic. We're saying she has a mental illness. What you're doing is you're saying because psychotic, because it's a mental illness, therefore when we say mental illness, we must mean this.
Yeah,
no,
so
that's a
yeah,
logical
like
fallacy.
That would mean that
Yeah.
I also would have to go out and do things like that. I have mental
No,
illness.
she had psychotic features.
Like I'm
Okay.
mentally ill in some ways, but I don't.
Okay, so
You
now you're
even-
saying, hold
You
on.
even admitted
Stop
No
it.
one ever
Stop
said
it.
before this episode she was hearing voices and all that. She said that
Nick-
after the fact to
Nick,
cover
you
her
even said
to,
she
to
was
cover her
psychotic.
ass. No,
I
don't believe
never
it for a
said she
minute.
was psychotic. I
Before
never
I
said
came up
that.
Putting
here,
on an
No.
you
act
agreed to it.
right
You
now.
roll
A lot of
it back.
people are mentally ill.
I will
agreed to
guarantee
it.
it. I would bet my life on
I
it. that she's putting on
promise
an
you.
act
All right,
right now.
everyone stop.
Make us think she's
Stop.
loony.
You guys are overloading me with my psychosis. Anyways, no, I never once said she was psychotic. I have no idea what
Yeah,
she is.
Before I came
Nope.
up.
Nope. Promise you I never did.
Can you roll it back and tag me in it?
You can go look yourself. I'm not going to go back 35 minutes and try to find the exact spot. I don't even know which pot you're talking about, so that would be just impossible for me to. I've already been live for 2 hours. I'm not looking at 2 hours of clip to see. I promise you, I do not think or know if she's psychotic or not. That's insane.
Okay.
You do agree that mentally ill doesn't equal psychotic, right? In most cases.
I'm just a little upset right now because he won't, like I would at least like the clip sent to
What do you want me to do? It's 2 hours long. You want me to go watch the whole 2 hours?
It was just to a point. No, not 2 hours. I'm
That's
just
how
saying,
long
like,
I would have to rewind.
know
I can't do that. I mean, I
that's the
can, but I'm
reason-
not.
That's the reason why I came up here when you mentioned psychotic. Like that's the whole reason.
I have no idea if she is psychotic or not. She might be. I have no idea. I said that for somebody to do that, they have to have a mental illness because nobody normal just kills their kids. That is true. I have no idea if she is psychotic.
That's not exactly how you said it, but it doesn't
That's
matter.
exactly how I said it, 100%. And on top of that, psychotic just means a certain divorce from reality. That's what psychotic means. You agree?
Sure, but
Okay, so how does this at all mean anything? What is your overall claim about Lindsay Clancy?
nothing. I just think that she did it and she was mentally ill. That's it.
Mentally ill to the point that she didn't at all have any accountability for her actions?
No, she did.
No, she did what? I don't understand what are you saying?
She does have accountability.
Why?
Because
If she
she's still
didn't know what
committed.
she was doing, then
She's
why
still
would she?
committed.
No. No. She'll have responsibility for sure. But
Okay.
accountability is different. Why would she have accountability? If she truly was, in no way in her state of mind, she was not doing her actions, her body took over, or her mind, whatever, and she legitimately didn't do it. I get her physical hands did it, but I'm talking about her. Why would you say she has some accountability for her actions?
Well, I think that's where being locked up in a mental institution would
No, that's
come
not
in.
my question to you is why are you saying she has accountability if you truly believe that she did not actually do it? Physically did
truly
it, but her.
If I truly believed, and because people are saying, I'm wrong and all this other stuff, if I truly believed, then I don't believe she should be criminally charged.
I'm asking, right, about the accountability. Why do you believe she has accountability? I believe she does because I think she did it.
If she's
And she
mentally
knew
ill,
she
she
did it.
doesn't.
What if she's mentally ill and it just leaned her in that direction, yet she still knew what she was doing? What would you think
That's
then?
a good one. That's a good one. Yeah. I
Can
would
you answer
agree
it?
that- yeah, I would agree with you. that I
Okay,
think
that's where
that-
I'm standing. I think she absolutely had a mental illness. The reason I know that is because nobody strangles their children and watches their life. Hammer and I were talking about this. It's not like she lit the house on fire and she gets to like not really see her actions. She's looking at her children, staring at their mom, the one person they're supposed to trust in this world, as she's killing them. And then she said, I'm going to do that again. And then when she did it again, she thought, I'm going to do that again. And then when she did that, she grabbed the middle child. Hold on. Then she's like, I'm going to put the middle child in my husband's office because he's going to come home and see his, the kid that he's most connected with dead in his office. This is all thoughts that she had. So yes, I think she had some mental illness. I think she's insane for sure. But the idea that she didn't really know what she was doing with all of the pre-planning, the Googling, the how do you do it, how long is my husband going to be gone? I'm sorry, it's way too much. It's not impulsive enough.
Not impulsive enough.
Correct.
I don't know. I don't know. I've had bipolar psychotic features. I couldn't imagine ever doing that. I couldn't imagine ever doing that. Because there's a difference between intrusive thoughts and then actually doing it. So I don't know what she felt like, honestly.
You understand that like everybody who murders somebody has a psychological problem, correct? They're either a sociopath, a psychopath, like there's different types of pathologies, right? That cause somebody to commit murder. That's why you have mass murderers. That's why you have like all these weird serial killers. Like everybody, it's a pathology. She is putting on an act right now to cover her ass because she's a sociopath.
Right now, yeah. I can see that.
That's a long
And
way
so
from
this
where
whole
you.
I'm just
performative
That's a
bullshit
long
here.
way
that
from
she's
where you
doing.
came into this
Yeah,
conversation.
she's
I'm
doing this
up here.
performative bullshit like, oh my God,
I
I'm
know,
possessed by a
Danielle.
demon. Like I'm so dark, like in court. So we all feel sorry for her in her little
I
wheelchair.
don't
Like
feel
we're all supposed
sorry
to just
for
feel so
her.
sorry for her. Women are making like paintings of her in a wheelchair with her babies in heaven and hugging her with their
Yeah,
wings, and women are standing around her. Like literally, I
that's
think,
not
to be
okay.
honest with you, that we're seeing like some type of psychosis with the women that are
Yeah, mass
supporting her.
psychosis. I told
Suicidal
Nick today,
empathy.
it's a mass psychosis
That
event like
is
we've never witnessed before.
Did you
These
guys?
women making
100%.
videos, these women making videos, splashing water on their kids and
That's
throwing
gross.
ice and all this. It's
Did you hear about that
insanity.
lady, Hammer? She apparently has been gotten in trouble. She's a caregiver. That's not her child, and she's already been prosecuted before for like abusing a child.
Good,
That's not
throw her in
even her
jail.
kid.
Throw her in jail. I sent Nick a
I
video today about a woman in North Dakota who slit her kids three kids. She slit their throats.
Yep.
Copycat kind of thing. It's like it's insane. I don't.
I'm
I'm
not
telling you,
defending
man.
her. She's disgusting, and I think the women that are doing this are disgusting because they're like justice for or Casey or whatever her freaking name is, Lindsay. When those babies need justice, and I think her not getting convicted
Awesome.
and going to
Okay.
jail is not okay.
I think that's a long way from what you said when you first came here, So
Yeah.
awesome. That's
I
great.
was
Yeah, really.
I was talking about mental illness when I came here.
Yeah,
I
mental
even
illness is a
stated
problem,
I
and yet
stated
that is not an
I
excuse to.
stated
Yeah.
that she even needed to go to jail when I came up
Okay,
here.
good. Okay, is there anyone who believe? All right, thank you guys for coming up. This,
Thank you.
Yes. Is there anyone who believes that the husband did it? That's who I'm actually looking for. That's really who I want to come up here, because if you're just in this boat, like maybe she, was psychotic, maybe she had this, maybe she had that, but I don't know. Okay, I mean, I don't agree, but fine, sure. But like, can I just get somebody who like believes the husband did it? Because there seems to be a billion videos out there of people who think that. Where are they? That'll make me so happy.
They're in my Instagram DMs telling me, just go watch the trial, man. Just go watch it.
I'm gonna
It's
watch the trial. I'm
ridiculous.
gonna watch all of it.
I've been arguing with like 50-year-old women all day.
Why
And
is
every
it?
time I press them, they just say, well, I'm not going to do your investigation for you. I'm like, hey, can you like send me an article
Here
or
we go.
anything?
I found one. Maya says, I'm not convinced he didn't do it. That's good enough. Maya, hello?
Hey guys.
Okay,
Hey.
everyone, don't interrupt her. I want to hear this out, okay? Everyone, be
No.
nice. I will drop you guys, okay?
Yeah, you better be nice.
Maya,
I'll cry.
tell me
Yes.
why. Well, you might deserve it at the end. I don't know. Maya, I want you to do your best to convince me that possibly the husband did it. Go.
Oof. Okay, that's a high bar. I was
Well,
gonna
first,
say I'm,
wait,
I'm
wait,
really
real
not
quick.
convi-
First,
I'll tell. Okay, yeah,
you do agree that she admitted to doing it, yes?
yes.
And you do agree that her defense attorneys are not even arguing that she did it, yes?
At this time, yes.
Okay, good. Oh, okay.
I'll give you my two areas that tipped me off, that I think that there's something very weird about this case. One, I'm from Rhode Island. I'm extremely familiar with both Rhode Island and the Massachusetts justice systems, I would say, and the corruption is like disgusting. Patrick Clancy's family in that town is extremely well connected. He has family in the AD's office as well as in the sheriff's department, and
Okay.
someone in the AD's office
Circumstantial.
bought his house.
Okay.
Yes, 100%. Right. I'm not saying I have any cold hard facts here. I'm just saying there's a lot of very weird things going
That's
on.
not even
Second
evidence of
area-
anything.
One
It's not
second.
even circumstantial.
Okay, all right.
It's not even evidence of anything.
All right, let's go. I want to hear evidence. I know you don't
didn't
have
say
proof.
It was evidence.
You don't
I
have
literally didn't say, one second, but Hebrew Hammer, you could continue to interrupt me my entire little spiel if it makes you feel better, but I did not say this was evidence, so it's not even a point.
All right.
He said, convince me, and that was what you started
All
to
right,
talk
I'll-
about. So I thought that was the
I'm prefacing
evidence you were.
this with the
All right,
reason
it's
why
fine, it's
I
fine.
have suspicions is because this is where this is my perspective of where I'm coming from.
Yes,
Secondly,
go.
I am a trauma nurse. I worked on a neurotrauma unit from when I graduated nursing school. I've also have experience as a combat medic. And
Okay.
there are medical pieces of this case that make absolutely no sense to me. The most obvious and glaring one was that Patrick Clancy said that she said to him that she tried to kill herself, and when he said, "Where are the kids?" and she said they're in the basement. Her core body temperature was, I believe, 82 degrees when she reached the hospital. I have never had a live patient with a core body temperature below 86 degrees.
Sorry, real quick. Whose body temperature?
Lindsay Clancy. When she arrived at the hospital, her body temperature was 82 degrees.
This has been debunked already.
Yeah, that's not
They
possible.
literally said it.
No, that's not even possible.
That's not. It is survivable. It's very rare.
No, but not survival. 1 second, not survivable. Sorry, it's survivable, but she was conscious. Yes, right?
No, that's exactly the point. He said that she spoke to him, but based on her medical records that were testified to in court, it is not. From my experience, I have never had a talking patient. I've never had a patient with a core body temperature below 86 degrees, but I will say that I've never had it's not possible that she was conscious with a core body temperature of 82.
I was, and I lost half my
It's very
volume of blood.
possible. Well, what I'm going to ask you is, she was 82 when she reached the hospital. Is that correct?
Yes.
And she was in the snow, correct?
I actually am not. 1 second. I have to correct myself. I'm not sure if it was when she reached the hospital or when the EMTs
Okay, let's go with best case scenario. Let's say it was the EMTs, right? She was in, and her back was broken. One second, her back was broken.
She had a Jefferson fracture, a spinal fracture, cervical spinal.
And from my understanding, she was in, and it was January, I believe, the month, and she was in the snow, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay,
However,
so
based
wait
on the
one sec.
timeline
Is
that
it
was
possible?
established in court? No.
Okay.
Well, this is what I'm saying. I would argue that based on the timeline established in court, there's not enough time for her body temperature to have fallen to 82 degrees based on their timeline.
Right, what's the timeline?
That she would have been outside in the snow for, I believe, like around the 20-minute mark.
Nope, wrong.
Okay.
This is what they all say. It's 20 minutes. You're wrong. This is just a repeated talking point. It was an hour to 100 minutes.
That's not possible.
Okay, you're just wrong, because the Apple Watch where she climbed up the flight of stairs was at 5:33 p.m. The 911 call was at 6:11 p.m. And after that, it was a 54-minute trip to CVS and back for Patrick, and then the EMS response, the extrication, and then they transported her to South Shore. You're wrong.
Yeah,
I've
Moderate
watched
got
all
this
of
shit
it. I've
down
kept
pat.
up with all of it.
Moderate's a machine on this one. Good job, Moderate.
Yeah, because these women are deranged.
I'm not deranged.
Facts.
I'm literally like the most.
All right, so real quick, one
Not
second.
deranged.
So
I'm not saying you're
Yeah,
intentional with it,
yeah,
but what
could you
you're
pull it
doing is you're repeating things that you've heard that aren't true.
I'm not repeating anything that I heard that
You
isn't
are,
true.
because when
I'm
I
saying
asked you for the
I heard
timeline, you
case-
said 20 minutes, which is the repeated point, which is inaccurate. It was 60 to 100 minutes.
Okay, so real quick, what I'm reading, right? An
well,
unconscious body can reach 82 degrees. Generally, it can be under an hour, it can be under an hour, but generally it takes over an hour. So if Moderate's right, which I'm going to look into
Yeah.
it, hour to 100 minutes is more than enough time to. You said 82 degrees, right? I didn't get that wrong.
That's what I believe it. That's what they said.
It was 82.1.
82.1. Okay, so to get to
Yeah.
82, an hour would be more than enough time. So while you guys keep speaking, I'm going to look up the timeline to see. I'm sure Moderate's right because I know he keeps up with this stuff, but I'm just going to look it up just to be safe.
For
They've
how
already
long
d-
she could have been in the snow.
Yeah, it's also you're comparing a clothed adult in cold air to a naked adult. They've already done the neurogenic shock that removes the body's insulation system. This is the biggest factor, because normally your body will defend your core temperature by clamping down on your peripheral blood vessels. It's
I
called
understand how that works. I'm a
vasoconstriction.
nurse.
They've already done this.
Yeah.
There's a term for it, like poikilothermic or something like that. They have talked about it in the trial.
Yes, they did.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. Hemorrhage. They've already gone through all of this to explain why her body temperature was the way it was. But this whole talking point of, it couldn't have possibly done this in 20 minutes is just a repeated talking point with an incorrect time frame.
Well,
That's why I
it's
asked
not-
you originally
it's
for the
not-
time
that's-
frame. And when you told me 20 minutes, I knew
just not
from that
typical.
moment
No,
that you were
it's
just
not
repeating things you'd
typical.
heard.
I'm not just repeating things I've heard, but it's also not typical for your body temperature to fall that way. Is it possible to? Yes, especially in the case of a Jefferson
With
fracture.
her circumstances,
because
with
your
a
body
fractured
loses its
spine, with her circumstances, with her, the way she was clothed, the weather, fracturing her spine, all these factors go into all of these things. It's not just a normal
100%.
person. Yeah, these all
I
affect
know.
it,
I
and they've all
literally do this
broken it
every
down.
single day. This is what I do every single day. I am a neurotrauma nurse. They bring people
Oh,
in
you
from
deal
the
with
side of
people
the
who
road.
jump out of 2-story, 3-story buildings and,
No,
and
I deal
paralyze
with people
themselves and
who
come in every
get
single day?
into high-speed wrecks and have cervical
Okay,
spinal
real quick.
fractures
I
and are
looked it
found on
up.
the side of the road.
Okay,
Like,
real quick. I looked it
yes.
up. So at 5:15 p.m., her husband left the home to pick up takeout food. 5:34 p.m., it's been confirmed that Lindsay had a brief 14-second phone call with Patrick, and she exited the window after that call. Now, to be fair, we don't know if it was 5:35.
Sometime after that.
Right.
Right. Sometime after that call.
Correct. Now, 6 p.m. is when Patrick returned home, found it quiet, and discovered Lindsay in the backyard/snow with severe injuries and lacerated wrists. Post 6 p.m., the emergency responders arrived, right, and treated her on the scene. So I got a little bit more specifics on that. So at 6:11 p.m., the 911 call was
It's
placed
annoying
by
that you're going to know more about this than I do.
One second.
It's going to annoy me because this is my shit.
All right, 1 second, please. So 6:11 p.m., the 911 call was placed. 6:15 p.m., emergency responders arrived on the scene, and then they stabilized her for roughly 20 minutes. So that would put us at 6:35 before they drove her. I did look. The core body temperature was taken at the hospital. It was a 20-minute travel because it was a very far drive. I think it was 20 miles or something to the hospital. And so she arrived around 6:55 p.m. I don't know when they took it with her, but let's say best case scenario, they did it immediately at 6:55 p.m. I'm sure it probably took a few minutes, but let's just pretend it was 6:55. And I'm going to go with the best case scenario. She could have exited the window at 5:35 p.m., but I'm going to say best case scenario for your argument. Let's say it was 5:59 p.m. Let's say it was right before Patrick got home, right? That would still put us at just about an hour. That's best case scenario. More likely, it was, to put it honestly, Moderate nailed it. It's anywhere between 60 minutes to 100 minutes, right? Best case scenario, it was 60 minutes. Hold on, one more thing. One more thing.
Her body temperature is not continuously falling over that entire time.
One more thing, and you should be able to
Yes,
answer this because you said you're a nurse, yes?
Yes.
So doctors have said, I don't know if it's through testimony or just as said online or whatever, that her temperature would actually drop that fast because of a few different things. There's factors contributing to the temperature drop. Spinal cord transection, which it says her fall caused a severe spinal fracture at the T5, T6 level, which immediately destroyed autonomic, God, I can never say that fucking word, thermal regulation and blood vessel constriction in the lower half of her body. Environmental and physical state, she laid motionless on the frozen ground wearing wet indoor clothing. And then also the afterdrop effect, which medical experts, this one has been testified, that the core cooling frequently continues during active rescue and transport. It's called the afterdrop in the medical field, I guess. I don't know, you can confirm.
Yes.
As cold peripheral blood returns to the core. So not only would a normal body drop to that temperature, but she would have factors that would drop the temperature even more because of the spinal cord transection and the afterdrop effect.
Well,
and the blood loss.
Sort
I didn't even get
of.
into that, but yeah. What do you mean sort of? This has been testified by medical experts.
Yeah. No. But no. I'm saying how you summarize what you just read was not exactly it. Meaning her body temperature fell to 82.1, which is it's not that it's not possible, but it is.
It doesn't even seem like it's not
low.
possible. It actually seems like it's probable. And by the way, I gave you best case scenario.
Yeah.
I gave you the scenario where she went out of the window within a minute before he returned home. It's more likely it was after the phone call. So in that case, it was probably closer to 100 minutes that she was outside.
Yes. Okay. No. But that's not what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is that when you're reading this, what you're taking from this is like, oh, okay, so it makes sense that her body temperature fell to 82 degrees, which is not exactly what that's saying. What it's saying is that because
Hold on, let her finish.
Okay,
Stop.
sure.
Let her finish.
No, I mean it's silly to have this conversation. If I understand that you would like to be correct, and I'm not convinced that she didn't. Not you, Nick.
It's not about well, obviously I want to be correct because I wanted to be punished, but I'm just looking at the facts and I pulled up the timeline and the testimony. I'd be more if it was 20 minutes like you said, I would absolutely correct Modern and be like, no, actually she's right, it is 20 minutes. I looked it up, he was correct. It's not about being right or wrong, it's just that he happens to be right.
Of course I am.
Moderate's not usually right, so
Yes.
he's just excited.
That's not, no, that's not. I mean, I listen to you guys all the time. That was not the point. What I'm trying to say is that it is not a common thing to receive a patient whose body temperature is 82.1 degrees. What all that is explaining
Probably
is how
true.
this could be
That's not
scientifically possible.
Wait a second. It doesn't even
Wait,
matter.
hold on. You guys, wait. Just let her finish. Let her finish. I want to hear what she has to say. Keep going.
What I'm saying is that in the beginning of this whole case, when people were talking about the fact that her body temperature fell to 82 degrees, they were like, it's not possible. How could her body temperature be that? And they're like, this is how it could be explained that she would come to the hospital with a body temperature of 82.1 degrees and survive it, because it's just not common.
Well, they
to receive
stabilized her
somebody
for
with a-
20 minutes. That's what makes me feel like you are wrong, because if this wasn't possible or even probable, then why would the EMT spend so long? EMTs generally get there, they do a quick stabilization, and they get your ass, especially the fact that the hospital's so far away, they get you to the hospital. The fact that they spent 20 minutes on her stabilizing her tells me she probably had a decent amount of blood loss, and she had probably a decent amount of injuries, and she probably had I'm just sure at feel a lower temperature, which makes sense why they would spend so long stabilizing her.
It doesn't even matter whether something is common or uncommon is irrelevant.
Also
It
true.
happened. And you know what else is uncommon?
30-6.
A mother strangling her 3 children to death. That's not common either. That is uncommon.
Well,
But
this
you
is
know
the
what?
same. This is the
She
same.
did it.
But this is the
So
same
it doesn't
thing.
matter if it's common or uncommon what her body temperature was. It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant.
Well,
it means zero.
Okay, it means zero to say it as proof. I think it's still. I'm still glad I know it now because I'm trying to learn more about this. However, it is the same thing with the 30-6, right? Candace, and I'm not comparing you to Candace Owens. All right, everyone relax. But Candace Owens does the same thing. Well, a 30-6 not having an exit wound, that's uncommon. So therefore, it must not have been a 30-6. It's like, no. You're right, it is uncommon, but it's still possible, and so therefore that's what happened. For you to prove something or even give me evidence to at least give me reasonable doubt, you would have to explain to me something that is impossible, not just not common.
Right. Here's the
I think
problem.
No. So here's the thing: we got sidetracked with this whole argument of how long she was outside and how fast it took for her body temperature to fall. Where my whole point with this was that I've never received a patient with a body temperature below. I want to say, I don't actually know for a fact, but definitely anyone 86 or below has not been conscious.
Okay, let me ask you a
So the
question.
fact
Have
that-
you ever received a paralyzed, bleeding, sedated person lying in wet
I
clothes on
was.
frozen ground with both of her wrists
So now you
slit
just
and
met
her
one.
I mean,
throat
if you're
slit?
sedated, you're not talking. What are you saying?
I was. My
What?
body core temperature was lower than that, and I was still talking.
Maya,
I lost half the value of my blood and had
you've
had
had a
pulmonary
patient.
embolism.
Maya, you've had a patient come in who was
Yes.
paralyzed, bleeding, sedated, in wet clothes who had
Not
just been lying on the
sedate-
frozen
I mean, if
ground.
they're sedated, then they're not talking to you. This is not a good point.
What does this have to do with them taking her body temperature?
Real quick, I just looked this up. One
what?
second. I just looked this
Yes.
up. So there are medical experts at the trial that have explained that an exact temperature reading wasn't taken on the lawn. However, the timeline and her physiological state reveal they testified it would reveal how low her temperature was when Patrick got home and spoke with her. That's what you're referring to, right? Patrick spoke with her when he got home around 6 p.m. Is that what you're saying?
He says yes. He says
Right.
that he spoke to her, and
They're
I'm saying
saying
that's not medical.
no. I'm saying
Yeah.
it is because they're saying around that time, and medical experts have testified to this, that her body temperature would have been between the low to mid 90s when Patrick spoke to her, depending on what point she exited the window, whether it was right after that 14-second phone call or a little closer to when he got home. So she wouldn't have even been below 86 at that time, anyways.
So if we're on moderate's timeline, then I would be correct.
No,
Basically.
no, you would not.
If it was
be correct.
longer, if it was longer.
No, even
he's
if it
saying
was
that
at
she
its
was in the snow
no.
for longer.
Even if it was at the very longest, let's say right after that 14-second phone call, she hung up, immediately went out the window. Let's just say that hypothetically, she still would
Okay.
she would be in the low 90s at the time that Patrick returned home, which would have been 24 minutes after after the 14-second phone call. If it was after, she probably would have been more in the mid 90s. So she still, regardless, she wouldn't have been below 86. Is my point.
Interesting. Okay. I will have to research more about
You're a nurse?
I am a nurse, yes.
Good to know.
Okay.
Okay. All right. You guys, stop it.
No,
Stop it. Stop
nurses
it.
are awesome, especially if she's a trauma nurse. I mean, I'm sure
All
she
right.
seems
We're not
No,
here
I really
to-
just think it's disgusting.
We're not
I came up here in good faith because I literally listen to you every single night.
You did.
And
I'm not.
Nick didn't do anything wrong.
Nobody should.
This is
We're
all on
not
moderate.
here. Yeah, moderate eats salads for a living. It's fine. Hey, listen.
This is all on moderate.
I
He's the troublemaker
appreciate.
tonight.
I appreciate you coming up. It's fine. I am legitimately looking for people to tell me, and I want it to be in good faith because I am very interested on why people have this thought. And it's not like you're alone. It's not like you're some person that's like
I'll tell you why people are hesitant to come up, because it's one of these like spidey sense things. Yes, there are also like a whole bunch of weird things that if you the more you look at it, the more you're like, okay, this is weird. But you start sounding like Candace. If she did it, I don't care if it is how the prosecution is laying it out. I do not believe I don't believe in all honesty that there's any evidence to suggest that she was in the throes of postpartum psychosis. That I do not believe is a plausible argument. If she did it, she is a horrible, evil person. However, I believe that from my perspective, what I think happened is that she did not. Oh, so here are the other things that I have read, and perhaps my research is not correct, but from what I have read, and I've done a lot of reading because I started seeing things on TikTok, and I don't like getting my information from random people making Bratz dolls reenactments on TikTok. So the thing is that she made some very interesting searches for someone who is a nurse. For example, she searched where's the carotid artery, and she also spelled carotid artery horrifically wrong.
What does that prove?
Which is a very weird search. No, it's just a very
what does
weird
that prove?
search for a nurse.
I know, but what does that
Additionally,
suggest to you? What does that suggest?
It suggests to me that mayhaps she was not the one making those searches, because somebody who very
Maybe she
carefully
was being
meticulously
distracted by
planned
her
this-
children.
Wait a second. Is it possible she was just dumb?
Well,
it came from
I
her
mean,
phone.
her coworkers testified that she was an excellent nurse.
Well,
and
I didn't say she wasn't an
extremely
excellent
thorough.
nurse.
Okay, one
I said
sec.
she was dumb.
What I would argue, right?
She
Again,
wasn't dumb.
I don't think she was dumb. If she was a nurse, you're probably not
Yeah.
dumb. What I would argue is that maybe
make you a
she
good
just
speller.
type it. Well, okay, maybe that's true. I will say I'm a nuclear engineer, and I will tell you, it would surprise you how many, when I was in nuke school, how many people misspelled the most basic words. It would surprise you. I'd
Wouldn't
say about
surprise me.
20% of them, and these are literal nuclear engineers, I'm telling you, they misspelled the most basic words. But nonetheless, what I would argue is that, is it possible she just typed it really fast? She was distracted. I type
Why
super
would she
fast.
be searching where's the carotid artery?
I can tell you
if she is a
why.
nurse?
I can tell you why if you watch the trial, and
Tell
this
me.
is why I'm being condescending, is because I don't appreciate
Yeah,
when people
which
try and
there's never-
try to make up this fan fiction over the death of 3 children. This is why I'm being disrespectful. I appreciate what you do. Okay, I
Well,
think it's
there's
very
no-
important. But the point is, she made the searches from her own phone, which her own defense admitted to, also searching for how to turn off the airbags in a Kia Sorento, which is the car she drove. The defense brought these forth to support her case because they said she was looking up ways to take her own life, because they were arguing that she was suicidal but did not plan to take the lives of her children. They're saying she was suicidal, but she did not have the intent to take her own children's life, and the artery thing was her looking up how to take her own life. Her defense is saying,
Why would she have
yeah,
to
this
look-
is
that's-
her being suicidal. They've admitted it was her, and you're like,
But
oh,
can I
I'm
tell
not
you something?
convinced that it was her.
Okay,
What are you talking about?
I am not convinced it was her.
They've admitted it was her. Her defense admitted it was her.
Let her
at the
answer. Let her
beginning.
answer.
That's
let her
fine.
answer.
That doesn't mean anything. That means that that's what they're going with right now. That doesn't mean they're not going to appeal it. It's Massachusetts.
Appeal it.
But-
Appeal what? What is there to appeal?
Well, I'm assuming they know that it's tied up. It's Massachusetts.
No, stop watching TV. There's nothing to
I'm
appeal.
not watching TV. I live there. I actually have a relative.
I don't
in
care
the
where you
mafia
live.
there,
It doesn't
just
matter.
saying.
You don't know what you're talking about. How
If
courts
we want to know.
he can't bring any new evidence. There's you guys don't understand when you make an affirmative defense of some kind, You can't just all of a sudden start changing things in the middle. I saw all these videos from like a week and a half ago of these women. Just wait. Reddington is setting them up. He's going to drop a bombshell on them. He's got them eating out of his hand. It's like, that's not how trials work. They're very organized according to certain laws and the way court cases
100%.
are. There's a whole system.
That's true. But if you can get people to testify to things in court, that then you can have the investigation reopened. Yes, you can have something overturned.
You can't have something appealed without an appealable. There has to be a reason. It can't just be, I don't like the verdict. That's not an appealable reason. There has to be something has to have gone wrong in court. Yes, malfeasance, exactly.
What I just said.
There isn't any malfeasance.
Is that not exactly what I just said, Nick?
Yes.
There isn't any malfeasance. The defense.
Yes, I think she did say that. But I'm looking, right? She also Googled how to turn airbags off on a Kia Sorento, how to slit your throat to Jesus Christ, which is what she did. So it actually makes sense that she Googled that and then did it. So, you know, to herself, I mean, after strangling her 3 children.
I know. I just would like to bring up, I mean, again, it's not even circumstantial, but it is for a nurse to Google where is the carotid artery is like a mechanic Googling where is the tire.
Just to be frank, you were just talking about body temperature issues as a nurse, and you had no clue what you were talking about. So I don't think it's out of reach.
I have no clue what I was talking about.
So I don't think it's out of reach for her to spell a word incorrectly when her.
Listen, I didn't say spell it. You're not listening.
Her own, even if she looked it up, her own defense has admitted that she did it.
Right. So I'm looking real quick. She didn't spell it super terribly, actually. I mean, it wasn't great, but it wasn't. I thought it was gonna be like carotid. I believe is spelled CAROTID or TIED, right?
Yes.
Whatever.
TID.
Yeah, she spelled it almost like corroded, actually. But she spelled artery correctly. But I get what you're saying. You're not talking about the misspelling. You're saying why would a nurse even have to ask where's the artery?
Exactly. Yes, exactly. That's exactly
look, I do find that I'm gonna grant you, I do find that a little weird because even I, not a medical professional, I know where the carotid artery is, but at the same time, her defense, they aren't even arguing that she didn't search that. They're just arguing she absolutely did search those things, and this is, you know, they're trying to say this proves that she had some kind of mental health crisis. But are you arguing that she didn't search those things? Is that your argument?
I'm arguing, okay, basically I would say her confession, well, these are all things that are just, it's very Candace-like, and that's fine. I came up and I said that. I came up and I said that there are things that strike me as weird on 2 fronts, one as a nurse and 2 as a resident of that area of New England, and having a very close seat to some of the interesting behind the scenes there.
Coach, you're not connecting for me, bro.
Those are the 2 angles that I'm coming from. But I'm saying also as a nurse, the fact that it is my understanding of what happened, of what may have happened, is that she woke up from heavy sedation in the ICU and she was told, you killed your children. And the confession that they extracted from her, not extracted, whatever, her confession was given at a time that is in a setting where, as a, again, trauma,
has she withdrawn
neurotrauma ICU nurse, no, she has not withdrawn.
Okay, she could, just so you know.
She could.
Okay, well, why didn't she?
She had a civil case before this, right, trying to sue her doctors for medication and admitted to all this, right, on the record, right? So she would have had to have committed perjury.
Well, my next thing is corroded artery could also be autocorrect. It could also be that maybe she wasn't a very good speller. I will say I've had nuclear engineers not know where. Now, to be fair, they were kind of new. How long was she a nurse for? Actually, that's a good. I don't even know. How long was she a nurse? Let me look it up. How long? Like, was she a senior one, or how long was she?
Well, and how long did she take off? Because, like, how long was she a nurse, like, completely? Because some people get their nursing degree and don't use it very much.
That's
they get married, have
probably
kids.
True.
You know.
Well, the reason I bring it up while I look at, here we go. She graduated in 2012. She completed an accelerated nursing program at MGH Institute of Health Professions in 2014. And she worked from 2014 to 2023 as a staff labor and delivery nurse. Okay, that actually, okay, so she was a nurse for at least a relatively, not a long time, but she wasn't new. But she was a delivery nurse. So, you know, it could be something she learned in medical school, but because she was, 9 years out of medical school, could be something that she just forgot. Right? Like, how much does she really have to know where the carotid artery is as a delivery nurse?
No, yeah, it's
be a
not
nurse, you
something.
probably
That's
know
why I
all that.
specifically picked the example that I picked with where's the tire.
Well, no, because
like you said, you know where the carotid artery is.
Well, no, it would be better if, let's say, the example would be like if mechanics all had specialties and let's say they didn't work on the car as a whole. And let's say you were a mechanic that worked on the water pump only. You were super good at replacing the water pump in every single make and model of a car. And and then that same mechanic, I don't know, has to replace an alternator. Alternator's generally in the same spot, but let's say it might be in a different spot and he has to Google, hey, in this make and model, where's the alternator? She wasn't a trauma nurse, she wasn't an ER nurse, she was a delivery nurse. So it could be something that she's like, I need to be 100%
You don't
sure.
specialize until after nursing school. It's not
Correct.
something that
That's
you even.
right. She did an accelerated nursing program in 2014. So from 2014 to the incident in 2023, that's 9 years.
Yeah, but it's not. Okay, sure.
Listen.
I mean, it would be a very strange memory lapse to forget where your carotid artery is.
I'm not saying it's that weird. I'm just saying, like, this is not reasonable doubt to make me believe that, again, it was from her phone. Her defense attorneys are not even arguing it. She also Googled other things.
Not only is it not reasonable doubt, it's not even doubt. There's nothing to it. It doesn't mean anything. It's irrelevant.
The reason I even brought it up is because I had nuclear engineers, right? Now, to be fair, they were a little newer than 9 years, but still, they were 1 second. We'll get to Scotty in a second, and then I want to go to you, Mingle. These are nuclear engineers who work on a nuclear powered submarine, who are done with school. They were qualified, who would mess up the most basic stuff like where the condenser is in the system. I know you don't know what that means, but that's about almost as simple as where's the tire, maybe a little bit harder. And they would mess that up on their drawings. They were nuclear engineers. They were qualified. They're supposed to be one of the smartest in the world. And they are, but not every engineer is the same. And I assume, I'm not a nurse, but not every nurse is the same. I don't know. I guess we'll find out, but that's not enough to convince me. Thank you for the piece of information, but that's
not anything.
It's just not enough.
It's not anything. It's meaningless.
Nick, I'm going to drop. I wanted to point out I didn't mean to come off as necessarily condescending or mean, but my attitude towards this is the way it is because people are literally creating fan fiction over the deaths of these 3 children. Again, I don't even argue that the postpartum psychosis should be thrown out. I don't even think she's going to be convicted.
I 100%. She doesn't present as anyone with postpartum psychosis.
Sure, but I just wanted to apologize because of the way that I came off. But to even the people in the comments who are like mad about this, it is a deeply troubling issue with what I've seen, and the women who are they're not even addressing the postpartum psychosis. They're trying to say that she didn't do it and that the husband did it, and they're creating fan fiction. And if this was an issue such as the topic of Israel or Jews or anti-Semitic tropes and conspiracies, you would want people going just as hard as I'm going on this topic. So
well, actually, it's funny you should mention that because I'm so glad I have the opportunity that you and I can speak. I actually was one of your fiercest defenders when the pro-Israel community came after you, so I found it kind of disgusting that you turned around and were so rude to me. I was like,
no, it's
just calling kettle black.
Moderate's a piece of shit.
It's
I'm with you, Maya. He was awful.
It's an important thing to be firm on, but I'm not disrespecting you and your profession in any way.
I personally don't think that it's fan fiction.
Well, there are definitely people creating fan fiction. He's not saying you necessarily doing that, but there are people that are doing that.
Because he's saying, there's people saying that she didn't do it. I don't think there's evidence to suggest she had postpartum psychosis. I actually this is totally off topic, but not even off whatever side thing. I actually used to go and visit somebody in New Jersey at one of these psychiatric facilities who drowned her 3 children in an episode of postpartum psychosis, and I don't think that she that Lindsay Clancy is demonstrating any of those symptoms. Like it was one.
I have
you know,
one.
It was just one of those. Yeah.
I just have one question for you. I'm going to let Scotty speak, and then I'm going to go to you, Mingo, because it's already past 11. Just be totally honest. Even take a few seconds to think about it if you need to.
Sure.
If this was the husband, let's say everything about the case is exactly the same, but instead of Lindsay, it was Patrick going through the mental stuff. Oh, everything's exactly the same, but it was just Patrick. Do you think there would be even 50% of the people that are defending Lindsay defending Patrick if he did it?
No, I think she presents a more sympathetic figure.
I'm saying it's the exact same. Let's
personally-
pretend he answered the same questions
Yeah.
the same way. He testified the same
she's
way.
a woman, and she's a mom, so she presents the same way that women get custody in court, even if they're the crazy one. I'm
Right.
saying I think she presents a more sympathetic, and I think a lot of people are seeing themselves in her, which I think is a disturbing trend. Like the people throwing ice and whatever, the people who quote unquote hate their kids, like they need to find God. I think that's insane. Like,
Okay. No, I
whatever.
appreciate the
I don't need
honesty.
to, like-
Yeah.
Yeah,
I agree with you. I don't
personally
think
have
there
been
would
following
be
this case from the day it happened because I was so horrified. It's like in my backyard. I mean, now I don't live there anymore, but like it was
I
my
remember,
backyard.
like,
I was
because I remember,
I was like,
hearing
this
about
makes no sense. Like he literally, from so much so that I knew when he sold his house a few months or whatever, he moved to New York a few months after those kids died. I was like, this is so weird. Like,
No, I couldn't go back to that house. That's probably why you got rid of it. But I have a question for
Oh,
you. Would you feel
yeah, sure.
differently? Would
Also, we
women
need to
feel?
let Scotty in, but yeah,
Hold
go
on.
ahead. No, you're good. Go.
Yeah, would I feel differently?
Wait, Kelly, were you done?
It's
I'm
fine.
sorry.
It's fine, Donnie. Kelly can talk.
Wait, no, she,
Would
I'm just trying
everyone
to make
feel
sure.
differently? I want to ask everybody in the comments too, in the chat, who seem to think that, somehow she's a victim in this. Would you feel differently if she killed your children? Because I'm going to tell you, she wouldn't be alive today if she touched my kids.
Well, I don't think if she, yeah, but that's what I'm saying. If she killed the kid, she's not a victim. I also don't think she's presenting with
No, but she's
any
majorly
symptoms
playing a
of
victim right now. She's trying to act
Yeah,
like
okay.
she has some type of psychosis. I'm watching her. I don't want to say this again, but I'll say it again. I profile people for a living. She's putting on an act in the courtroom right now like she has this dark presence. She's like possessed. That's what she's going for right now. And the sympathy card. She's raised over $1 million.
Yeah,
Well, do you think that she is genuinely haunted by what she did in any way?
I have no idea because I actually think she's a sociopath. I think she did this to get back at her husband.
That's where I'm leaning.
Let's
And punish.
Scotty go.
All right, yeah.
He's been up here a while.
Let's let Scotty go, and then I'm gonna go ahead.
See you guys. Thanks, Nick.
Bye.
See you, moderate. I wanted to say a few things before I lean into it. Okay, first, everybody should know that it was Mossad that messed with her meds. Everybody should know this.
I'm actually a little surprised that this is like the one thing in the news that somehow no one is blaming on the Jews or Israel. Everything ends up going back to the Jews or Israel. I'm surprised.
Somebody do like research and they find like a distant like great grandparent that was Jewish and they're gonna put it together and then Candace will be like,
You know what?
Well, this was the plan all
If
along.
if you want Candace to start going after Lindsay Clancy, find a Jew in her ancestry. The closer, the better. Get it to Candace, and then Candace will be like, you know what? Actually, I think she is guilty.
All right. Anyways, I do have some things to say about this though, and I want to throw my friend Jules under the bus here because I don't think that she did a very good job when she was up here.
Who?
All right, Vita.
Oh, her name's Jules.
Yeah, Vita, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, we yeah.
Oh, okay.
You've never seen? He probably doesn't remember, but she's
No, I
Should be familiar with
didn't
her.
know that was okay. Yeah. Anyways, keep going.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyways, I've only followed the case a little bit. I don't know as much as you guys, but I will say this. Okay, my focus more has been on Patrick. Okay, I'm not saying that he did it. But I want to say a few things.
Did we
because there were
find the
some things-
one man who believes at least some of the conspiracy theories? I'm super excited.
No.
It's been all women. It's been all
I'm
women.
not falling for conspiracy. I'm not falling for
Oh,
conspiracy.
he's
But I do
full on
wanna
Candace
put a
right
couple of
now.
things out there, Nick.
No, he's
Nick,
doing
let-
this for a good conversation. I've seen his
let me
lives
let me
too.
put
This
a couple
is
of things
exciting.
out there.
Let's
Let me
go.
put it-
Let's go. Devil's advocate for the win.
because I heard a lot of things up here that really, really bothered me. Okay. I will
Yeah,
tell
I'm
you this
curious
right
at
now.
this point.
As a husband and as a father, if I knew that if my wife had come to me and told me she had morbid thoughts of unaliving my kids, if she had morbid thoughts of unaliving herself, okay, and that this was going on for a long time, and that she was on 8, 10, 13 different meds
Hey,
at the
someone
same
said
time,
to check your Telegram.
all this stuff, like whatever it is, for months on end, that would bother me. And I could tell you, I don't care if I'm going on a business trip. Okay, I don't have to take kids with me, but I'm not stupid.
I'm gonna
I can
stop
make
you. I'm
arrangements.
gonna stop right here.
I can make
okay?
arrangements.
I'm gonna
and I
stop
can
you right
tell
here.
her
I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna
taking the
stop.
kids.
Wait, when I say I'm gonna stop you right here, I mean I'm gonna stop you right here.
Oh, I didn't hear you.
I hear what you're saying, kind of. I don't even know if all that's particularly true, but what I will say is it's irrelevant to the conversation because I'm looking for people who thinks like he did it. At best, even if I took everything you're saying at face value, then fine. Maybe he's more negligent than he should be, and in some ways, he was definitely not negligent. He gave her more help than I think a lot of people would. But sure, in that specific lane, if I took everything you're saying at 100% face value, sure, he was more negligent than he should have been. But why does that matter? I'm looking for people to. It's not relevant, Vita. It's not. It's not relevant to my question. My question is for people who think that he did it. She strangled her 3 children. If you believe that, right? Which I think Vita does believe that.
Is it not relevant?
No, of course it's not relevant. It is not unless you're using that.
Are you sure?
Can I finish?
Yeah.
It's not relevant to my question. My question is do you believe, because there are people out there, a strong amount of people out there that believe that he did it and she is a patsy. That's what people believe. So unless you're using that as an evidence to prove that he did it, if you're not doing that, then it is irrelevant because all you're telling me is that he was negligent. That doesn't make him a killer. Do you agree with that?
Can we play a game?
Real quick, do we agree with that real quick? Do we agree with that?
No.
We don't agree that wait, stop. Did you hear my question? Did you hear? No. Did you hear my question? Because I think if you heard my question, you would say yes, but you said no. So I'm going to go ahead and guess that you did not.
I want to elaborate and tell you why.
I'm going to ask the question again until you answer. I promise you're not going to get out of the question. Did you hear my question?
Go ahead and ask it again so everyone can hear it.
That's not my question. My question is, did you hear it?
Maybe not.
Not maybe not. Did you hear it?
If
you either heard it or you didn't.
If it was relevant. You're asking me if it was relevant.
No. My question to you is, does someone being negligent make him a killer?
No. So can I elaborate now? Can I play Candace?
Sure, but again, I think I just proved my point.
No. Well, let me elaborate. Well, yeah, about negligence. Yeah. All right. But when I'm bringing it up is I want to add some layers to the cake here. As Candace, thank you, everybody. Everybody watching, I think that Lindsay belongs in jail. Okay. But I'm going to play this scenario out.
It's irrelevant.
No. I think when I look at this guy, Patrick, and I see him on the stand. What, Donnie?
I was talking to Nick. Sorry.
Okay. When I look at Patrick on the stand and I hear his answers and I watch him answer the questions of the defense and the prosecution, going over how he found her, how he found his children and all that stuff, it bothers me. Okay. Kelly talks about how she's profiling. Kelly, I got to be honest with you. When you look at Patrick, what do you see? You told us what you think of when you look at Lindsay. What do you think of Patrick when you look at him?
Still in a state of shock, is still in a depressive state over losing his children, and has tried. It's now 3 years later, and he's tried to rebuild his life. That's what I
see that at
He's
all.
having to relive the whole thing.
Why does it matter?
Men actually, let me explain something to you, Scotty.
Let me tell you what I see.
No, Scotty, you asked
Why
me this
not?
question. Men actually react very differently than women. They don't outwardly show a lot of their emotion. That is
really?
just by nature.
That's
in
not
men.
true.
It is true.
Yes, it is.
It's literally
yes,
true.
Yes, it is.
Oh, did you see Kyle
Unfortunately for
Rittenhouse?
men, it is. That's
Kyle
why men
Rittenhouse
suffer
was
from
in self-defense.
depression
Did you see his
and
reaction on the
PTSD
stand?
in the dark, because they don't want people to let
Actually-
themselves know that they have problems.
Well, actually,
Did
Kyle,
you see Kyle
yeah,
Rittenhouse reaction?
can I
when he had to
answer
relive
that?
his situation?
Yeah, so Kyle Rittenhouse actually didn't have a lot of emotion. A lot of his emotion came after he was found
What?
not guilty. Can I fucking finish a sentence? Holy
Yes.
shit, dude. Anyways, regardless, even if you were correct, right? It doesn't actually matter. She said generally men do not, and she's literally correct. There's plenty of studies on this. She didn't say every single man in history will also be this way over every single woman in history. There might be some women who act more generally like how men generally act. There might be some men. Well, if you agree, then what the fuck was the purpose of saying Kyle Rittenhouse?
Because Kyle Rittenhouse, you could tell when he had to relive the situation.
What does that
have on the stand?
What does that have to do with my
totally
question?
broke down.
Wait a minute. Stop. Hold on. Wait a minute. What does that have to do with my question? If you agree with that statement, which literally debunks the idea of using it as single example, then what? If you agree with that, which you said you did, then what was the purpose of bringing?
Because I think that they're gray areas, Nick. Nick,
Okay.
I think that they're gray
So
areas.
what?
I think that
Can I
don't think
finish?
that a man
Can I finish the question?
All right, but
So
I'd
what?
like to be able to answer also once you finish.
Right. So what was the purpose of bringing up a single example if it does not prove the general statement, which conservative Kelly is literally correct on?
And I'm not disagreeing with conservative Kelly that yes, most men, okay, are going to be less emotional or more composed.
But you did
than
disagree with that.
Most women. No, I didn't disagree.
She did.
Okay,
She said
just
generally
because
men do this,
you
and
said
you
you'd allow
said,
me to
and
answer, Nick.
I heard
said
your
you'd allow
answer.
me to answer.
I
Come
heard
on.
your answer. What are you talking about? I heard your answer.
Yeah, but let me give a little back.
Can I tell you why what you said was wrong? You said to
I
her when
already
she
understand
made.
why.
Okay, what am I going to say then? Go ahead. What am I about to say?
You're saying that she made the generalization.
Nope.
Okay, and all right.
So far, that's not what I was going to say. Okay, great. So you said I never disagreed with Kelly. I'm telling you, you're wrong, and you're more than welcome to go into YouTube and rewind it. When she made the general statement about men, you said, oh, really? Actually, that's not true. So yes, unless that's not true means something else, pretty sure you disagreed with her. Do you agree? Do you agree that that's not true means you're disagreeing?
And then you brought up Kyle Rittenhouse after I said that
hold on.
the distance
He asked
from
me.
the
He asked me, so let me
Scotty,
retort.
hold
more
on,
serious than
Scotty,
it needs to
hold
be.
on.
I know.
Then I
it does,
brought
Donnie.
up the distance from what
really
happened,
don't get
the
this.
fact that there's time that has passed, the fact that he's a male. Because you asked me, you said, what do you think about him, Kelly? You actually called me out on it.
Yeah.
And I said all these things, and then you brought up Kyle Rittenhouse.
I also want to point out that Kyle Rittenhouse was a minor who was also on trial for murder, whereas
murder.
Patrick,
And he was a kid.
Whereas Patrick is not a minor and he's not on trial. So even if we somehow use Jesus Christ. Even if we somehow use Kyle Rittenhouse as some kind of onesie twosie, it doesn't matter because it's anecdotal, but even if we used it, it's totally black and white. It's totally different situations.
I can agree that it's slightly different, but that
Not
does
slightly
not,
different. Not even slightly.
Nick, do I get to respond?
Because when you respond, you say these.
At least let him
Seriously,
speak.
do I get
Like,
to respond?
To
at
be
all?
fair,
But
to him.
when you respond, you
Let
add
him
these
speak.
little comments that are not necessary. You're saying they're slightly different. It's not slightly different. It's extremely different.
Okay, fine. They're extremely different. I do think that they're gray areas, and I do think that there are circumstances where men, okay, can be, show a little emotion. Yes, you can say that in general, men are more composed than women with their emotion, but it doesn't mean that they're immune to emotion or they're not going to show anything. I saw Patrick, and I see a guy that, I don't know, I question him. I have a lot of questions about the husband.
You just debunked yourself, and I'll tell you why.
No,
because
I
you
don't think
said
so.
you did, and I'll tell you why. Because you
Go
just
ahead.
said right now that sometimes men can do this and sometimes not. You said that, right?
Yeah, so
why can't he just be in the sometimes not? Why does he
Why
have
can't
to
he be in the sometimes?
Exactly. That's the point. You're proving what I'm saying right now. Why is it that he has to be in this or that? He just happens to be on this side of the aisle. You just admitted that men
I'll
exist
respond.
on this.
I'll respond. Okay, because he is a man who is starting a new life and seems to have
3
wanted
years
to
ago.
start it, or
3 years ago.
okay, well, he started it before his kids were unalived.
What?
It seems to me.
What do you mean he started it before his kids unalive? Can
There's
you
no
can you
evidence
expand?
Seems
to
to
that,
me-
Scotty.
Right, can you expand
Hold
on
on.
that
By the
with
way,
evidence?
you
Wait,
would've been more
no, hold on,
persuasive,
one
Scotty,
second.
if I
Let
would've
him
questioned it more.
let him finish. I want you to expand on that.
it seems to me with all of the
With evidence,
job
not
interviews
seems.
or whatever in New York, okay, and that his new girlfriend or wife was in New York.
No, his
right?
wife. No, he just married his wife 4 months ago. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but he was probably seeing her.
No,
in
not
New York. That's
probably.
what those
Give me
bus-
evidence. I need evidence here. You can't just tell me probably based off what? Your feelings?
Well, was he taking business trips to New York?
Yeah, because he had to work. What? That's not, dude. Are you serious right now? Are you fucking? You have to be trolling with me right now. You're telling
I
me.
told you I'm Candace. I told you I'm Candace. So
yeah, but no, Candace. Even Candace. No, stop.
And don't
Stop,
mansplain to me, Nick.
Jesus
don't
Christ.
mansplain to
Stop
me
it.
while I'm playing Candace.
Candace, no. Even Candace will maybe make something up. You just said
Don't
straight up.
mansplain to me. Let me
Okay,
speak.
Scotty,
Show me some respect, Nick, and let me speak. Okay.
Anyway, Scotty,
All right,
you're not answering.
I am.
Scotty, I
I'm
get you're
trying.
playing the whole Candace. You're trying to make a joke, but it's not even. It doesn't even click because even Candace at least sometimes comes up with something that, anonymous source or something. You're just telling me that he was with his girlfriend cheating on Lindsay, and I said from what? And you're like, I don't know. Where's it come from?
Well, what do you think the motivation was for her unaliving?
Where does that
and then
come
unaliving
from?
herself?
Where does that come from that he was cheating on her with his now wife?
Scotty, what are you arguing? I'm just really like, what is your position here? What do you think about the case? You think she did it or not?
I just want him to
I
answer
do
that
think
question.
that she did it.
I'm just
I do
very
think that she
confused
did
at
it.
like where we're actually
I want
arguing
you to answer, where does it come from that he was cheating on her with his now wife that he only married 4 months ago, almost 3 years
just
after the
think that
incident?
it's
I don't think it really matters.
Actually,
She
more than
killed
3
him.
years. It was
If
3
she killed
years
him, she
and
killed him.
3 years and 3 months after. This isn't like he married her the week after.
Okay, but I believe.
Okay, but what? I'm
or
asking you for the
I
evidence that
think
he was cheating on her.
I think that it's sus that his business interviews were in New York. I think that it's sus because she was from New York, and now all of a sudden they're married.
Okay, but what evidence what do you mean all of a sudden?
What did
It's
this
3.
prove,
Hold on
though?
1 second. It was 3 years and 3 months later. What do you mean all of a sudden? All of a sudden means quickly, right away. Where
So
are
they
you
were
getting
probably
it from?
dating for 3 years, Nick.
How do you, great, I'm willing to hear you out. Can you give me some evidence for that?
Only that she's from New York and the
Can
business trips
I
to New York.
okay, great. So you don't have any evidence at all.
And
Do you have
well,
evidence or
well,
not?
Lindsay unalived
Do
herself for a
you
reason.
have-
Maybe she knew that her husband was cheating on her.
Lindsay didn't what are you talking about?
Well,
Are you
Lindsay
seriously? Are we
attempted to.
shifting the blame? Let's say let's say you believe that
She's
she
never
did it. I don't
testified to him
understand.
cheating on
For
her.
someone who actually believes that she did it, I don't understand what you're arguing about.
You understand
if
that.
you didn't,
Because
if you
sometimes
didn't
in a
think
crime
that,
of passion or a crime of revenge, that's what it is.
Right.
She
Can
wants
I-
to. She wants to get back at the husband.
that
So she
she-
unalives
I
the
still,
kids.
you
Okay,
guys, you're
explain
letting
that.
him deflect. I'm still
No,
waiting for the
everybody
evidence.
knows
This,
Nick,
Nick. Everybody
that
knows.
there would be documentation, Scotty, in all the times she saw her psychiatrist, that she would speak of the fact that she was suspecting her husband was cheating on her or something, and it's not in the documentation. So there's no evidence
Right. I'm asking for evidence.
that that was her motivation, is what I'm trying to say.
Also, what are you talking? I looked it up. What are you talking about? Like all these ideas of like job interviews. He didn't even have any job interviews.
Didn't he have job interviews
Nope.
in New York?
Nope. He had been employed as a tech sales executive at Microsoft since 2020, and he remained with the company both leading up to, during the time of the murders, later taking obviously an extended leave of absence. Yeah, no, that's just not even true. And even that,
Why do you think she
even
killed her
that
kids?
wasn't. I don't care. I'm asking you for evidence. Just, dude, at this point, I've asked you like 1,000 times. It's yes or no. Do you have evidence that he was cheating on her with his now wife that he married 3.5 years later?
Oh, no.
Okay, thank you.
We have.
Okay, I'm going over to you, Mingle. You guys are honestly.
Thank God.
I am
I
legitimately
don't even
trying to
know.
learn more, and I got to be honest. The more people, especially the last, no offense, Scotty, but the last one, this is batshit insane. It is
It is.
batshit
I agree.
insane. Like I thought I was gonna get some stuff that really made me go, oh, that's okay. That's interesting. I'll look more into that. I didn't get any of that. Like just nothing. This is insane. And I'm glad Scotty came up for one reason only. You're the only man that I've actually seen been doing this. Right? It's been all women. So thank you for at least giving me that.
Stop.
That
Stop.
that at least there's one man that's also thinking batshit insane things.
But this speculative stuff is just insanity. I can't even do it. I can't.
I'm going
They're
over
assuming so many weird crap that there's no evidence of. It's just like Delulu. I don't even know what to say anymore.
I'm going to YouTube, you guys. I'm
I
going
would
on
too.
Mingle.
I'd run.
God bless America.
Absolutely. Love you, Nick. Bye.
Bye. Jeez. Oh my god, you guys. I legitimately was actually asking because I haven't looked that much into it, right? I've looked a decent amount today. Like as you guys know, I'm very good at research, so I can learn quicker than the average person. But still, I admit I have not been looking enough. I want to get into it. I'm gonna watch some stuff tonight and this next week. I'm gonna catch myself up. But man, I really thought when people came up and like, Nick, I actually think this or that. I was so excited because I thought they're gonna give me something that makes me at minimum go, okay, I still think she did it, but that's a good point. That's a good point. I actually want to look into that. Like when she brought up the whole 20 minutes and the body temperature, I also thought, yeah, that's a little weird. And then Moderate came in and he's like, it wasn't 20 minutes. And I was like, okay, that's true. So, you know, I was excited because I thought maybe we'll get something. But no, nothing they brought up even somewhat slightly convinced me. Let's play Arabs and Cars and we'll get to Mingle.
It's Omegle time, everyone! You know what that means? Arabs hanging out in a car. Nothing but Arabs hanging out in a car. Screaming and yelling while hanging out in a car. Absolutely no women, just three bros hanging out in a car. 1, 2, 3 Arabs hanging out in a car. Come on, everyone, sing along. From the west to the east to the north to the south. From the river to the sea. All we see is Arabs hanging out in a car. Nothing but Arabs hanging out in a car. We click next. And what do you see? No women. Absolutely no women. Just bros in a car. Screaming and yelling while hanging out in a car. 1, 2, 3 Arabs hanging out in a car. Omegle time.
Hello, chair. Nope, that's not what I meant to do. Zionist chair. Chair is better than care. Who we want chair back? You mingle. Test, test, test. There we go. Why is my block button not working? Am I blocked? What does that mean? Read the super chat. Okay. But why did somebody comment, am I blocked? What does that even mean? Why is it not? It's weird. Whatever. All right, let's read super chats. All right. Sorry, 1 second, you guys. You guys got the chair. There you go. Okay, now I can read super chats. When's the last one I read? Here we go. Mob Jacket says, hold on, scroll up so you guys can see it. Appreciate you, Hammer and Donnie, for all you do, but this message is more for the Jews/Israelis in the chat. As a Christian, I see you guys and you have my full support. Say bless everyone. Much love. That's nice of you, Mob. Thank you. I'm sure they thanked you also. Mayan says, start with pulling out of the UN. Dror says, is Turkey using the Iran war to expand in Syria and accelerate a broader power play? Also, the Mecca pact timing feels especially suspicious. I agree with you. McFly asks Cletus how many toes he had on each foot. McFly says, Lindsay Clancy had a nanny. Her psychiatrist from McLeon, the John Hopkins of Mine Hospitals, says she didn't have postpartum psychosis. She wasn't working, and there's evidence it was premeditated. Adi says, Nick is a killer debater. Glad he's on our side. Thank you. Chemo Doe? First super chat. Keep up the great work, Nick. Thank you for the first super chat. I really appreciate that. Die Canadian Zionist. Nick, you and Donnie need to watch Mindhunter. Okay. Sure, I can look into that. McFly says, Hammer's base tonight. Trainwreck says if she had depression, the generic version of Wellbutrin can cause extreme angry outbursts. My father killed my mother and then killed himself on the medication. That's still no excuse. Jesus. Okay. Well, from my understanding, I still need to look into it. She wasn't taking the medication, but Wellbutrin is something that I have taken. I can't say I've ever had extreme angry outbursts, but I also acknowledge that everyone has taken. Actually, I think that's what I take now. I don't know if bupropion is the same thing, but that's what the VA gave me for my PTSD. I argue with the VA all the time. I'm like, I don't have that. But I understand everyone technically has different, how do I say, reactions. Deborah says, are people blaming Israel yet for what she did? I'm sure it'll come. Somebody did send me on Telegram, somebody on X blaming Israel. Women are restarted, Nazir says. You've seen the video blaming the guy using dolls? I have not. McFly says, if the husband murdered his kids and we flipped the scenario, would women be defending him? This is gendered bias. I agree. I don't even think we would know about the case if it was a man. Rich AFC, even though I still think you're rich as fuck, but I know you told me yesterday that's not really what it comes from. Donnie's Are We Doing As a Jew was too underestimated. Trainwreck says, everyone who is psychotic has a mental illness, but not everyone who has a mental illness is psychotic. Duh. Yeah, exactly. Nazir says, when a man goes on a killing spree and claims insanity or mentally ill, it's death penalty, and what a monster. For him, feminists in conservative clothes. Trainwreck says, keep this nurse the fuck away from my kids. Jeez, all right. Silver says, since Islam is always at war, it makes sense that leaving it is punishment by death, like deserting a war. It's a good point. Nazir says, Rhode Island, you hearing this shit? Alan says, are you surprised Mark Ruffalo, other Marvel actors, and Paul Simon signed a letter calling for the release of Marwan Barghouti? Nope, I'm not surprised. Chicken Pork Adobo says, mechanic here. Mechanics have specialty and we don't know some technical parts, especially if we don't repair them. We always look up with service manual. Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying earlier. Big Killa says, first off, thank you for the membership for a month, but he says, from the Wakanda River to the Sea of Narnia, some made-up place called Palestine shall be free. Sar says, she needs to be locked up forever, psychosis or not. Prometheus says, stop crying, she's a monster. Prometheus also says, cage that devil. Rich AF says, get your new chair, this one doesn't talk much. Barefoot and Firefly says, how many pest casualties in Ketchi now? What the fuck? I don't know. They might be in there now because there was like 4 in here, but now they're not. I don't know how it works. But I think it's working. Hopefully in a few days it'll get fucking all of them. I just don't know where I have no idea where they're coming from. I looked everywhere. I get they're attracted to the light, but like I looked, and obviously I saw you guys. A lot of people say, "Oh, look at the drains." I actually also bought today this like thing that you pour down the drain. So hopefully between the catchy and that, it'll solve the problem. But like, dude, I have no idea. I cannot find where they're coming from. Michael says the 3 greatest philosophers of all time: Aristotle, Sir Edmund Burke, and Nick's chair. Anyways, keep up the good work. Thank you. Can come from plants. Do have some plants. Okay, I'll look at it. It's fruit flies. It's really pissing me off too. Like I read that a lot of time it could be like produce. I even looked like under cuz like my computer is like on a level, right? So I looked under thinking like did I accidentally drop like a piece of food down there or something? No. We scrubbed everything. Everything's like it's really pissing me off. I asked my neighbors, they're all saying the same stuff. They were like, yeah, we have them in our house too, shit like that. It's really fucking annoying. Whatever. It'll work itself out. I am confident. Hello.
Hey, I like your flag.
Thanks, man.
How you doing?
Good.
I'm 19.
What do you mean, why?
Who's 19?
Me.
Israel!
Israel.
Israel?
You gotta say Israel.
Why do you have to say it like that?
live streaming?
I am live streaming.
That's how they say it.
Who's they?
Oh, you're live streaming? What's up, chat?
Chat says, what's up? Oh, hey, where'd you guys go?
Boo.
Boo.
Oh boy.
Why are you all the way back there?
Back where?
Like back there. Like in
Back
the
where?
bottom left of the corner of the screen.
Oh, it's my view.
Fair enough. What's up, man? How old are you?
It was good. I'm 19.
Are you live streaming right now?
Nope.
Oh,
Are
you
you?
just got the. I am, and you just got the whole setup like me. Also,
Oh.
got the headset.
I've seen you. I think my friend debated you.
Oh yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
How'd he do?
I think he won. I can't lie.
You think he won?
Yeah, he posted on his YouTube.
I'm gonna
ZZX.
go ahead and doubt it. What's his name?
ZZX. You want me to send you the YouTube video?
Well, I could probably see ZZX.
Yep. He's the guy who everyone in the description said he sounds gay.
That doesn't help me. Are you sure that's his name? ZZX? Does he have like another name?
I sent you the thing.
What did we
But I
debate
don't-
about?
I forgot. I don't do politics. I debate theology.
I can debate theology, but first let's see that. You don't remember what we debated about, but you think you won? That doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah, I watched it like 2 weeks ago or something.
Oh, this guy only got 372 views.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody top comment. Nah, bro, you got absolutely cooked by him. Second comment, you got cooked. Third comment, your entire strategy here was to create a false binary. Either Nick accepts
No, but the
everything.
guy
Wait,
you
hold on
debated-
one second. Everything Pacepa ever said, or Pacepa is completely worthless as a source. That is not how historians evaluate. His own comments section. Let's see. You got clocked. Where did he run? Question mark. One person said keep it up, so that's good. Yeah, his own comments. Wait, is it a he or she?
No, it's a he, but I think he's a LARP. He's a Zionist. I don't know why he debated you.
Oh. Well, either way, everyone's saying he did bad.
No, but he's a Zionist. I don't know why he debated you. He loves Israel.
Well, I don't know, but you can agree and still have a debate. In fact, I used to do debate in high school and college, and a lot of the times we would debate just to debate, not because we disagreed.
Yeah. No, I just debate theology. I don't
think
do politics.
what you're
I'm Palestinian, by the way.
Okay, I think the reason you think you won is because you probably have a bias who's your friend, and that's actually admirable. You should defend your friend.
I don't know him that much, by the way, but
You know him more than
I
me,
have
though.
known him, yeah.
So I find it admirable, but I'm gonna go ahead and say he probably didn't. I'm just gonna be real. But I'll check it out. But the thing is that KGB create the PLO. First off, I can already I think I remember that was when I was on Discord.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, the reason they lost that debate, he, she, whatever,
It's a he.
the reason he lost the debate was because he was creating a scenario that wasn't claimed by me. So I never said that the KGB created the PLO. What I said was that Yasser Arafat was an asset for the KGB. That is literally correct. You can look it up. Also Mahmoud Abbas. So that's not the same thing as they created the PLO. And that's what they titled the video on their thumbnail. So my guess is they probably thought they won because they were arguing something that I never claimed.
Mm-hmm.
I can rewatch it again tonight, but I'm going to go ahead and assume that's probably it. It's based off
because I think you put your tweet on there.
where I say the KGB created the PLO.
I'm not exactly sure, but I remember he put a tweet of what you said, and then he contested that.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and say that either it's based off of lack of context in the tweet or exaggeration. I don't think the KGB literally created the PLO. Now, it's possible I tweeted that and the context is like their actions created the PLO, not a literal direct creation. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I'll look
Wait,
into it.
I forgot your name. I remember watching you.
My name's
there was
Nick.
this one video. What was the video? It was like, if there's something wrong, you buzz it. It's like you catch people.
Oh, that was one of my Jubilee episodes. I've been on Jubilee a couple times.
If you can send it to me, because I forgot.
Just type
what your name
in
was.
Jubilee. You'll see it. You know what Jubilee is, yeah?
Yeah.
Anyways, this is boring. So
Wait,
you said you
I have
debate
a question.
Sure, go ahead.
Theology, yeah. What's your theology? What do you hold to?
I'm a Noahide.
Oh.
Live in the 7 laws of Noah. Are you Muslim?
No. That's so
Christian?
boring. Yeah, you're so boring.
What are you?
Yeah, I'm Christian. Yeah.
Oh, well, I don't attack Christians. I love Christians. Christians are great. So I don't know how
Do
much
you
we
think
can debate.
Christians are Zionists?
What do you mean?
Do you think they support Israel?
That's a ridiculous question.
No, I'm being serious.
Like 100%?
No, like, do you think the classical Christians, not the Pentecostals, not the Protestants?
Well, that's not the question you asked. You asked, do Christians in the present tense. Now you're asking about past tense.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about, yes, past tense throughout the Christian theology, throughout their lifespan.
Well,
have they supported-
Israel has only existed since 1948 in the modern state, so how could they?
That's not what okay. What I'm talking about is the Zionist state, right?
Right,
Do you
which
think,
only existed in 1948.
do you think Christians support that?
Again, it's a stupid question because the answer would be yes and no. Some Christians do, some don't.
When I say classical, I mean Catholic and Eastern Orthodox.
Do Catholics? Well, I'm a cradle Catholic. I'm not Catholic anymore. I knew a lot of Catholics that supported Israel. I knew a lot of Catholics that didn't.
Why'd you leave Christianity?
Irrelevant to the question. I knew a lot of Catholics, still know a lot of Catholics that support Israel. Some because it's geopolitical reasons, some because they believe it is a commandment from God, some believe because of the words of Paul. However, I know also a lot of Catholics that they don't necessarily hate Israel, but they don't support it either, at least in the terms of Zionism. So your question is a bad faith question. Like you're asking you're asking an absolute, which would be impossible to answer.
I'm not trying to make it a bad faith question. Do you think like
I'm not saying you're trying to, I'm just saying it is.
Okay. Do you think the majority of Catholics and Eastern Orthodox support the Zionist state?
I assume based off of Christian Zionism or based off of like geopolitical reasons?
Christian Zionism.
No.
Why do you think that is?
Because it's irrelevant to the teachings of the church.
I would say it's because it goes against the teachings of the church.
Yes and no. I mean, are you Catholic?
No.
You're Orthodox?
Mm-hmm.
I can't speak as much to Orthodox because, like I said, I was Catholic, so I can speak more to that. I would say the catechisms doesn't remove the idea. However, I don't know what Orthodox teaches. However, I mean, do you accept the words of Paul?
Yes.
So what do you think will happen with ethnic Israel by the end times? And what do you think is happening to them right now in contemporary times?
I believe right now ethnic Israel does not exist.
Okay, so you already disagree with Paul. Keep going.
No. Because when Paul is talking about ethnic Israel, are you talking about the restoration?
I'm talking about how he differentiates between spiritual Israel and ethnic Israel.
Right, where he says that the Christians are the true Jews.
He never says the Christians are the true Jews.
You want
So
to pull it up?
that's Paul says this?
Yes, he says the followers of Christ are the true Jews.
Are the true Jews?
Yes.
Okay, can you just give me the verse?
Yeah, I'll pull it up.
You don't have to pull it up, just tell me. I have a Bible right here.
Because I don't remember. I stopped debating religion a while ago. I just do it out of like time to time.
I'm just gonna go ahead and say he doesn't say true Jews. He probably says Israel. He might say that when referring to spiritual Israel.
It's not like I'm not quoting it like verbatim where he says true, but
Okay,
he says that
so
the Jews now.
So he doesn't say that, is what you're saying.
No, I'm saying that the Jews now, the true Jews are the Christians.
Okay, that's it's funny how you said he definitely said that, and now you're kind of backtracking and saying, "Well, I'm not saying he said that."
No,
Just
no,
give
I'm
me
not
just
playing
give me the verse.
semantics.
I'll just read it right now.
Yeah, I'm not playing semantics.
Well, that's not what semantics means. Semantics is the meaning of words. We're not talking about the meaning. You're just misquoting. That's not semantics. That's just a misquote.
No. When he talks about this verse, right, where he says,
Just give
what a
me the
Jew is,
perfect Romans.
yeah.
Yeah, I already know it's wrong because the book of Romans literally talks about ethnic Israel and it says what happens to them, Romans chapter 11. But before we get into why you're wrong, let me first read what you think you're reading. Romans 2.
By the verse that you're
One
quoting-
second.
Okay, take your time.
2, 28 through 29. Oh, yeah, this is the circumcision quote. Yeah, that's not what he's saying. He's okay, I'll read it. A person is not a Jew who is one only outwardly, nor is circumcision merely outward and physical. No, a person is a Jew who is one inwardly, and circumcision is circumcision of the heart by the Spirit, not by the written code. Such a person's praise is not from other people, but from God. Okay, yes, he does say that. That's correct. That's not what you said he said. That's completely different. What he's talking about is being grafted in. You know what he says about being grafted in? Can you tell me?
Are you talking about when he does what was the thing he did when he went to the Jews?
Irrelevant to my question. Do you know what he talks about with being grafted in?
Like as in following the commandments?
No.
So what are you talking about?
So when he says grafted in, he's talking about with the, you can call it covenant if you will, the new covenant, right? Being grafted in. What does he say when literally asked, well, what about the old covenant and what about the abandonment of his people? Speaking of the Jews, what does Paul say?
I don't know, tell me.
Okay. It's funny how you say you guys follow Paul. We don't know that much. He says, no, by no means he never left it. I am myself a Jew. And he says that the Jews, as an ethnic Israel, not spiritual, he says they are enemies to the scripture for your sake. Why does he say that? Do you remember that now that I've reminded you?
Is it in Colossians?
No, it's in Romans, the same exact book you're quoting right now.
In chapter 2?
No, I think it's in
Chapter
chapter
9.
11. Chapter 9
chapter
through
9.
11.
Yeah, chapter 9 is where he talks about for they are not who Israel, something like that, right?
No.
It's where he mentions Isaac.
No, you're I mean, I'm sure he does mention Isaac, but you're just wrong. I can find it, but in time, do you know what I'm talking about when he says, yeah, here it is. I asked then, did God reject his people? Is chapter 11. By no means. I am an Israelite myself, a descendant of Abraham from the tribe of Benjamin. God did not reject his people whom he foreknew. Don't you know what scripture says in the passage about Elijah, how he appealed to God against Israel? Lord, they have killed your prophets and torn down your altars. I am the only one left, and they are trying to kill me. And what was God's answer to him? I have reserved for myself 7,000 who have not bowed the knee. So too, at the present time, there is a remnant chosen by grace. And if by grace, then it cannot be based on works. If it were, grace would no longer be grace. What then? What the people of Israel sought so earnestly they did not obtain. The elect among them did. But the others were hardened, as it is written, God gave them a spirit of stupor, eyes that could not see, and ears that could not hear to this very day. I keep going, but before I do you know what he meant when Paul says they are enemies to the scriptures for your sake? He's saying the Jews are enemies to the scriptures for the Gentiles' sake. What does he mean by that?
I'm not sure. Can you tell me?
Yes, I'm trying to find like literally the exact verse. I know I'm right. I'm just trying to find it for you so you can look into it. Yeah, here it is. It's chapter 11 still, verse 28. As far as the gospel is concerned, they are enemies for your sake. He's saying because if the Jews were to accept the gospels from the start, it would have just been another Jewish thing. It would have never gotten to the Gentiles. They would have never been grafted in. So the Jews were supposed to reject it because it's for the sake of the Gentiles. Some translations say Greeks, but it means Gentiles nonetheless. Then after that, it says, but as far as election is concerned, they, as an ethnic Israel, we are not speaking about spiritual Israel, not speaking about Christians, ethnic Israel, they are loved on account of the patriarchs, for God's gifts and his call are, do you know what he says? No? Okay. Irrevocable. You know what irrevocable means?
Yes, yes, yes.
Right.
Okay. Do you know about the Jerusalem Council?
The Jerusalem Council?
Yes.
I
In the
think
book of
maybe.
Acts, where most of the apostles and the head Christians were talking about the rulings for the Gentiles.
You're talking about what year was this? So I can remember.
50
Around?
or 40 AD, around 40 AD.
Okay, I think I know which one you're talking about. This was after the crucifixion.
Yes, yes.
But it was one of the earlier councils for sure. Okay, I find that to be irrelevant compared to the divine word of God. But okay, keep going.
Okay, this in the book of Acts they talk about the rulings for the Gentiles, right? And one of the rulings, right, within the Jerusalem Council is that no one goes into heaven except the Christians.
Oh, I agree. That's why I was going to keep reading. Well, I don't agree, but I agree that's what you believe is what I mean to say.
Yeah.
Right. Do you want me to keep reading about the words of Paul that you somehow forgot? So after that, he says specifically what is happening to ethnic Israel today. Do you know?
What does he say? Does he talk about the fall of the temple?
No. He says that there is a hardening over ethnic Israel, and there is supposed to be a hardening until
Christ comes back.
No. Until all Gentiles are grafted in. And at that point, all of Israel will be united and complete, meaning spiritual Israel and ethnic Israel. So if Christians are correct, what the belief will be is that they will be grafted and it will be complete. The Jews will believe after all Gentiles are grafted in. Not 90%, not 50%, not 20%, not 99%, 100%. So when you say, well, only Christians, true, again, if Christianity is correct, that is, you are correct. But that's supposed to happen later. So what you're doing is you're ignoring the words of Paul, who got his inspiration and divinity, right? The divine words from Jesus on the road to Damascus, which is, I believe you believe is God, correct? Right. So his words come from God. And you're telling me, well, what about this council? I don't know about that council as much as maybe you do. I'm sure you're correct. But why would I take that over the word of God? Again, I don't believe it's the word of God, but you do.
About the state of Israel being irrevocable?
It has nothing to do with the state of Israel. It has to do with his calls and gifts. And yes, correct.
Yes. One of the rules.
But I'm not just talking about that. I'm talking about how ethnic Israel is supposed to have a hardening. They're supposed to deny the gospels. Everything that is happening today with the Jews, again, assuming Christianity is correct, is supposed to happen. That's required. Right. So what's the problem?
Yeah, one of the commandments, right, that not necessarily a commandment, but rulings that God has said that if the Jews were to disobey, he would spit them out of the land.
Correct. And then what does he say right after that?
Right. He says that.
What does he say right after that? Almost in the exact same verse.
Right. No, I'm quoting not Jeremiah.
I assume you're either quoting either Genesis or Numbers. I don't know which one. He says it multiple times.
None of them.
Yes, you are.
No. I'm not wrong. He says it in Judges, I think.
He might also say it again. It's rehashed later, but it comes from Genesis, and I'm pretty sure it's also in Numbers. I could be wrong about that. It's also in Amos.
Numbers.
Correct, Numbers. You know the book of Numbers?
Yes.
Oh, okay, I don't know. I can look into it, but he talks about the actual borders and the lands that were given. It's actually smaller than what he says in Genesis. In Genesis, he says it's from the Euphrates to the river of Egypt, which some people say is the Nile, but but it's not correct. It's actually mostly talking about the Al-Wadi River, but that's neither here nor there. What I'm saying is, what does he say right after that? If he says, you do not keep the covenant, I'll spit you out of the land. It's not really what he says, but I get you. You're paraphrasing. What does he say right after that?
What does he say?
He says, but I will always bring you back. And he also goes one step further. He said, my covenant with you will be forever or until the suns and the stars extinguish out of the skies. Now, I could be wrong. Last time I checked, it's nighttime right now, so maybe tomorrow will be the day. But I'm pretty sure the stars are still up there, and I want to say the sun is going to rise tomorrow. So are you calling God a liar?
No, because in Jeremiah
did God
31,
change his mind?
No, because because the new covenant or the covenant or the heir of the descendants of Isaac, right? From that
What?
lineage, or wait,
You mean Abraham?
No.
You mean Jacob?
Because no, Isaac.
Okay, yes, Isaac had it temporarily until he gives it to Jacob.
Yes.
Okay, keep going.
Okay, through that line I'm talking about. That line, there will be a new covenant established.
What?
Right?
What?
This is said in Genesis.
A new covenant?
Yes, a new covenant. That's also stated in Jeremiah 31:31. Here, I'll put it up for you.
I don't disagree with there being a new covenant. I'm a Noahide, so I follow a different covenant than what Abraham had. I'm trying to figure out why this is relevant, but I'll look at it. I'll look at what you're saying. So said Jeremiah 31:31.
Yeah, I put it in the chat.
Oh, it's fine. I have a Bible here. I'm not going to read your translation. No offense.
It's all good.
31:31. Let's see. Wait, 31:31, right?
Yes, 31:31 to 34.
Oh, that's why I'm on 30. My bad.
And you can also go to Genesis.
Okay. Can you give me, while I'm looking at this one, can you give me the Genesis one too? Oh, yes. I know this one. Yes, he talks about a covenant with the house of Judah, but who does he say the covenant's with?
Isaac.
No.
Yeah, he says it here in Genesis 17.
Okay, I'll look at the Genesis one, but I'm looking at Jeremiah first.
Are you talking about the house of Israel?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay, perfect.
Okay.
And then okay.
You understand who Israel is, yes?
Yes.
Okay, who's Israel?
I forgot his name. The guy who fought the angel. What was his name?
How was his relation to Isaac? How about that?
His son.
Jacob.
Yes, Jacob. I'm sorry, I was blanking.
No, you're good. What is the Genesis verse?
17:21. This is where he establishes the covenant with Isaac, and then he says,
Hold on.
Yeah, no worries.
17:21. Yes, my covenant I will maintain with Isaac, whom Sarah shall bear to you at this season next year. Yes, and what happens right after?
Yes.
Right, what happens?
Right after he says, and for your brother I have not forgotten, I will make him a great nation.
Correct. Okay, maybe when I said right after, I didn't mean literally the next sentence. I meant what happens with the covenant with Isaac.
He gives it to Jacob.
Well, yeah, kind of. Esau technically has it, and then Esau sells it for a bowl of soup, and then the twin.
What are you talking about? What do you? No, I'm not talking about Esau, where he says, "For Esau, for I have loved you and I hated your brother." I'm not talking about Esau.
You know who Esau's brother is, right?
Yes, I know. I forgot his name. In that same verse, it says,
"Who is Esau's brother?"
I forgot his name, but
who do you think he is?
Jacob.
Thank you. Jacob, yes. I'm saying that Esau has the has the covenant, correct? And then Esau sells it, his rights, for a bowl of soup. And then Dude, come on, this is basic biblical knowledge.
I just forgot. I haven't debated.
Okay, we'll just assume I'm telling you the truth because I am. Okay? So he sells it for a bowl of soup, and then Isaac, who is almost blind in his old age, Rebecca, helps Jacob have the covenant passed to him by putting on the same clothes. And he goes, and Isaac passes the covenant to Jacob. Okay, keep going. Okay. You're doing good.
Perfect. So within this covenant that God will establish, right? If the Jews do not follow this covenant, what's going to happen?
Yeah, so if you don't follow the covenant, yes, correct. He says that he will eject you from the land, but I will always bring you back. He says that always,
Yes,
not
yes.
sometimes, not for a limited time. He said, I will always bring you back.
Okay, so for this period right now, the Zionists
Yep.
or the Jews, do they have ownership of this land?
I'm not sure what you're
biblically?
asking from. Like the whole
Biblically.
land? The entire land?
The land of Israel.
The entire land or some of it?
Yes.
No,
Or
not the
some of
entire
it.
land.
Okay, or some of it.
I would say not halachically.
What does that mean? I don't speak Hebrew.
It's like a Jewish prudence.
Okay, so religiously, they don't have ownership to this land.
No, nor should they, because of
Okay, yes, I agree.
halachics. Okay, keep going.
Okay, perfect. That's my claim, that Christians shouldn't say that Zionists or Jews have ownership of this land when they say that this is my land.
I don't think anyone does particularly say that.
No, a lot of Zionist Christians say that the Jews have ownership of the land.
Well, they do have. Oh, okay, so there's a big difference between the halakhic status and how they believe one should be based off of halakhic ruling, and
Okay,
also
that's my
based off.
question.
Can I finish?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Also based off of the actual borders of the entire land, or if you're just saying some, there's a difference between that and ownership. But nonetheless, I think this is irrelevant to what I said that Paul said.
No, because if what you're quoting Paul, right? Because I'm unfamiliar with this verse, because what I debate is just pure theology.
Just read Romans chapter 11. I mean, I suggest you read your whole Bible, including the Old Testament, but
no, I've read it.
well, maybe read it
I
again.
just forgot it. Yeah.
Okay.
My whole point is that if what you are saying is Paul is saying that the ethnic Jews have ownership.
I've never
of
said
this
any
land.
of that. You're the only one that's brought that up. I never said any of that. I
Okay,
didn't say any of this. I said that the hardening over Israel is supposed to happen. Ethnic Israel, Jews. It's supposed to happen. So you disagreeing with it is insane because
I'm
you're
not disagreeing with it.
okay, but then it's a good thing. It's supposed to happen.
Right, but this doesn't still give them ownership of this land.
I'm not
Speaking
sure.
theologically.
Okay, what do you mean by that? What is ownership?
What I mean by that is they don't have rights to this land. As in, they don't own this land, because when the Jews
Okay, what do
say-
you mean by that? You can't use the word to describe the word. What do you mean by that? They don't have ownership over the land. Who owns it then?
Okay, it's not the Jews.
Okay, great. Who owns it?
The people who came after.
No, I'm saying who owns it currently, right now? Who owns that land?
The Palestinians.
Hey,
right.
Okay, so the Palestinians, the Arab, almost exclusively Muslims, they own the land?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. Explain to me how that works.
Right, because if the Jews don't own the land, they don't
No,
have
no.
ownership.
I don't just put the Jews aside for. Let me ask you something. The Cave of the Patriarchs. You know what that is?
No, what's that? I'm not into politics, I'm telling you.
It's not political. This is from the Bible. Are you sure you're Christian? You're not like fucking with me? Because there's a lot of Muslims that pretend to be Christian.
No.
What are the four Gospels?
You have Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John.
Can you say Muhammad's a false prophet?
Muhammad's a false prophet.
Okay, so you're just not a great. Okay, fine. All right.
No. All I debate is theology.
No, I got you. I still am not fully convinced, but fine. At least that's a basic test. So the Cave of the Patriarchs, you know, where Abraham is buried. Okay, cool. Who bought that piece of land, according to the Bible?
The Jews, I'm assuming.
Well, he was a proto-Jew. His name is Abraham. Abraham bought it, right? To bury his wife. You agree?
Okay.
Okay, right? He literally, there's an entire verse where he's over. In fact, I stood on that spot a couple months ago where Abraham stood and overlooked the land, and he bought that piece of land, right? My question to you is, did Abraham own that piece of land where the Cave of the Patriarchs is?
Yes, at that point, yeah.
Okay, good. How did he own it? What did he do to own that piece of land?
I'm assuming he bought it.
Correct, he bought it. So when you said the Palestinians owned it, not the Jews bought the land. Even before 1948, even before Israel, Jews were literally buying this land, even though it should have been theirs anyways. But let's put that aside. They bought the piece of land. So if you just said right now that Abraham owned that piece of land because he bought it, then why would you not equivocate that to today? Also by today, I mean 1800s and on, also buying that land.
Okay, if someone is to buy that land, they have ownership of that land.
Okay, so
I'm
you agree
granting
the
that,
Jews
right?
do have ownership of the land.
Okay. Most, well, I'm talking right now. Right?
Correct,
Just
right
for example,
now. Correct. They bought
right.
it and they have the deed. Correct.
For example, let's talk about the West Bank, right?
Correct.
Or
Also
the
places that they
centers,
bought from as well. Keep going.
right? I'm
Also,
not
it's
saying
called Judea Samaria. As a Christian, you should know that, right?
I wouldn't call it Judea.
Why would you not call it Judea Samaria as a Christian? Who came up
Why
with
would
the
I call?
word West Bank?
Hold on, hold on. Why would I
Who
call
came
Judea
up with
Samaria?
the word West Bank?
Why? No, no, no. Can you
I'll
answer
tell
me?
you
Would I call
why.
it Judea
I'm
Samaria?
literally answering you by asking this question. Who called it the West Bank? Where does that come from? Is it on the west side of the land, east side, north, south? Where is it?
From it's on the west.
Want to answer that again?
When you're looking at it from
When
this
you're
point of
looking at
view,
Israel, when you're looking at a map of Israel, Palestine, whatever you want to call it,
okay, in what way are you looking at it? Like this or like this?
it doesn't matter. North, south, east, and west are the same regardless of which direction you're
So
looking.
then it's east.
Okay, so why did you say west? Why did you say west? Doesn't matter. You agree north, east, south, and west are always the same direction regardless of
Yes,
which way
yes,
you're
yes.
looking, right?
Because if you're looking at it from like a different point of view, it would be different.
What do you mean? It doesn't matter. It's on the east no matter if you look at the map upside down, you look at it sideways, you look at it diagonally, it's always going to be on the east side of the land. You agree? We're on the same
Yes,
page?
yes, yes.
Okay, good. So not the west. So why is
would I
it
call
called...
Judea Samaria?
I'm getting there. Well, promise you we're getting there, Habibi.
Okay, okay.
Why do you call it the West Bank? Who came up with that? It's on the east side of the land. Why is it called the West Bank?
I'm not honestly sure.
So you never thought about why you're using a colonizer name that didn't even exist until the 1940s? Actually,
Yeah,
really
I'm-
1950s, technically.
Yeah, I don't get into politics.
It's not... Well, first off, you do because you're using a political term. You may not mean to be doing that, but you literally are getting into politics. That is not a
I'm
biblical term. Do you agree?
Yes, I agree. It's not a.
Do you agree it's not a historical term?
Yes.
Yes, you do agree, or yes, it is?
The West Bank. It's used
Correct.
now.
I agree. So you agree it's not biblical. You agree it's not historical. So then that only option left would be political, right?
Yes.
So you
But
are
I'm
getting
telling-
into politics. Good.
Right, when-
So
when I tell you-
who called it the West Bank? Who owned the West Bank in 1948 all the way up to 1967 before Israel took control of the West Bank? Who owned
I'm
it?
assuming the Palestinians.
You
Or-
would be
or,
assuming
Jordan.
wrong. Jordan,
Jordan.
correct. Jordan. You know, the Hebrew word Jordan. Yeah,
Yes.
that's correct. Jordan called it that because it's the west bank of the Jordan River. It was west of Jordan. Okay? When did Jordan exist? Is it an old country that goes back hundreds
No.
or thousands of years?
No, I think like 1921, something like that.
That was the Emirate of Transjordan. Jordan declared independence in 1946, just 2 years before Israel. Okay?
Right.
So when you say, why would I call it Judea and Samaria? Well, one, you say you're a Christian. And two, you also, if you're not going political, because you said I don't do politics, well, then you can also say I don't care about the Christian belief. But you would then go with historical, which guess what? It would still be Judea Samaria historically. So you, who claimed you don't get into politics, why are you using the political colonizer name instead of the historical or biblical name as a Christian?
Yeah, because when you're talking about history or where you're living in right now, you would say, "Oh, I'm living in Saudi Arabia," for example.
Okay.
Right? You wouldn't say, "I'm living in this tribe's location."
Right, but that's a country. West Bank's not a country.
Right, but when it's still the location. I'm not specifying the country. Let's say I live in Jeddah, right? I
Okay.
wouldn't call it. I live in this tribe's name.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Do you know where Jaffa is?
Yes.
What country is Jaffa in? Like, if you were to say I'm in Jaffa, what would you say you're in?
Palestine.
Right. So you just understand how you just debunked yourself?
How?
Okay, I'll explain. You said, hey, Nick, I only call it West Bank, not because of political reasons, but because that's just what it's referred to as today. Jaffa, referred to as today, whether you like it or not, whether I like it or not, is referred to as Israel because it's literally in Israel. So you just debunked yourself, or you're a hypocrite, one of the two. Because
No,
when
I
you
just
said,
didn't
well, I'm
recognize
going to
Israel as a
explain.
state.
Doesn't matter because we're not talking about recognition. We're talking about what it is today. That was your words. I promise you, you can rewind to my live. I'm live right now. You can go listen. You said, well, I don't call it West Bank because of history or because of biblical terms, even though I'm a Christian, right? You said I call it that because that's what it's referred to, at least internationally today. But then when I asked you about Jaffa, you said, well, I reject what it's called today, and I recognize it as this. Do you understand the hypocrisy there?
I see what you're trying to talk about. I just wouldn't recognize Israel as a
I'm
country.
not asking you if you recognize it or not. Once again, you didn't talk about recognition. You talked about what internationally people call something, whether we like it or not. I'm saying you're being a hypocrite.
Okay, from that view, I'll grant you that. I
You
was
mean
wrong.
the view of reality? Okay. All right, so
No,
let's go
no,
back. Let's go back. Why did you bring up the West Bank anyways? What was the purpose?
no. I think you. No, I
You
forgot
did.
why
You
I
said,
brought
do
it
you
up.
know about the West Bank?
Yeah,
And then I said, you mean Judea Samaria. We got off in this rabbit hole. So why did you
I
bring up the
forgot.
West Bank?
I forgot why I brought it up.
Okay. So to remind you, I was talking about owning the land and purchasing it. And once again,
Oh
you did a
yeah.
hypocritical thing where you admitted Abraham owned a piece of land because he purchased it. But when the Jews purchased Israel, you somehow don't recognize that. That's why you brought it up.
Yeah. If you were, for example, when I'm talking about, let's say in the West Bank, right?
Yeah.
When the settlers are illegally,
It's not illegal.
like,
It's in
you
accordance with
wouldn't,
Oslo II, signed in 1995 by Yasser Arafat. It's
you
only
would say
illegal
that.
if they build settlements in Area B or A, which they don't have any settlements in Area B and A. And when some settlers try to build outposts in Area B, it's Israel that goes in and tears it down.
Right. Would you say that, for example, when Israel or whatever, or the settlers themselves tear down a house or a location, so an Israelite or a person from Israel can have it, would you say
Nobody,
that's legal?
there's zero of the settlements are on any Palestinian land. They build them from rural areas. So
Yeah,
yes,
I
that
know.
would be illegal, depending on the context, I guess. But that doesn't happen, so it's irrelevant.
My point of view, or what I'm trying to talk about, is
Wait,
if
do you
someone was
acknowledge what you just said isn't even a reality?
no, I think I wasn't trying to talk about the where they build the outposts in a rural area. I'm trying to talk about, for example, when they take someone's house.
When have they ever taken someone's house?
For example, when you see the settler saying, "I'm going to take your house," and
I
then they
don't know what video you're talking about, but if a settler says something on a video is irrelevant, I'm asking you, when have they gone to someone's house, a Palestinian's house, and said, "Hey, this is pretty nice. I need you to get out. This is mine now." When does that happen?
and for example, the Nakba. Right?
Okay,
The
so
entitled.
first off, the Nakba, that never happened because who owned the West Bank? Was there any Jews post Nakba, which everyone
No.
else, by the way, in the world calls it a war? It was called the 1948 war, started by the Arabs. But fine, we'll call it Nakba. Were there any Jews in that land?
Are you talking about like Jordan?
Well, I guess so it wasn't actually Jordan. Jordan illegally annexed it. You agree it was an illegal annexation, what Jordan did?
I'm not sure about that.
It was. It wasn't recognized by anyone except for the UK and Pakistan. The international community, even really Jordan, admitted it was not a actual legal annexation. The only reason they stopped was because they signed an armistice, I assume you know what that is, with Israel in 1949. But nonetheless, yes, was there any... Okay, let me ask you this. Were there Jews in the West Bank in 1947 before the war? Were there Jews there? Yes, there was. You're wrong. Was there Jews in 1949 or 1950 in the West Bank?
No, I'm assuming there is.
No, 2 for 2. You're wrong again. There wasn't. Why? What happened? What happened to all the Jews that were in Hebron, for example? You know, the oldest Jewish city in the world. What happened?
They got kicked out.
They were ethnically cleansed by the Muslims. They were kicked out, you can put it that way. They were ethnically cleansed because they were Jewish. In fact, in 1952, Jordan actually wrote up a law that said no Jews allowed. Not no Zionists, not no Israelis, no Jews. In fact, in Hebron, there was an anti-Zionist Jewish community. I don't know if you knew this. They were against Zionism. They were massacred. And also, they were kicked out, even though they were not even Zionists. They were anti-Zionists. Did you know about that?
No. I
interesting.
don't dig into like politics and stuff.
You don't dig into history? Don't you think history is
No,
pretty relevant to this topic?
No, I don't debate this topic much. Obviously, I'm pretty sure you can tell. I just debate like theology.
Okay, but you agree it's pretty relevant, yeah?
Yeah, I'm saying I'm granting it's relevant.
Okay, so now that you got the history down, please tell me what was the purpose of bringing up the West Bank before the Jews were ethnically cleansed of it?
Okay, for example, if families are like pushed away from their home, let's say like there's gonna be a bombing.
You mean like the Jews were in the Nakba? I find it interesting that you say you don't get into politics, but you called it the Nakba. That's interesting. But anyways.
Because that's what it's called, the Nakba.
No, that's what political apprehension and whatnot, that's what they call it.
Obviously, I'm going to use political terms to define.
Oh, interesting. I don't get into politics, but obviously I'm going to use political terms. Huh.
When I say I don't get into politics, I mean I don't research politics.
I could tell. Okay, so anyways, what does this have to do with purchasing the land? I'm still a little confused here.
would you say that would be fine? For example, if a family is pushed out of their home based on a bombing or whatever, and then like the Israelis would come and purchase that land based on them not being there.
Well, that's not what happened. They purchased land before any of this, but
No, no, no.
nonetheless, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Well, that's just not what happened. It's impossible to answer your question because that's not what happened. That's not at all what happened.
I'm not talking about the Nakba right now. I'm talking about like what's happening right now.
There is 0 houses where an Israeli goes into and says, man, I really like this house. You need to get out. That doesn't happen. Every single one of the settlements, aka neighborhoods, are all built up from rural lands. There's only one time that kind of happened, and I'm actually going to help you with your own argument. There's this neighborhood called Sheikh Jarrah, okay? Sheikh Jarrah, in 2021, there were Palestinians kicked out of their houses because they were not paying rent. It wasn't even a government, the Israeli government. It was actually the civil courts, okay? They were kicked out because they didn't pay a dime of rent for like 50 straight years, okay? And it still took 50 years for the civil courts to make the decision to evict them, okay? And then later, Jewish people did go into those houses. Except, wait a minute. Do you know who was the owner of that land? That neighborhood, Sheikh Jarrah? The Jews. Do you know when they bought it? When the deed was for? 1875. You agree 1875 was way before the Nakba? Yes. Okay, so the Jews allowed them to stay in that house even though the Jews own the land, because the Jews, in my opinion, are way too nice to the Palestinians. They said, you can stay in the land. All we need you to do, just like everywhere else in the world, you're in Jordan. I assume you pay rent if you rent a place. Is that fair? I don't know how Jordan is. I've never been there. Is that how it works in Jordan?
We own the house, but yeah.
Okay, let's say you were to rent out the house. Would they have to pay you as landlord?
Yes.
Okay, so that's what they asked them to do. And you know what the Muslims said? They said, nope, I don't have to pay the Yehudi nothing. I don't want to pay you guys. We don't have to pay you anything. And it still took, I don't know how it is in Jordan. In America, you don't pay rent. After a couple months tops, you're getting kicked out. It took the Jews 50 years to kick them out for not paying rent. And by the way, Jordan, your country, admitted it was Jewish land. They actually sent over paperwork saying, yes, this is owned by Jews, and we kicked the Jews out by ethnically cleansing them. By the way, that's illegal under international law, but I digress. We ethnically cleansed them, but this is absolutely Jewish land. Your government admitted to that. Your government relinquished control of the West Bank in 1988. Can you remind me, when did Palestine declare independence as a country? Do you know? Since you're Palestinian?
Are you talking about the entire land?
When did Palestine declare its independence as a country?
Technically, from what you're speaking.
Not technically, literally.
Yeah, technically from that view.
Literally.
Kind of never did.
Yes, they did. Sense. Incorrect, they did. When was it?
Are you talking about prior to 1948?
They never declared independence because they weren't a country prior to 1948.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Technically, back then.
Nope. They weren't a country prior to 1948. Palestine's never been a country. Now, when did they recognize themselves as a country? If you don't know, you could just say, I don't know. I can teach you your own history, Habibi.
It's obviously after the...
Great. Do you know? That's awesome. Do you know when?
The actual date, I don't know.
Yeah, November 15th, 1988. And if you don't believe me, Google it. Google, when is Palestine's Independence Day? November 15th, 1988. 40 years after the State of Israel. Before 1948, what was there?
It was like, before 1948, it was like Jordan, Syria.
Right, I'm talking about from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea.
Yeah, most of the people who own the land.
What was it called?
Would be, what was it called? Syria, Palestine, something like that.
No, that's the Roman province. Anyways, it was the British mandate for Palestine, Eretz Israel.
Oh, yeah.
Eretz Israel, which means in Hebrew, land of Israel. Okay? Now, prior to 1921, when your country, Jordan, was effectively created, it was called the Emirate of Transjordan in 1921. Prior to that, Palestine was known from the Mediterranean Sea all the way to what is today's Jordan, the borders of Jordan today. It was all of that. The British gave 78% of Palestine to the Arabs, and they turned around. They didn't call it Palestine. They never gave Palestinians rights. They didn't let Palestinians lead, and they called it Jordan. And then in 1946, they declared independence. That was 78% of the entire land. Can you tell me, is there any free Palestine movements in Jordan since you live there?
There are some.
For
like,
all of
moving-
Jordan?
All of Jordan. I'm not sure. I live in like one part of Jordan, but I don't know
Have you
about
ever
all of
seen any on the news, anyone screaming for free Palestine in Jordan specifically?
in screaming. Yeah, but
I'm
like,
not
on the
talking about
news-
free Palestine as in Israel. I'm talking about the land of Jordan. They consider that to be Palestine, and they consider themselves to have been
Oh,
robbed.
No,
Right.
no.
Do you know why? It's 78% of that land. Why are you guys so focused on Israel when the majority of your land was stolen by Jordan? That's interesting, right? Never thought about it? Okay.
Yeah, I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah, you should look into that. Anyways, back to what I was saying, right? So that's what would happen with Jordan, okay? And then you have from the river to the sea, the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea, okay? And so in 1988, the Jordanian king relinquishes control of the West Bank. He says, you know what? We don't want it. And then something like 4 to 6 months later, Palestine declares its independence in Algiers, okay? They go to Algiers and they declare independence in 1988. If you guys were a country before, why would you declare independence in 1988 if you were already a country? Now, I know the answer because you're never a country, but I assume you have a different answer.
No, I would say it's to like establish that they are like against the actual state of Israel.
That's not why. In 1964, the PLO was created. They determined themselves against the state of Israel back then. We're talking about 44 years later, 24 years later. So, next question. Before the British Mandate, which effectively took control in 1922, 1923, who was in the land before the British Mandate? Was it Palestine?
Who was there?
Yeah, what was the entity, the autonomous sovereign entity in that land? Was it Palestine?
It was Jews, Jordanians.
No, I
Palestinians,
asked what was the sovereign entity. I'm not asking the ethnic groups that were in there. Sovereign entity. Was it Palestine?
What do you mean by sovereign entity?
Like, for example, the sovereign entity in that land today is Israel. Prior to Israel, it was the British Mandate. Prior to the British Mandate, it was Palestine?
No, it wasn't.
No. Who was it?
I'm not sure.
The Ottoman Empire. Okay? All the way back to 1517. Prior to the Ottoman Empire, was it Palestine?
No.
No, it was the Mamluks. Prior to the Mamluks, was it Palestine? No, it was the mix between the Caliphates and the Crusaders. Then you go back to the Caliphates. Prior to the Caliphates, right, with Umar, which I'm sure you know, of course. Who was it? Was it Palestine?
No.
No, it was the Byzantines, the Eastern Romans. Prior to that, it was the actual Roman Empire. Prior to that, you have, a mix between the Persians, the Greeks. Alexander the Great was even there for a little bit. And then prior to all that, who was it? Was it Palestine? No, it was Israel and Judea. You're a Christian, so I'm sure you know who that is.
So, like, is your claim like because they were there, they have ownership to the land?
No, of course not. You can be from a place that doesn't give you ownership. They have ownership of the land because they purchased it and they literally own the land today. But you said, no, Nick, it's not. It's actually Palestine that owns the land. And I'm trying to figure out where the fuck you get it from because it never was Palestine. When did they own the land?
For example, you have like the separation between the Jordanians and the Palestinians, right? They used to live in Israel.
What do you mean the separation? What's the difference between a Palestinian on the east bank of the Jordan River and a Palestinian on the west bank of the Jordan River? What's the difference?
Right. What's the difference between Palestinian in the east and west?
Sure. You know the Jordan River, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, what's the difference between, let's say this is the Jordan River, here's the East Jordan, and here's the West Bank. What is the difference between a Palestinian right here and a Palestinian right here? What's the difference?
There's like, for example, there's difference in DNA, heritage, stuff like that.
There's a difference in their DNA?
Yes.
There's a difference in DNA of a Palestinian right here and a Palestinian right here?
Oh, like a Palestinian here and there?
That's what I asked, yeah.
Oh,
What's
no,
the difference between a Palestinian on the east bank of the Jordan River and a Palestinian on the west bank of the Jordan River? What's the difference?
There is no difference.
You said there was a separation. What do you mean?
I meant like separation between a Jordanian and a Palestinian. I thought that was what you were referring to.
Do you believe Palestinian as an ethnic group?
Yes.
Okay, why do you think it's an ethnic group?
Because they are not Jordanians, nor are they Syrians, nor are they Lebanese.
Well, Jordanian's not an ethnic group either. You agree, right? Jordanian is a nationality. The ethnic group would be Arab.
No. I wouldn't say they're a different ethnic group.
Right, because Palestinian is not an ethnic group. It's just an identity.
Yes.
There's no such thing as a Palestinian as in a unique ethnic group or DNA.
Yes,
There's no such thing as Palestinian DNA. You agree?
Yes, yes.
Okay, good.
Because I'm not aware of like most of the political terms. Like
You do agree, though, that there's DNA unique to Jewish people, though, yes?
Yes.
But not Palestinians.
No.
Good,
Because
good.
for example, like the DNA sites, you could say like ethnic Jew, and then you have Ashkenazi Jew.
Nope. Ashkenazi Jew is an ethnic Jew. They very much have the same DNA. There might be local differences because they were in a diaspora for 2,000 years, but an Ashkenazi Jew is just as much as a Jew as a Mizrahi Jew and a Sephardic Jew.
No, there would be a difference, for example, in the percentage of the DNAs that they have.
Well, that's every person in all of history from one person to the next. There's even different DNA percentages from one Ashkenazi to the next Ashkenazi.
Yes,
but there's still, but every single Jew in the world has unique DNA markers that you only find in Jews and nobody else. And that Ashkenazi Jew will have that DNA marker just as much as a Mizrahi Jew has it, and just as much as a Sephardic Jew has it.
Yes, that I would agree.
Okay,
but for
good.
example, if most Palestinians were to take a DNA test, it would show them as Jewish or Jordanian.
No, not most. Oh, yeah, if you add in all those others, that's probably true. There are some Palestinians that definitely descend or at least have some DNA that comes from the Jews. That's because they went into the Jewish land and they raped, pillaged, intermarried, sometimes by force, sometimes by, just because they fell in love. Yeah, of course they're going to have some Jewish DNA. They went into the land of the Jews. That's like if people for 2,000 years or even 100 years go into Saudi Arabia and then their kids have Arab DNA. Yeah, that's not that weird. They go into the land of the Arabs.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Do you not believe like the Israelis pillaged or raped or anything?
Like ever? I'm sure there have been rapists that have done that that are Israeli. Increasingly? Actually, it was
recently.
Like at all? Of course, there's rapists all over the world, but systematically, no, not at all.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. For example, like the IDF killing children or any of that. You don't.
What the hell does that have to do with raping?
No, I'm talking about like pillage, raping, anything.
I don't think you know what pillage means, but
No, I know what pillage means.
I think children have died in Gaza. Yes, I'm not really sure I don't understand what this has to do with our conversation. What are you trying to bring up?
No, because you brought up like the Arabs going in.
Yeah, but it was relevant to the conversation because I was talking about DNA. You're bringing up stuff that is not relevant to DNA at all.
No, I just brought it up because I thought maybe you didn't believe that some people of the IDF would do that as well.
I think some people of every group in all of history would do that. So what's the point of bringing it up?
No, because from the Zionists that I've spoken to, they believe that the IDF would be like immutable to such things, like they would not attack children or rape or pillage or anything.
I think when people say that, they're saying systematically. Any, like a literal individual, there's 10 million Israelis. Are you saying, are there individual rapists? Of course there is. I don't understand the point of bringing this up.
No, I'm talking about the IDF themselves, not the people within the IDF.
Most people in Israel do serve in the IDF. You agree, yeah?
Yes.
The only ones that don't have to serve are Arabs, even though some of them still do serve. And then religious Jews, but they're kind of working on that right now. And of course, there can be some waivers, but for the most part, other than that, people serve in the IDF. Yeah, I'm sure there has been an IDF rapist, and that's disgusting. I'm not really sure what that has to do with what we're talking about.
I was just saying, if you were to hold that, for example, IDF have killed children before.
You understand that it was actually these pro-Palestinians and Palestinians who they did a study, and you should look into this. They wanted to prove that the IDF raped more than other militaries, because unfortunately in war, rape increases. You agree?
Yes.
They wanted to prove that the IDF did it even more than average. And you know what they ended up finding out? They found out that the IDF was one of the lowest in the world to do rapings. And you know what they did? They released the study and they said, instead of just saying, hey, we were wrong, the IDF actually doesn't rape nearly as much as the average, what they ended up doing is they released it and called the IDF racist. They said the only reason they don't rape the women is because they're racist against Arabs. That's actually true. You should look into that study.
What's the study called?
If you type that information into Google, you'll find it. I don't know the title of the study, but I promise you, it's a thing. They actually proved that the IDF actually raped less. But instead of just admitting that, they said it was because of their racism. But nonetheless, I want to get back to the conversation because I still don't know where you're going with this, because we kind of went on a little bit of a lost track of DNA. Like, what was the purpose? Because to remind you, we originally talked about like purchasing the land. I talked about Abraham. You say you're a Christian, so you should believe in that standard. And yet you don't apply that standard to the Jews because you say you don't recognize Israel. I say that it doesn't matter what you think. It doesn't matter what I think. Israel exists, period. And guess what? If Palestine, one day it becomes a state, I hope not, but let's say hypothetically it does. Guess what? I would be wrong if I said Palestine's not a state. It literally would be if it becomes a state. So it doesn't really matter what you think. It doesn't matter what I think.
But would you call it Judea and Samaria?
Of course, because that's literally the name of it.
Okay, for example, then why wouldn't you call Turkey another name, or India another name, Saudi another name?
Where's Al-Aqsa?
Al-Aqsa is in Jerusalem.
Okay, you don't call it Al-Quds?
You can call it Quds. There's no issue with you.
But
calling
why?
it Quds. No, I do call it Quds itself.
But
If I'm speaking
why?
Arabic, I'll say
But
Quds.
why?
Because that's like how people in Arabic would usually refer
Yeah,
to.
but Quds, Al-Quds is not the Arabic word for Jerusalem. Al-Quds most likely actually comes from the Hebrew Bet's what's it called? The Makadas. I can't remember exact wording, but they're not fully sure, but they're almost confident that the Arabs just Arabized the word that talked about the house of worship, right? But it doesn't mean Jerusalem, right? They didn't Arabize the word Jerusalem. Like, for example, where does Palestine come from? What do you call it in Arabic?
Palestine.
Right. Why do you call it Philistine? What does it mean in Arabic? Like, what does that word mean?
I'm not sure. My Arabic is not that strong.
Yeah, it doesn't mean you're Jordanian. You don't speak Arabic.
I'm not Jordanian.
Oh, what are you just like visiting there or something?
No, I live there.
You don't have citizenship there.
No, I have citizenship.
So
but
you are
doesn't mean I'm from
Jordanian.
there.
You're literally
Like if I-
okay. You
if
said
I
you're
go
not
live in Germany-
Jordanian. You literally are Jordanian.
It's like if I go live in Germany for 5 years and I get the passport.
If you
doesn't
get
mean
the
I'm German.
passport, you are German nationally.
Oh, nationally, yeah, but
There's
ethnically,
no
I'm not
such thing as
Jordanian.
ethnicity with Jordan. You understand that, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't. I'm not ethnically Jordanian.
There's no such thing as ethnically Jordanian. There is no ethnicity
Yeah.
known as Jordanian.
I know what you're trying to talk about, but when you're talking about like a country, like for example, where my parents
Are you
from,
ethnically
how-
Arab?
Yes.
And you're nationally, you have Jordanian citizenship. You literally are just as Jordanian as anyone else that's in Jordan that has citizenship. You're an Arab, and you have the passport for Jordan. You are Jordanian.
I don't know how the people in the U.S. would say it, but in the
If
Arab
you do you have an
countries-
American passport? Are you American?
No,
Okay.
not American.
Hypothetically, if you came to America and you got a passport, would you be American?
I wouldn't consider myself to be American.
If you came and got citizenship in America, you wouldn't consider yourself to be American?
Yeah, because I don't know how it is in the U.S. You would, in most Arab countries, you'd base it off where your parents are from.
Okay, where are your parents from?
If I tell you, it's like you can pinpoint, because I'm from two countries.
Okay, go on.
I'm from Palestine, and then there's
Okay.
another country, and if I were to say it, then you'd know exactly who I am.
What do you mean I know exactly who you are? Are you famous?
No, I'm not famous. Just you can pinpoint who I am.
But if
There
you're not
isn't many
famous,
people
why
with
does
that
it matter? Okay, you know what?
Just
You don't.
because-
It's fine. You don't have to answer. I don't see why it matters if you're not famous. So it's not whatever. It doesn't matter. So okay, got it. So Palestinian, not an ethnicity. So my guess is you're ethnically Arab, correct?
Yes.
Correct. Okay. Anyways, back to what I was saying, right? So you would call it Al-Quds, right? Because that's the Arabized. And I asked you, what does Palestine mean? I get it. Your Arabic's not that strong. Let me inform you what Palestine means in Arabic. Absolutely nothing. Do you find it weird that the indigenous do you believe you're indigenous to Palestine as an Arab?
Yeah, like a
Okay.
generation from generations. Yeah.
Right. No, not native, indigenous. As in your ethnogenesis comes from that land.
When you talk about like
Like the
ethnically
Jews
Arab,
are indigenous to Israel. Regardless if they
Yeah.
were born in Poland, Yemen, Syria, Israel, they are indigenous to Israel, or Judea specifically. Okay?
Yeah, I would say.
Do you find it weird that the indigenous people, aka Palestinians, do you find it weird that your name in your indigenous language doesn't mean shit? Do you think that's a
Why-
little weird?
Why would that matter?
Well, can you point to me another indigenous people that when they say their land and their indigenous name, where it doesn't mean anything? Because every indigenous people in the world, like for example, New Zealand, the indigenous people call it Aotearoa. Germany, the indigenous people call it Deutschland. Israel, right? The indigenous people, they call it, well, Israel, Judea, right? Jerusalem, all these words, right? Like for example, Nablus. You know where Nablus is, yeah?
Yes.
Where does that word come from? What is Nablus?
It's from what they used to sell.
No.
I forgot what
It's
what
when
it
the
actually
Greeks
was.
came into the land. Now, the indigenous name is called Shem. Okay? That's what the Jews call it. The real indigenous people. And that goes all the way back to the Bible. The Bible you read, I'm sure. But the Greeks come in and they call it Neapolis. Except, can you remind me, can you say the letter P in Arabic? No, you can't. So what do you normally replace the letter P with?
A B.
A B. Nablus. Nablus. So do you know what Neapolis means? It means new city. Do you find it weird that the indigenous people call it new city? What happened to the old city?
It got taken over.
How can you be indigenous and take over an old city? Do you find this a little weird, Habibi? Are you hearing me right now?
So your point is because Palestine doesn't really mean anything, it would be weird.
They took the European word, just so you know, I'm going to give you the answer now. Palestine comes from the Europeans. Not even the Middle Eastern, not any of the groups called it Palestine. Nobody in the Middle East called it that. It was a European word. I think the oldest writings come from Herodotus, who was a European, Greek. And then it was officially put in by Roman Emperor Hadrian, European, right? He called it Syria Palestina. It was named after the Assyrians, one of the enemies of the Jews, and the Philistines, one of the enemies of the Jews, which of course you're a Christian, so I'm sure you know all about the Assyrians and the Philistines, right?
Yes, I know about
Remember David and Goliath? Good. Goliath was a Philistine. Can you remind me, since you've read the Bible, where did the Philistines come from?
They came from Israel.
No.
It was like a part where Gaza technically is.
No, that's where they settled. Where did they come from?
I'm not sure then.
They came from the Aegean region, most likely the island of Crete. Okay?
Where is that?
Europe.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
Greek specifically, but
Yeah,
Europe.
yeah.
So they were European invaders. In fact, Philistine comes from the ancient Egyptian word Pelshet and Hebrew word Plishtim, which means invader. So when you say I'm from Palestine, you're literally saying I'm from the land of invaders. Why would an indigenous people call themselves invaders?
I'm not sure.
We don't actually know what the Philistines called themselves. We only know what the Bible called them because they were literally invaders. They tried to invade Egypt. They failed. Egypt rejected them, right? That's why the Egyptians also called them invaders. And then they swing back around and they land in Gaza, Ashdod, Ashkelon region. Okay, so it's a little bit bigger than what today's Gaza is. By the way, Gaza is the Hebrew word Aza. I just want to let you know that it also comes from the Hebrew word. In fact, in the book of Amos, chapter 1, verse 6, it specifically says that God will rain hellfire down onto the walls of Gaza. Do you know why God wanted to punish Gaza so badly? Since you're a Christian, you've read the book of Amos, I'm sure. Do you remember what the Gazans did?
They were sinful, obviously.
Right, but what did they do specifically?
They would invade others.
They invaded and did what? What did they do specifically?
They would pillage.
They took hostages and they sold them. You know, God saw Gazans come into the land, take hostages, bring them back with them. Does that sound familiar?
I mean, I feel like Israel's kind of doing that.
Israel went into Gaza and took hostages. That's interesting. Can you tell me, does that sound familiar? If you were to guess, when has Gazans went into another land and took hostages?
Are you talking about 7th of October?
I would say that. Would you? Are you denying that they didn't take hostages?
No, I'm telling you.
What did God do to Gaza for their transgressions?
He apparently probably asked them to be wiped out.
He rained hellfire down onto them. Okay. Anyways, I'm just trying to give you a little bit of a history about the Hebrew word Gaza. I'm almost done. One more sentence and I'll listen to your question. Okay. So anyways, that's where the word comes from. It's not from the indigenous people. The Palestinians are not indigenous people. And if they were, please explain to me why they call their cities the new city. Please explain to me why they call themselves what comes from the root word that means invaders.
I'm not sure. I'm not knowledgeable on this topic.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead. What's your question?
My question is, do you think that God would punish the current state of Israel for what they're doing?
What are they doing?
They took hostages. This is even
When did
prior
they take
to 7th of
hostages?
October. Are you saying that they never took hostages?
Yeah, I'm asking you what hostage. Just give me the name of one. Like, I'll give you one, Kafir Beavis. Now you give me one.
I'm not sure. For example,
You don't know?
Huh?
You're saying they do this extreme transgression of taking a hostage and you don't know the name of even one of them?
I mean, there's a lot, but I can't pinpoint one.
Not one? Shiri
But-
Beavis. Ariel Beavis.
Huh?
Lifshitz. Okay. I'm asking you, because for me to buy you, listen, I studied this. I have a whole degree in Middle Eastern history. I've never heard of Israel taking hostages. I've heard of them taking prisoners. That's true.
Okay. Yeah.
But that's not the same thing as hostage. So please inform me, because I will more than glad say that's wrong if they are truly taking hostages. Go ahead, tell me.
Okay. For example, do you believe that every prisoner they take is like legal?
Well, it's literally by the bounds of their law. So yes, it literally is legal.
Like even the children?
You're saying children can't be prisoners?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying.
Okay,
for
so
example,
can you have to, once again, you have to prove, just by saying the word children doesn't convince me. Children can be prisoners. You have to tell me why it's not a prisoner. They're not getting arrested, but they're being taken as a hostage. You have to prove that. You made the claim. The burden of proof is on you. So I'm asking you, I'm giving you the opportunity to educate someone who I thought I knew a lot about this topic. Maybe I didn't know as much as I thought. So please tell me, what hostages are they taking?
Okay, if they were to take a prisoner who didn't do anything, wouldn't that be a hostage?
Okay, great. Tell me what prison. Well, still no, not necessarily. It actually depends.
Why
If
not?
they, sure, there are times where people have been taken on. And by the way, this isn't an Israel thing. There are people that are taken under administrative detention, which is I've heard your guys' arguments enough. I think this is where you're going with it. Administrative detention is not illegal. In fact, it's bound in international law, and a lot of countries do it. However, what you don't understand, if you are going with this argument, is that administrative detention still has to be proven to a judge. It's just not released to the public. However, if you're not talking about that, once again, I'm asking you, you have to give me a time where they just took someone for literally no reason whatsoever.
I mean, I could probably find.
What do you mean
one where-
probably? If Israel's doing this, that's a very serious accusation. You're telling me you don't know one? I'm not even asking for a name at this point. Just give me the story.
Yeah, for example, I could probably find one where a child
Let's
was
Google it.
illegally.
Let's Google it. Has Israel taken somebody for no reason at all just to call them a prisoner? Thinking. No. Israel uses a legal system called administrative detention, like I said, combatants law to hold Palestinians without formal criminal charges or trials. However, there are security claims with the Israeli government states that these detentions are preventative measures with the official stance and justification, and for preventing future acts, officials have claimed that the individuals pose an immediate security threat or plan to break the law. Classified evidence, the state relies on evidence that is not shared with the public or the detainee. However, no charges or trials, so there have been rights groups like B'Tselem, who is Israeli, but they are very anti-Israel, that have reported on this. But that being said, this is exactly what I told you before. Just so you know, the way Israel does administrative detention, you can look into this. They have to go in front of a judge. And by the way, if it's a minor, someone under the age of 18, they have to go in front of a judge within, I believe it's 48 hours. It might be 72, but I'm pretty sure it's 48 hours. That's 2 days. They have to prove to the judge. Now, the information doesn't get released to the public necessarily. It will probably in the future, but not at that moment. But they have to prove to the judge, and the judge, who, by the way, the judges in Israel are pretty left-wing. And by the way, they have rights groups, they have lawyers, they have all this stuff to argue in the detainee's case. They have to prove to the judge, and the judge has to stamp off on it. And even then, you only get 6 months. At the end of that 6 months, you have to start from scratch to extend it. Most cases don't get extended and they get released. However, in some cases, if there's still a security threat, they will have to go back to the judge again and reprove the case from scratch. And even if it's an adult, they still have to do this within a week. It's just not within 48 hours like if it's a minor. So that's not what you said. You said they're taking people for no reason whatsoever, like funsies, like, fuck that kid, I'm just going to take him. Yes, that would be a hostage, except that's never happened. Ever.
Like,
Not once.
do you believe that, for example, if a child is taken within this 48 hours and they're proven not to be guilty within these 48 hours, would you believe they're technically not a hostage?
No, of course not. In the United States of America, you can be held even just for questioning by police. That's not hostage. You really think that's what hostage means?
No, a hostage just
Okay. No, of
being
course
taken.
not. No, of course that's not a hostage. Police are allowed to hold you for questioning. I'm sure in Jordan there's probably some standard of that. I mean, I can look it up. Let's look it up.
There probably is.
In Jordan, can police bring you in for questioning and without a charge? And if so, how long can they hold you for legally? Let's see. Police can bring you in for questioning, meaning if you are formally put into custody without a prior warrant, police generally can hold you for up to 48 hours, excluding weekends and holidays, without filing a formal charge or at least bringing you before a judge. So yeah, in Jordan, they can hold you up for 48 hours, and then from there, they can either bring you before a judge or formally charge you. I wouldn't call that hostage.
But like being taken from your place or country to another country just to be held, I would say that's somewhat.
Well, first off, Palestine's not a country. Once again, you may want it to be one day, but it literally is not. But nonetheless, no, that's not what a hostage is, dude. In fact, what you're doing is actually kind of disrespectful to people around the world who have been taken as a hostage. By minimizing what a hostage is down to police questioning, it's kind of fucked up what you're doing. You know what I mean? Like, imagine all the people around the world who have actually been held as a hostage, not even just in Israel, just around the world. Imagine how they would feel if they heard you being like, police taking me in for questioning is the same thing as a hostage. Like, they probably were pretty pissed at you, dude.
No, that's not the claim I'm making.
That's literally what you just said.
Well, I wasn't aiming to that.
Oh, okay.
Right, but for example, let's forget about the hostages because I
Sure.
can't really prove my case because I'm not well read
It's
on
not
it.
possible.
Yeah, but for example, when they kill children or whatever they're doing, wouldn't you say that God would punish them for what they're doing?
You're a Christian, yeah?
Yeah.
Can you tell me what happened in 1 Samuel 15 with
About
Amalek?
the Amaleks?
Yep.
Yeah, can you tell me why it happened?
Why? What happened?
The Amaleks were commanded
Amalek.
to be wiped out. Yes, the Amaleks.
Amalekites, yeah. What about, yes, God said to wipe them out because they were a wicked people.
Yeah, but what would they do?
Well, they did a few things. Specifically, the reason God said that, on top of the fact that they were wicked, they were cannibals, they would pillage, rape, and all that, specifically is because it had to go with the commandment, and it comes from the book of Deuteronomy, where it says...
Deuteronomy 24.
Correct, and I thought it was 22, but maybe it's 24. Anyways, Deuteronomy, he specifically says to blot out the memory and to remember what Amalek did to you. Amalek attacked the Israelites from behind on their way into Jericho.
Yes.
Oh, now you know.
And-
Okay, good. So
No,
do you think God's
I knew
against...
that already.
Oh, okay, good. So what's
But-
your
and
question?
said-
Back to the original question.
Yeah.
Would God be
Yeah.
mad at the killing of children? Well, Israel's not just like purposely targeting children, right? But I'd have to ask you, do you believe Hamas utilizes human shields?
I haven't seen any evidence of that.
Really? Okay, well, they admit to it, but sure, let me give you the
I mean, if you
evidence.
can give me the source. that would be good.
Absolutely, no problem. But let's use a little bit of logic before I give you the source of Yahya Sinwar himself saying that dead civilians, including children, but not just children, is a good thing because it gets people more mad at Israel. That's from, you know who Yahya Sinwar was?
No, I'm not.
Really? You don't know who the leader of Hamas was? The guy that masterminded October 7th? Okay. Well, anyways, he was the leader of Hamas. But that's the evidence. You can look that up. They found his messages. But let me give you a little bit of logic here. You can answer these questions. I know you weren't in the military. I was. But you can answer this with just using a little bit of logic. Does Hamas have any military bases, even before October 7th, in Gaza?
I mean, I would say no.
No, they don't. Okay. Where do they do their... Can we agree that Gaza is a densely populated area? Is that a fair statement? Okay, good.
Yes.
Where does Hamas do their operations out of? If they don't have military bases, where do they do their operations? Like when they fire rockets, they do ambushes, they lie in wait, like it says in the Quran to do, in Surah 9, Ayah 5. Where do they do this from?
Probably their homes.
Okay, homes. I was looking even more basic. Civilian areas. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. Does Hamas have military uniforms? Have you ever seen a picture with Hamas?
No.
Really? You've never seen a picture with Hamas in a military uniform?
Like where they wear like black
Camouflage, baklava.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Tactical gear. Do they wear those uniforms when they fight? Or do they wear
No.
civilian clothes? No, right. They wear civilian clothes. Let me ask you a question. Again, I know you weren't in the military, but you can use logic. Why would one choose? Like when I was in the military, I would wear tactical gear. It gave me an advantage. Why would one choose to push their tactical gear aside and put on just like a normal t-shirt, jeans, sneakers? Why would one choose to do that? What advantage does it serve?
That they can't be spotted that easily. Or
Oh, they
could be,
blend
like,
in, right?
Yeah.
Blend in with who or what?
With other people.
Oh, great. Can you just do me a favor? Can you tell me what that's called when you fight while blending in with the civilian population? What's that called?
I'm not sure.
What would you, if you were to give it a name, what would you call it?
Probably like terrorist.
Well, they are terrorists, that's true, but no, keep trying. What would it be? What what would it be called when you fight amongst civilian human beings and you use them to shield you or blend in? What would you call that if you were to give a name when you use human civilians as shields to blend you? What would that be called? I don't know. Let's just give it a word. Let's just guess here.
About, like human shields?
Oh, you know what? That's a perfect word. I like that. Yeah, that's called human shields. Human shields, Habibi, is not when you take a child and you duct tape him and you use him as a shield. Human shields is when you do exactly what you just admitted Hamas does. You literally just admitted to it. They fight amongst the civilian population while pretending to be civilians. That's called human shields. So when Israel fights these people and targets and hits them, unfortunately, like in every war in history, this isn't like an Israel specific thing. Unfortunately, that's going to increase collateral damage or deaths. So when you say, well, children have been dying, well, yes, but you also try to alleviate Hamas by saying they don't use human shields, and then you later prove you did say that. Actually, I asked you,
I told you I haven't seen any proof of that.
But you have, because you answered all those questions yourself. I didn't force you to answer them.
Yeah.
You just didn't realize, maybe.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
so
is
you
that
agree.
real?
You have seen evidence of it.
I mean, if that's what you'd call human shields, then yeah.
That's literally what everyone would call human shields. Once again, human shields is not... I mean, I guess if you also take a human and use it as a shield, I guess that's also a human shield. But normally, when talking about warfare, that's what human shields are. Not when you take someone and you go like, like that's not... Yeah, okay. You got it.
I don't know. I've seen like some photos of like people being in front of tanks of Israelis. I don't know if you've seen that.
I'm not sure what this is referring to.
I mean, wouldn't you say that would be like a form of human shields as well?
People are in front of tanks?
Yeah, like where Israelis would put Palestinians in front of their tanks.
Tanks?
So they don't get shot at.
Talking about that one picture of that guy that was on the what's it called?
windshield?
I guess I wasn't gonna say windshield, I was gonna say the hood, but sure, the windshield. Yeah, do
I
you
mean,
know?
yeah, I've seen that photo.
Yeah, do you know
but
what
I'm not sure if
happened?
it's
Yeah,
all-
the reason they did that is because there was no room inside and they drove him to an ambulance because he was injured. And they drove him to the Red Crescent and they dropped him off and then they took him to a hospital. Yeah, I guess it probably wasn't the best look to have him on the hood. But yeah, that's the reason. It was because they were trying to get him help, but they didn't have room in the car. Yeah, it wasn't a good PR move. I agree. Israel sucks with PR, but I don't think that's the same thing as human shields, bro.
I don't know. I feel like for example, the story of like Hind Rajab. I'm pretty sure you're aware of it.
Yeah, I'm aware of Hind Rajab.
Yeah, I feel like that.
You think they were targeting Hind Rajab, like they were going around trying to find a 5-year-old little girl?
No, I wouldn't say they're necessarily targeting her, but
okay.
in
Yes,
the
children
phone call-
die. Yes, children die in war. It's awful. That's why it's better to not be in war. But can you remind me who started the war?
Are you saying from October 7 or before?
Would
that?
you agree that October 7th started specifically this war? I get the conflict has been going on longer, but the context of this war right here that we are talking about right now, wouldn't you agree that October 7th was the start of that?
Yes.
Who started it?
Hamas.
The Palestinians.
Yes.
Okay, so yes, I agree. It's better to not be in war.
But like, you could see that the people that inside the car were dead, except for one.
No, they wouldn't have been able to see that. Even if we assume the narrative of the Palestinians is correct, they were firing from very far away. There's no way they would have been able to even like see.
No, because within the phone call, you could hear the tanks, for example.
Well, the
when
phone call
ambulance-
wasn't with the IDF. The phone call was.
Yes, it was with the red. Yeah, they were trying to contact the Red Crescent.
Well, no,
They
they
contacted
Red
people
Crescent
to
called and
contact-
she answered
yeah.
the phone.
Yeah, no, she called someone
No.
to contact the Red Crescent.
No, they called back. The phone call we heard that was released to the public was them calling back. She answered the phone.
No,
Even if we
you-
assume all that's true, by the way, I have a lot of questions about Hind Rajab. They're doing supposedly an investigation. According to BBC, I don't know how confirmed it is, but according to BBC, Israel has admitted to shooting that car, them being in the area, but they're doing an investigation to figure out the details. I find it a little weird because if you look at the car, which you can Google right now, there's not a drop of blood in the whole car. There's zero blood in it. I'm actually excited for this investigation because I want to see, I don't know if anything's going to come out of it, but I want to actually, I'm very curious about Hind Rajab. We never got a body, never got an ID. We never knew anything about this girl. And on top of that, the photo of the, by the way, taken by Palestinians. It's not an Israeli source. This is Palestinians. Take a photo of this car. No blood whatsoever. Not even a drop. And they say that the car was shot with 355 bullets. I think this was 50 calibers or 7.62 at least. There was multiple people in the car. They were all killed. Where's the blood? You want me to show you the photo?
Are you assuming that the bodies were placed there?
Well, no, we actually never saw the bodies. I have no idea.
Of Hind, she was not in the car?
I have no idea. That's my point. This is the car. Here, look, I'll even zoom in so you can see. Look, do you see any blood at all?
No.
Yeah, just zero. And I just, listen, there might be an explanation for that. Maybe, I don't know. That's why I'm excited for this investigation. I would like to see. But regardless, even let's just take the whole entire Palestinian narrative. Let's just say she 100%, everything about the story is exactly what it was. Israel shot her. Like you said, they weren't targeting her. Yes,
Right, but
it's
the
very
people
sad.
in the car were not even a threat.
Well, first off, you have no idea of that. Hamas uses these exact vehicles all the time. In fact, after the biggest ceasefire during Trump when he got into office, there's videos of Hamas driving out brand new cars that are just like this, trucks, they look like little Tacomas, all this stuff. They're driving them out of hospitals. Hamas in the bed of the truck, driving the trucks. And we also have videos of Hamas using, you know what UNRWA is?
No, what's that?
It's a UN organization for the Palestinians. Anyways, they're driving UNRWA vehicles, UN vehicles. They're driving ambulances, Hamas members inside of ambulances. In fact, Egypt, they even admitted that Hamas uses ambulances because they actually found some Hamas guys trying to sneak into Egypt via an ambulance and they turned them away. This is another thing you can look into. So yes, I think it's very sad, but I put the blame at Hamas. Also, I know you're not going to like this, but I'm going to say it. I also put the blame on Hind Rajab's parents. Why the fuck was this 5-year-old girl kept in the Al-Tawah neighborhood, right, in Gaza City, 3 months after it was declared a red zone? You know where the parents were? The parents left her behind and went to a humanitarian zone. I assume you're not a parent because you're really young, but I hope when you become a parent that you would never leave your child behind in such a dangerous area while you go to a humanitarian zone. So
I think
yes,
she was given to her uncle.
dude, I'm a parent. I'm not giving my child to shit. If anything, I'm going to send my child ahead before me. Most likely what I'd like to do is to take my child with me. But if I somehow could only go one, my child's going. So yes, I agree with you. She was with family, but that's insane. Again, this wasn't a day after it was declared a red zone. They were supposed to evacuate Gaza City 2 to 3 months before that. She was killed on January 29th, 2024. She was supposed to not be in that area. So yes, if the whole entire thing is true, everything is accurate about Hind Rajab, that is very sad. She does not deserve to die. I feel very bad that she was brought up in a disgusting, barbaric culture. It's not her fault that she was born into that. However, this idea that we have to demonize Israel for it as if Israel was like looking around for some 5-year-old girl to shoot is insane. The 5-year-old girl shouldn't have been there. She should have been in the Al-Mawasi zone, like Israel said, to take her children and put them there. Well, not just her children. Everyone was supposed to go 3 months before that. If the Palestinians start loving their children more than they hate Israel, then the children will stop dying. But this idea, to go back to your original question, will God be mad at Israel? Well, first off, that's not for me to say, okay? I'm not God, and I will never presume to understand what God will believe. The judgment of all of us will come, and that includes Israelis, Jews, Arabs, Muslims, Christians, me, a Manoahide. Everyone will be judged. So I don't know what God thinks. But this context that you're trying to spin, I ask you, do you think God will judge you for that?
No, because when you brought up
Wrong.
the Amalek,
God will
it was
judge you for
a
everything.
reason. Yeah, obviously, but because you brought up the Amaleks, right?
Yeah.
So I'm assuming you might have an answer of what Israel is doing now.
Yes,
Like,
it's war.
yeah, but what they're doing right now, would you consider what some of they're doing is wrong?
Well, I think war is kind of always wrong, to be honest. I don't think war is ever a moral thing, but there's a difference between. I wouldn't even use the word moral. I find war to be a detriment on society. We shouldn't be in
I
war.
agree.
But that doesn't mean that war is not justified. That doesn't mean war is not the correct option, right? If you come in to Israel and you slaughter 1,200 people, by far most of them are civilians, and you go into a music festival and you slaughter 350 to 400 people, and you kidnap from their beds, their homes, 251 people. If you do that, you better expect a firestorm to come back to you, because the Jews, I'm not Jewish, by the way, the Jews said never again, and they meant that, okay? The Jews, the David and Goliath, like you know the story, Israel is David, okay? The surrounding Arab and Muslim nations and the Islamists that are all having their guns pointed at Israel is Goliath, okay? Israel absolutely will, and I 100% support it. If you throw a penny at Israel, I hope they throw 10 bricks back at you. I 100% support it, because there's only one language that exists in the Middle East, and that's strength, okay? Israel is going to push exactly that. And if you, and not you literally, but you do not learn, then Israel will continue to do it. They are the lion in this sense. They are going to bite down exactly how you expect a lion. If you want to take your stick and you want to poke the lion, do not cry after when the lion turns around and bites you. That I 100% believe. Now, if Israel was truly doing even half the stuff that people accused Israel of doing, I'd absolutely call it out. I would. Okay? I'm not unconditionally supportive of Israel. But I looked into this more than you, more than 99.9% of people. And the fact of the matter is that it's just not true.
But if some of the things that I have said are true,
I'll call it out.
Would you turn your back on them, or would you?
No. A way to support a people that are doing something wrong is to get rid of the people that are perpetuating that, let's say in this case the government, and support them by getting away from that stuff. If Israel was truly like just going around saying, fuck these kids, I want to target them, yeah, no, that's awful. They shouldn't do that at all. And if they were doing that, then you need to isolate the people doing that, whether it be Bibi or Moore, Ben Gavir, whoever, whatever. Whoever's doing it, you should absolutely get them out of office and produce criminal charges against them. I will never turn my back on Israel, to answer your question, ever.
Ever?
Never.
That sounds unconditional to me.
No, it's not unconditional.
So
hey, let me
what are
ask
the
you,
conditions?
do you, I don't know if, do you love Jordan?
Yeah.
If Jordan was doing something wrong, would you turn your back on your country?
It depends on what they're doing. I mean,
Yeah,
I would
let's say they were doing something evil, but it wasn't all Jordanians. It was just your current government, for example. Would you turn your back on your country?
No.
Right. I literally answered the same way. Would you say that's unconditional? It's not unconditional. You have conditions set. Right. I'm saying I will never turn my back on Israel. Also, by the way, Christian literally says this in the Bible, in the book of Numbers. Those who bless Israel will be blessed.
I have a question on you for that. Right?
No, I'm not
what-
talking about the government of Israel, if that's what you're about to ask.
No, I'm not talking about the government of Israel. I'm talking about the state of Israel. Do you believe that's what the Bible's talking about?
No, of course not. It's talking about Am Israel.
Okay, so it's not the Israel that exists today.
No, of course. The Israel that exists today, Israel are the Jews. That's Am Israel, meaning the people of Israel, meaning the people of Jacob. You know, the person you forgot earlier? Right. I'm not talking about the state of Israel. But the
Okay,
people
so-
of Israel are in the state of Israel, and the state of Israel is supporting the people of Israel.
Right, but that in Numbers it's talking about the old covenant.
It's talking about Jacob, actually.
Yeah, and it's talking about the people of Jacob.
Correct, which are the Jews
Right.
today.
Right. So if these people were to turn their back on God, then what would be the case?
You think the Jews have turned their back on God?
Yes,
Okay, how?
as to Jeremiah 31:31.
31:31 does not say the Jews turned their back on God.
No, if you are not to accept the new covenant, that's said, for example, in Mark, then you have
Yeah,
turned
you
your
don't
back
know
on
what that
God.
new covenant is talking about. That's talking about for the house of Israel. It has nothing to do
Okay,
with
wait. I
that
have
has
a
nothing to
question.
do with Christianity, just FYI.
Okay, when you're discussing, for example, the covenant that Jesus set, right? It's set to be the light for the Gentiles and for everyone else. Would you agree?
Well, okay, so you're saying if Christianity is correct, say the question one more time.
Okay, that Jesus came as the light for the Gentiles and for everyone, because he said that my mission first will be for the Jews,
For the
and
house
then
of
everyone else.
Israel,
Yes,
right?
and then for everyone else, right?
Well, kind of. He's speaking to the Samaritan woman,
Okay.
right? And he
Yeah,
says, I'm not
yes.
here for you. I'm here for the house of Israel. But he changes his
And-
mind and
and
he
then
helps
changes his
her.
mind, yes.
Okay. So you're
Okay,
kind of
perfect.
right, not fully.
Okay. So when he becomes the light of the Gentiles, because that's what he's known as, right? The Messiah will be the light of the Gentiles. These are going to be the people of God.
So no, that's not what Jeremiah is talking about. Okay. Do you speak Hebrew by any chance?
No, I don't speak Hebrew.
Well, I have the original Bible. What Bible do you read?
We can go NIV, ESV.
NIV is not okay. That's fine. Well, anyways,
Because
here's
English is not my first language.
here's the original. Okay, this is the Tanakh. This is not. So in 31:31, okay, where is it? 31, 29, 31. Okay, so right here, where is it? Let's see. See, it's time to declare the Lord and make a covenant. So new. There it is. So the word is chadesh. Okay, that's the Hebrew word, right? Chadesh actually, and speaking of like prophetic context, okay, it actually means the Hebrew word for new. Chadesh is actually saying more in the context of a renewal, not a replacement, right? It's very similar to like the renewed moon. It means chodesh, right? So the context of what he's saying in the book of Jeremiah is not talking about a replacement by any means. He's saying a renewal of the same covenant. So you're trying to, and no offense, but this is something that a lot of Christians do. I love my Christians, but it's just true, okay? Sometimes you shoot an arrow and you draw a target around it instead of shooting the arrow at the target, okay? So what you're trying to do is you see this, and you're like, oh, new covenant, it must be talking about Jesus or the New Testament or whatever. But if that was the case, that wouldn't be the word that was used in the original Hebrew, right? It's talking more about a renewal. The reverse does not imply a new law or the abolishment of the Torah of Moses.
Okay. Christians agree that the law was never necessarily abolished.
Well, fulfilled.
Yes.
Right, but it's not talking about even the covenant, it's talking about the laws. That's what Jesus says. Jesus says to fulfill the law, not abolish.
Yes.
Correct.
We agree on that point.
Well, I agree that's what it says, but yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah. So the covenant that will be established will be after this old covenant is fulfilled. It will not be abolished. That's my whole point.
I'm not understanding. So if it wasn't abolished, what's your point then?
Okay, once the old covenant is fulfilled, right? It is not necessarily to be followed.
That's where does it say that?
Right, because the new covenant will come right after it.
That would be replacement.
Okay. the whole plan within the Old Testament is that once the Old Covenant is fulfilled, a new one will be brought with it.
Do
and
you
it will be
follow the
light for
10
the Gentiles.
Commandments?
Yes, I do.
Why?
Because it's stated in the Bible to follow them.
Really?
Yes.
Does Jesus label out the 10 Commandments, or does he label out 5 of them?
5 of them.
Why do you follow all 10?
Because it's also stated in the Jerusalem Council, and it's stated by the other
The Jerusalem
apostles that-
Council is not the word of God.
Right.
Great.
We
I'm
would say
asking
that-
about the words of
Hold up,
Jesus
wait.
right now, or
Hold up,
at
hold
least
up.
Paul.
Okay. By the way, Paul was there during the Jerusalem Council. And
Did he say it? And was he also
Jerusalem
still
Council-
being divinely inspired by Jesus when he said it?
Yes,
Maybe he
I
was.
would
I'm
say-
asking.
Yes, I would say that.
I'm
the
not asking what
apostles-
you would say. You're not a divine person. I'm asking you,
then yes,
is
yes,
there
because-
some, what do you mean yes? Is there proof that Paul was the one specifically to say that? And while he said that, was he giving his opinion, or was he still being spoken to by Jesus?
It doesn't have to be Paul alone, by the way.
I'm not saying it has to be Paul alone. I'm asking for that clarification because you brought up Paul.
Then no, you brought up Paul, but I said Paul.
You
was
brought
there.
up Paul in the context of being at this meeting. I'm asking
Yes.
you. Can you answer?
By the way, in the previous chapters, here I'll answer. In the previous chapters of Acts, it says that the apostles are being divinely inspired by the Holy Spirit. So the divine council was inspired by the Holy Spirit. I can pull it up for you.
Okay, I feel like what you're doing, and this is what a lot of Orthodox and Catholics do specifically, and this is something that a lot of Christians get upset at, is you guys are implying the word of man, and you're trying to add on to some of these things from the Bible, in this case, the Christian Bible, because of what the word of man has said.
Right. No, you wouldn't even say it comes from man, because you would say it's divinely inspired.
Hmm?
The
How do you know
Jerusalem
it's
Council was
divinely
divine-
inspired?
Yeah, because in the previous chapters, I forgot which apostle, but he forgot about, because the entire Jerusalem Council was set, and one of the main reasons it was set because of eating pork. I'm pretty sure you're aware of this, right? It's in Mark, where Jesus says that all foods are clean, and one of the apostles later on says, "I will not eat pork," and God gave him a vision that everything that is set in front of you is clean, and pork was included. And Jerusalem Council makes it clear, and it says that the Gentiles should not eat pork based on that they don't fall back into the sin that they had.
Yeah, so I
beforehand.
just looked it up just out of curiosity. The Jerusalem Council did not explicitly command Gentiles to follow the 10 Commandments.
You want me to pull it up?
It says right here, instead, the council issued what is known as
Hold
the
up.
apostolic decree, which listed only 4 specific prohibitions: abstaining from food sacrificed to idols, abstaining from blood, abstaining from the meat of strangled animals, and abstaining from sexual immorality.
Wait.
What do you mean, wait? I just looked it up.
Yeah, I'll pull it up for you.
Well, what up? I
it's-
just looked it up.
Yeah, no, yeah, you're reading Acts chapter 15, right?
Well, no, actually, I'm not. But Acts chapter 15 was Paul and Barnabas that traveled from Antioch to Jerusalem. What does that have to do
It's-
with anything?
No. Read.
What do you mean? No, no, no. That is what Acts 15 is.
Yeah, read the previous verses. Go to verse 19. That's what you quoted.
I
Not
didn't
necessarily
quote any
quoted
verse.
Verbatim. I'm not saying verbatim, but that's what you got from the summarization that you got. It's from Acts chapter 19. Acts 15 verse 19. I mean. In Acts chapter 15 verse 20 or like 21, one of them, it says that the Gentiles will learn the law of Moses.
19 or 20?
Chapter 15, go to verse 19.
It is my judgment, therefore, that we should not make it difficult for the Gentiles who are turning to God. Instead, we should write to them, telling them to abstain from food polluted by idols, from sexual immorality, from the meat of strangled animals, and from blood.
Yes, that is what you read.
Okay.
Now
Well, I
continue
didn't
reading.
read that. I was just, okay. I was actually reading a Christian website talking about the entire meeting. Here it is. For the law of Moses has been preached in every city from the earliest times and is read in the synagogues on every Sabbath. Council's letter to Gentile believers. Then the apostles and elders with the whole church decided to choose some of their own men and send them to Antioch with Paul and Barnabas, which is exactly
Okay.
what I said. Yeah, where does it say anything about the 10 Commandments?
Yeah, in verse 15, verse 21, was it? The one you were reading about Moses?
Yeah, it doesn't say anything at all
Yeah.
about following the 10 Commandments.
What are the things that Moses preached throughout generations?
What it doesn't say to follow them. What it's Jesus, you're not reading. Let me.
Okay, hold
I'm
up.
going to read it
I'll
one
pull
more
it up
time.
for
I'm going
you.
to read it one more time in its full context. Okay. It is my judgment, therefore, that we should not make it difficult for the Gentiles who are turning to God. FYI, he's saying we shouldn't have them follow all the commandments. He's saying
No,
let's
that's
make it
not true.
easy. Yes, he is. I'm going to read the whole thing. Okay?
Okay.
One more time. It is my judgment, therefore, that we should not make it difficult for the Gentiles who are turning to God. Instead, we should write to them, telling them to abstain from food polluted by idols, from sexual immorality, from the meat of strangled animals, and from blood. For the law of Moses has been preached in every city from the earliest times and is read in the synagogues of every Sabbath. You agree that the Gentiles would not understand any of that, correct?
Yes.
Correct. So what it's saying is that Moses and the laws of Moses has been preached to the Jews, effectively, is what it's saying, not to the Gentiles. You agree? So he's saying the law of Moses has been preached to every city from the earliest times and is read in the synagogues on every Sabbath. So he's saying, so it is my judgment that we should not make it hard for the Gentiles. So we'll just give them these 4 prohibitions. That's what he's saying. Nowhere does
Okay.
it say that they need to follow all of this.
No, that's not true because in Corinthians, right? If you
Oh.
even if you go to Romans,
So it's not Acts. All right,
No,
let's
no,
go to
no,
Corinthians.
it's also in Acts.
It's
the
not in
Moses
Acts.
verse we read.
Tell
Okay,
me where in
they're-
Acts.
Okay, in Acts chapter 15 about the Jerusalem Council, they were going out to the Gentiles and they were converting them to Christianity, right? And one of the commandments was not to eat pork so they don't fall back into the sin that they were falling into, right? Because most of the
I
pork they
agree
were
with all
eating-
that, and this is irrelevant to the conversation.
Okay, perfect. So when you reach the verse about Moses, right, it is later, how do you say in English? Upholded, I guess, by Paul, where he tells the Gentiles to follow the commandments, right? This is in Corinthians and Romans chapter 13, I think.
Yeah. So this is how you should answer it. I'm going to help you out for future debate. Okay. The principles of the 10 Commandments, according to Jesus, not even the Jerusalem Council, should be followed. This is in the book of Matthew and the book of James. Okay. Specifically the book of Matthew. I think it's chapter 22. I don't remember exactly where. He doesn't label out all 10 commandments. He labels out 5 of them. And I think if you look at the apostles in the book of James, it labels out multiple of them or several of them. I don't remember the exact number. Right? But the commandments, the 10 commandments, the principles of them are required to be followed. Right? That's how you should answer that question, just FYI as a Christian.
Okay. Let me
But
tell
it
you why
doesn't
you're
come
wrong.
from the book of Acts. It comes from the book of Matthew and James.
Okay. You're wrong, by the way. Can you go
Not
to
wrong.
1 Corinthians
Sure.
chapter 7? Let me pull it up. I forgot which verse.
What happened to the book of Acts?
Because you would say that within the book of Acts, it is telling Paul and the other apostles what to do to the Gentiles, right?
Not particularly, no.
So what is it about? What is it for?
Not what they do to the Gentiles. It's saying how
What
to
they're
make
supposed
it
to do.
not difficult.
Okay, perfect.
Right, it's
And
not
what
the
does
same thing.
Paul go ahead and do in 1 Corinthians chapter? Go to chapter 7.
Yes, Corinthians
I'll pull
chapter
it up
7
right
is about married life.
Yes.
What about
Wait, I'll
it?
pull it up. Go to verse 19.
Seven 19, you said?
Yes.
Yeah, circumcision is nothing and uncircumcision is nothing. Keeping God's commands is what counts.
Right? And
That's
then
not
if-
the 10 commandments.
Right. Well, what are the commandments of God?
Well, technically, he has more than just the 10. The 10 commandments was given on Mount Sinai, but there's definitely a lot more than 10. So how do we know what he means by keeping what God commands?
Yeah, that's said in Romans chapter 13.
Okay, so now I'm going to Romans.
Yes.
Okay. Romans chapter 13.
Yeah. Let me pull it up.
You do agree that that didn't say that, right? Like we're not using that as a
Like the-
follow
about
the
the
10
commandments?
commandments? The 10 commandments specifically?
Here, I'll pull
Or
it up.
other commandments for that matter?
Yeah, I'll pull it up. Go to verse 8. He says some of the commandments, and then in the other verse, he says the other. Here, where?
Let no debt remain outstanding except the continuing debt to love one another, for whoever loves others has fulfilled the law.
Continue from verse 8 to 12 or 11.
You shall not commit adultery, you shall not murder, you shall not steal, you shall not covet. Okay, so that's 4. And whatever other command there may be are summed up in this one command. Love your neighbor as yourself. Yeah, I know all this. This is what I was talking about earlier.
Okay. And the other commandments that is stated is the 10 commandments. Because in
Where?
I think it's in 1 John. Wait, let me pull it up so I don't give you the wrong verse.
I mean, it says it right here. He labels out 4, and then he says the rest can be summed up by love your neighbor as yourself.
Yeah, hold up, wait. I forgot which verse it is. I think James is the one that says it.
Well, in James, in chapter 2, I know for a fact, James states that breaking even one commandment makes a person a lawbreaker. But
Yeah, you're
again,
talking
there's
about James
nowhere
chapter
where
8.
it's
Chapter 2, verse
chapter
8.
2.
Yeah,
No,
chapter 2,
no,
verse 8.
no, no, that's incorrect. It's chapter 2, verse 10, I believe. Here, let me look.
Yeah, go 8 to 11. That's where it says it.
It's not 8, it's 10 through 11.
No, 8 mentions the commandments.
Yes, but what I said isn't. Okay, look, it's been a while since I read it, so I could be wrong, but let me look. Let me just go to it. Hold on. James. There it is, James. Yeah, so 2:8, like I said to you, doesn't say that, but I'll read it anyways. Really keep the royal law found in Scripture. Love your neighbor as yourself. That's what 8 says. It's nothing to do with what I said. It has nothing to do with 10. I'm going to go to 10 because that's what I said, and I was correct. For whoever keeps the law and yet stumbles at just one point is guilty of breaking all of it.
Wait. Here, I'll pull it up. In
Pull it
James
up. I'm
chapter 2,
reading
right?
it.
Yeah, because I think you skipped over the verse I was talking about.
I didn't. You said 8, right?
Yeah, I said 8 to 11.
Right, I did. I'll read it all, okay? 8. If you really keep the royal law found in Scripture, love your neighbor as yourself. You are doing right. If you show favoritism, you sin and are convicted by the law as lawbreakers. 10, which is what I said. For whoever keeps the law and yet stumbles at just one point is guilty of breaking all of it. 11, for he who said you shall not commit adultery also said you shall not murder. If you do not commit adultery but do not murder, you have become a lawbreaker. That is all of it, dude.
Yeah, that's where it mentioned some of the commandments. But you can find
But that's
all 10
just
commandments
repeated
in
from
New
the other
Testament.
one. No, those are repeats from the last one we read.
Okay, I'm telling you, from the New Testament alone, you can recalibrate all the 10 commandments.
Okay, how about the 4th one?
Here, wait. Keep
How about the 4th
Sabbath.
one? Yep.
Keep the Sabbath. I think that's where you're talking about Matthew 12, right?
No, I'm not at all.
Where it says, I am above the Sabbath.
I'm not talking about that. I'm saying, do Christians do that?
Here, I'll pull it up.
Does it say it anywhere in the Christian Bible? The closest you're going to find is Colossians. I think it's chapter 2. I don't remember which verse. You can look it up. But Colossians chapter 2.
You're talking about verse 15 or 16.
I don't remember the exact verse, but I know it's chapter 2.
Where it talks about the moon and the Sabbath.
It talks about how Jesus himself is the ultimate rest for believers. I don't know if it says anything about moon or something like that. What is it? You said chapter 15? Let's look it up.
Chapter 2, verse 15 or verse 15 or 16, one of them.
2:15. Having disarmed the powers and authorities, made a public spectacle of them. No, that's not it. Therefore, do not let anyone judge you by what you eat or drink, or with regard to religious festival, new moon celebration. Yes. Is that it?
Yeah.
That's not what I'm talking about, but
new moon or Sabbath. That's the one you mentioned.
That's not what I even mentioned. Dude, you didn't even hear what I said. I talked about how some Christians view the Sabbath as a shadow of things to come because they believe Jesus himself is the ultimate rest. That's what I said. I didn't even say anything about new moon or Sabbath.
The shadow. I think that's in Romans, right? 14.
No, dude. I'm telling you. No. No. I'm just telling you what some Christians. There's also the Seventh-day Adventists, their observance. There's some Christian denominations, I'm sure you know about them, that such as Seventh-day Adventists, that believe that all 10 commandments, including the literal Saturday Sabbath, must be kept. They do it differently. You know who Seventh-day Adventists are?
No, I only dive into theology.
That would be diving into theology, dude.
No, the theology I'm talking about is, for example, like metaphysics, philosophy.
I get what you're saying. I'm asking you, do you know who the Seventh-day Adventists are?
No, I don't.
Okay. Well, that's a little surprising. Okay, anyways. Anything else, dude? Anything about the
that's all.
Palestinians?
No, so it was a good conversation.
All right, have a good one.
All right, have a good one.
Bye. Oh my gosh. It's a good conversation, but man, that went last a while. All right, guys. Let me read some of these super chats. I'm sure I missed some. Let's see what we got here. Hines says, honestly, Nick's chair would beat Nick in a debate. Soul Boxy says, can you do a debunk Israeli left politicians video? Popo says, people hate Israel more because Candace than Gaza. Conservative Kelly says, I'm so lucky I wasn't raised to be Bible illiterate and incapable of rational thought. Wyoming says, teaching the youth, inshallah, Nick. Nazir, well poisoning, and Takia being done like a motherfucker. IGK, watching Orthodox Christians simping for Islamic colonizers gives me a bad case of cringe. Well, he is Palestinian, so, you know, that obviously matters more. LML says it's not rape in Palestine, it's called sexual defense. Popo says, irony, people called invaders claim to be indigenous. Yeah, but I guess their Palestinian identity matters more to them. Anyways, guys. Nick found a needle in a haystack. There's only 250,000 Christians in Jordan. That's a lot, isn't it? How many Christians are in Jordan? Wait, what's the population of Jordan? I don't even know. What is the population of Jordan and how many Christians are there? Yeah. Oh, it's even more. 250,000 to 400,000. But there's 11 million people in Jordan. So the Christians make up 2 to 6%. It's more than I thought. All right, you guys. Nick does not love Hawaiian pizza. Get out of here, Blue Da Vinci. God bless America. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Peace. That was kind of anticlimactic.